Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Attard for his continued efforts to bring this fantastic event from a startup to a conference.
Medtech, I think, ties together research, innovation, the digital sector as well, and of course the medical sector. And at the end of the day, the end result of this collaboration is better healthcare for our patients.
Today is our biggest one so far. There's over 2,000 people joining us, from investors to startups, from hospital ecosystems. So there's a lot to learn from, even in the way of how hospitals invest, how hospitals operate, how hospitals work with the private sector, with startups themselves, how to invite more innovation.
The conference so far has been really exciting. The panels are really good. The meetings have been really good. A lot of networking opportunity.
In 2026, the world becomes our stage. 4 continents, 4 destinations. One movement connecting the global medtech ecosystem. The journey begins in Dubai, the pulse of the Middle East, where innovation never sleeps and ambition builds the skyline. From the 11th to the 13th of February, the Intercontinental Festival City hosts Medtech World Dubai, setting the tone for what's ahead, where ambition, technology, and opportunity converge in one of the world's fastest-growing medtech hubs. Next up, North America, the gateway to the Americas, where ideas are funded, piloted, and scaled. From the 11th to the 13th of May, Medtech World conveys global investors, US health systems, and breakthrough founders for 3 days of connection and collaboration, from the pitch stage to curated forums spotlighting technology ready to scale. From there, we journey east to Asia. What began in Singapore and rose in Hong Kong now evolves into Medtech World Asia 2026, uniting the region's brightest innovators, investors, and entrepreneurs for 3 transformative days of exchange, insight, and collaboration. Our journey concludes in Malta, the birthplace and beating heart of Medtech World. From the 11th to the 13th of November 2026, the Mediterranean Conference Center in Valletta opens its doors to a UNESCO-listed city of stone and sea, a setting where history and innovation stand side by side. Set between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, Malta becomes a crossroads for global dialogue, where perspectives intersect and ideas evolve into action. Panels, roundtables, and working sessions ignite conversations that ripple far beyond the harbor, turning vision into strategy and connection into progress. This is Medtech World 2026, where borders disappear, connections spark change, and the next chapter in Medtech begins.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Attard for his continued efforts to bring this fantastic event from a startup to a conference.
Medtech, I think, ties together research, innovation, the digital sector as well, and of course the medical sector. And at the end of the day, the end result of this collaboration is better healthcare for our patients.
Today is our biggest one so far. There's over 2,000 people joining us, from investors to startups, from hospital ecosystems. So there's a lot to learn from, even in the way of how hospitals invest, how hospitals operate, how hospitals work with the private sector, with startups themselves, how to invite more innovation.
The conference so far has been really exciting. The panels are really good. The meetings have been really good. A lot of networking opportunity.
In 2026, the world becomes our stage. 4 continents, 4 destinations. One movement connecting the global medtech ecosystem. The journey begins in Dubai, the pulse of the Middle East, where innovation never sleeps and ambition builds the skyline. From the 11th to the 13th of February, the Intercontinental Festival City hosts Medtech World Dubai, setting the tone for what's ahead, where ambition, technology, and opportunity converge in one of the world's fastest-growing medtech hubs. Next up, North America, the gateway to the Americas, where ideas are funded, piloted, and scaled. From the 11th to the 13th of May, Medtech World conveys global investors, US health systems, and breakthrough founders for 3 days of connection and collaboration, from the pitch stage to curated forums spotlighting technology ready to scale. From there, we journey east to Asia. What began in Singapore and rose in Hong Kong now evolves into Medtech World Asia 2026, uniting the region's brightest innovators, investors, and entrepreneurs for 3 transformative days of exchange, insight, and collaboration. Our journey concludes in Malta, the birthplace and beating heart of Medtech World. From the 11th to the 13th of November 2026, the Mediterranean Conference Center in Valletta opens its doors to a UNESCO-listed city of stone and sea, a setting where history and innovation stand side by side. Set between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, Malta becomes a crossroads for global dialogue, where perspectives intersect and ideas evolve into action. Panels, roundtables, and working sessions ignite conversations that ripple far beyond the harbor, turning vision into strategy and connection into progress. This is Medtech World 2026, where borders disappear, connections spark change, and the next chapter in Medtech begins.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Dylan Attard for his continued efforts to bring this fantastic event from a startup to a conference.
Medtech, I think, ties together research, innovation, the digital sector as well, and of course the medical sector. And at the end of the day, the end result of this collaboration is better healthcare for our patients.
Today is our biggest one so far. There's over 2,000 people joining us, from investors to startups, from hospital ecosystems. So there's a lot to learn from, even in the way of how hospitals invest, how hospitals operate, how hospitals work with the private sector, with startups themselves, how to invite more innovation.
The conference so far has been really exciting. The panels are really good. The meetings have been really good. A lot of networking opportunity.
In 2026, the world becomes our stage. 4 continents, 4 destinations. One movement connecting the global medtech ecosystem. The journey begins in Dubai, the pulse of the Middle East, where innovation never sleeps and ambition builds the skyline. From the 11th to the 13th of February, the Intercontinental Festival City hosts Medtech World Dubai, setting the tone for what's ahead, where ambition, technology, and opportunity converge in one of the world's fastest-growing medtech hubs. Next up, North America, the gateway to the Americas, where ideas are funded, piloted, and scaled. From the 11th to the 13th of May, Medtech World conveys global investors, US health systems, and breakthrough founders for 3 days of connection and collaboration, from the pitch stage to curated forums spotlighting technology ready to scale. From there, we journey east to Asia. What began in Singapore and rose in Hong Kong now evolves into Medtech World Asia 2026, uniting the region's brightest innovators, investors, and entrepreneurs for 3 transformative days of exchange, insight, and collaboration. Our journey concludes in Malta, the birthplace and beating heart of Medtech World. From the 11th to the 13th of November 2026, the Mediterranean Conference Center in Valletta opens its doors to a UNESCO-listed city of stone and sea, a setting where history and innovation stand side by side. Set between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, Malta becomes a crossroads for global dialogue, where perspectives intersect and ideas evolve into action. Panels, roundtables, and working sessions ignite conversations that ripple far beyond the harbor, turning vision into strategy and connection into progress. This is Medtech World 2026, where borders disappear, connections spark change, and the next chapter in Medtech begins.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Attard for his continued efforts to bring this fantastic event from a startup to a conference.
Medtech, I think, ties together research, innovation, the digital sector as well, and of course the medical sector. And at the end of the day, the end result of this collaboration is better healthcare for our patients.
Today is our biggest one so far. There's over 2,000 people joining us, from investors to startups, from hospital ecosystems. So there's a lot to learn from, even in the way of how hospitals invest, how hospitals operate, how hospitals work with the private sector, with startups themselves, how to invite more innovation.
The conference so far has been really exciting. The panels are really good. The meetings have been really good. A lot of networking opportunity.
In 2026, the world becomes our stage. 4 continents, 4 destinations. One movement connecting the global medtech ecosystem. The journey begins in Dubai, the pulse of the Middle East, where innovation never sleeps and ambition builds the skyline. From the 11th to the 13th of February, the Intercontinental Festival City hosts Medtech World Dubai, setting the tone for what's ahead, where ambition, technology, and opportunity converge in one of the world's fastest-growing medtech hubs. Next up, North America, the gateway to the Americas, where ideas are funded, piloted, and scaled. From the 11th to the 13th of May, Medtech World conveys global investors, US health systems, and breakthrough founders for 3 days of connection and collaboration, from the pitch stage to curated forums spotlighting technology ready to scale. From there, we journey east to Asia. What began in Singapore and rose in Hong Kong now evolves into Medtech World Asia 2026, uniting the region's brightest innovators, investors, and entrepreneurs for 3 transformative days of exchange, insight, and collaboration. Our journey concludes in Malta, the birthplace and beating heart of Medtech World. From the 11th to the 13th of November 2026, the Mediterranean Conference Center in Valletta opens its doors to a UNESCO-listed city of stone and sea, a setting where history and innovation stand side by side. Set between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, Malta becomes a crossroads for global dialogue, where perspectives intersect and ideas evolve into action. Panels, roundtables, and working sessions ignite conversations that ripple far beyond the harbor, turning vision into strategy and connection into progress. This is Medtech World 2026, where borders disappear, connections spark change, and the next chapter in Medtech begins.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. Very happy to see you here in Valletta for day 2 of Medtech World Summit. How was day 1? Yeah, awesome. It was great. I saw so many happy faces, especially at the Hotel Excelsior lobby last night. So many new connections. I hope you enjoyed day 1. It was very, very busy. Very happy for Dr. Attard, for Dylan, to hosting this fantastic 5th edition Medtech World Summit. It's really packed. We have a couple thousand people attending this event. It's a great number. Our next stop for Medtech World is Dubai, as you saw from the video, and we actually had a fantastic panel wrapping up this stage yesterday about Middle East, particularly Dubai. We are in Dubai in November at Festival City. It's one of the flagship events for Medtech and for Sigma Group, so make sure to be there. It's a good season also for Dubai. The weather is really nice, so make sure to be there, book your tickets in advance. And it's my great pleasure, as a great follow-up from the last panel that we had here on this stage yesterday, to the first presentation that starts the day today, is a presentation by Marwan Abdulaziz Janahi, Senior Vice President of Dubai Science Park, Dubai Knowledge Park, and Dubai International Academic City. Please, Dr. Marwan, make your way to the stage, and a big round of applause.
Keynote by Marwan Abdulaziz Janahi.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, and good morning, everyone. As we come to the end of this amazing event, I really want to express my gratitude to the organizers, and especially Dr. Dylan, for hosting such a connected event for Medtech globally, in a true sense, from Europe to the Middle East to the Americas to Asia. This is very much needed in an industry that is very much connected, and I think it's a unique opportunity for companies and startups to be really discussing what is out there in terms of innovations, collaboration, and to really create an impact for this sector. I have been in this sector for almost now 20 years, and I see that the line between technology and innovation is becoming closer and closer. And a lot of the industries, whether it is pharma, medical devices, life sciences, the lines between them are blurring. And I think this is why discussing and collaborating has become more important than ever. So thank you, Dr. Dylan, for creating such a platform for people to be able to meet and collaborate. Talking about Dubai Science Park and how we started almost 20 years ago, we realized very quickly that the lab-to-market approach is something that may not work in Dubai. simply because the researchers and scientists at universities were not producing innovations that could go to the market. The number of innovations were very, very limited. So we had to pivot very quickly to a market-to-lab approach. And the way we did that was to invest in infrastructure and facilities to be able to welcome companies from around the world. However, those companies from obviously the science sectors, including human, plant, energy, and materials. Our criteria for the companies was that they are commercially viable and have been able to launch their products. So we created an environment for them, for them to be able to launch and to grow their business. And obviously, we played a small part in that role. There is a lot of other elements in the ecosystem, whether it is logistic services, banking, ease of doing business, being able to have a very holistic environment to raise a family. So all of those elements obviously allowed us to attract companies. And that is something that we have been very successful at, attracting more than 450 companies, both large companies and startups. An important element to our success has always been human talent. And because Dubai is the city of the future, we could not wait for human talent to be developed organically from local universities. So it was our mission also around 20 years ago to attract global universities to be able to basically create future talent that will eventually then go into the industry, do innovation, and be part of the entire ecosystem. So today we have more than 40 higher education institutes, more than 33,000 students, and I am proud to say that our ecosystem hosts more than 80% of Dubai's international students. So we have the industry and we have the students, the universities. How do we now get into the lab part? I mentioned the market to lab approach, and it was imperative for us to create a business incubator. How do we connect the dots between universities, students, and the industry? And that was through an incubator that we launched around 10 years ago. It is industry specific, and it offers a lot of advantages for startups. And the companies there, more than 1,000 companies have gone through the program. They have raised close to $3 billion in funding. And we do so many events for the startups, around 130 events, and we provide them basically access to mentors and advisors, basically activating the connection between industry and academia. So in a nutshell, I just wanted to say that at the end of the day, it is up to you individually to go out there and grab such opportunities. This is an open invitation to companies to explore Dubai, to look at what is happening, to find the right opportunity for you, and to collaborate. And that is to basically create an impactful future for the entire globe. So with that, I'm happy to connect and discuss in further details in the coming days, and I look forward to connecting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was very, very inspirational. We're looking forward to seeing you and everyone else in Dubai very, very soon. Now, we are getting the stage ready for our next panel. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thanks to my colleagues. And I would like to invite to check if all the panelists are here. I assume they are. I will be announcing the next panel for today. which is from lab to billion-pound exit, translating medtech innovation from Oxworld to the world. So this session is hosted by one of our leading healthcare journalists, and it will spotlight Professor Konstantin Kusio's remarkable journey and insights from pioneering biomedical engineering research at Oxford to co-founding and scaling Organox, Xerexonics, and Orthoson. And it's my big pleasure to invite our esteemed panelists to the stage. Professor Konstantin Kusios, founder and CTO of Organox. I am so sorry if I do not pronounce your name correctly, but Tiasa Zaitz, thank you. All right, founder and host of Faces of Digital Health. I managed.
From lab to billion-pound exit, translating medtech innovation from Oxford to the world.
Konstantin, let's start with the obvious question. The company was acquired for 1.1 billion euros, 1.5 billion euros in August. The Organox was founded in 2008, so almost 20 years ago. Does life feel a little bit easier at this point?
Not really. It hasn't sunk in yet, and I can tell you there is no manual for this. Nothing quite prepares you for what happens around the time of an exit. But there's certainly a big smile on my face, and that's a very, very big difference.
Can you talk a little bit about the journey? Every time an exit or like an acquisition like this happens, the general perception is it was a smooth journey, you succeeded, this is it, you're now considered successful. So how do you define success, and how much failure was involved in the journey?
So Organox was started at the tail end of 2008, and I interact with a lot of younger entrepreneurs who tell me it's a really tough fundraising environment out there. We started it 2 weeks after Lehman Brothers. And so to say that it had a very difficult birth is the understatement of the millennium. It was a really challenging time to start a company. And like all medtechs, it had a constant lack of cash and resource to get to its next milestone. So the company almost went under several times. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it was a flawless journey. We did achieve 2 significant things along that journey. We never had a down round, and I think that's a really difficult thing to achieve over such a long journey. And the second is, it's to my knowledge, one of the only examples of a medtech company that managed to get to profitability and successful exit with less than 50 million of total capital raised, and with never having raised a double-digit round all the way through to profitability. So it gives you an idea of how incremental these fundraisers and the uncertainty associated with those fundraisers were. One of my favorite quotes is, if the idea doesn't look completely crazy at first, there is no hope for it. It's by Albert Einstein. And I think that very much describes a lot of medtech, and certainly Organox. If I'd had £1 or €1 for every single person who told me along this journey that this idea was too crazy, too heavy, too expensive, not necessary, I would never have needed to fundraise.
Mm-hmm. Let's unpack that a little bit and also explain what Organox is doing. So in essence, the organs are usually preserved by being in a cooling environment, and you went counterintuitively the other way around. So basically providing life support for liver specifically and keeping them in the warm environment. Tell me more about that, like why, where did that idea come from, and what had to happen that you actually went after it because it was against what everybody believed?
The way you ask the question is brilliant, because you just said it's counterintuitive to keep an organ at normal body temperature rather than preserve it on ice, Well, our argument was always the converse. Nature preserves organs by keeping them at normal body temperature. So what's counterintuitive is to be preserving them on ice. So the market at the time was not willing to contemplate an alternative way. This was a space in which there had been no innovation since the 1970s, when the first serious solid organ transplant started taking place. The convention is you store an organ very much in the way you preserve food. So you cool it down at 4 to 10 degrees. That slows down the metabolism, but it does not stop it. And therefore you have a time limit on how long you can preserve an organ. But the most important element is, in this method of preservation, the organ is not working during the period of preservation. It's an inert piece of tissue, so there is no way to quantitatively assess its function. The big thing we said is, if we can recreate the environment that the organ sees inside the human body, outside the body, we will be able to keep organs for considerably longer. But most importantly, the organs will be working. It will therefore be possible to test drive the organ before it goes into the patient. And I could describe what the technology does to you, but I can't beat what Wired magazine said about it in 2013. This machine is so good, your liver will never know you're gone. And that's exactly what we tried to achieve. We tried to make the organ believe it had never left the body, and in so doing provided a tool for clinicians to be able to overcome the natural conservatism that comes with the medical profession, to get reassurance on quantitative data that an organ is functioning before they ever try to put it into a patient.
If we just put the work that you do in a little bit more context before moving back to the entrepreneurial story, there's a lot of ideas on how to improve the access to transplantation, from 3D printed organs to using animal organs. You're specifically focusing on the liver. Approximately 10,000 people in the US are currently waiting for a liver transplant, and there's 9,000 people, organ donors, that die annually approximately. So the waiting time can be anything from a month to up to 5 years. In the UK, where you're originally from, the average time to get an organ is 4 to 7 months. So how would you say that you fit into all the innovative ideas? Why the liver? What's the potential for other organs as well? And what are you also optimistic about in the field?
Excellent statistics there. Now, I will simplify the picture a little bit as follows. I'll take one European country, the UK, and the US. In the UK, in the last year before the OrganOx technology hit, we had 1,600 people on the waiting list, and we had 1,600 liver donors. In the US, we had 10,000 people in round numbers on the waiting list, and 10,000 liver donors. So on the face of it, there should be just about enough donors to accommodate the waiting list. In practice, what's called the utilization rate from donor to transplant is somewhere between 60 to 70%. So for every 10,000 organs actually available, before OrganOx came along, we were transplanting between 6,000 and 7,000 of them. Why? Because the upper end are seen as risky organs, and that was the unique niche that OrganOx was created initially to conquer, was the realization that there is this entire category of so-called extended criteria organs, organs from older people, organs from people of high BMI, organs from people who were deceased, had cardiac arrest before organ retrieval. All of these were currently were at the time not being used. So the purpose of the technology was to make the untransplantable transplantable. And this is where it fits compared to all those other technologies. Cold preservation can only ever make organs that are currently being transplanted maybe a little bit better at the outcome, but will not enable any more organs to be transplanted. 3D printed organs, that's a great concept which has been 5 years away In the 20 years I've been doing this, it's always been 5 years away. And that's because I think there is a complexity to organ function that cannot be easily replicated in the lab. So this was a relatively easy tool of how do we enable, within the current donation practices, maximum utilizations of livers and more recently kidneys. And the data is staggering. So one of the 3 top major US centers in the US, after the clinical trials were done, published an independent study and said, since we've been using this technology in the last 3 years, our median waiting time for an organ transplant at the Cleveland Clinic has gone from 82 days to 14, and the mortality on the waiting list has gone from 18% to 6%. And we are transplanting between 30 and 50% more organs in any 1 year than we were prior to the advent of the OrganOx technology. That's exciting, that's the impact.
I'd love to dive into, the accessibility a little bit more. If we have time, we'll do that. But as we have many Medtech founders here at the event, let's talk a little bit about the journey and the regulation as well. You did one very interesting thing on your journey, and that is when you were designing the clinical trial, you first wanted to design it to prove superiority, and then change that to proving non-inferiority of your device. Can you talk a little bit about that? What led to the 2 decisions? What impact did it have on the business being alive and just keep going?
Yes, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss that. So one of the big unlocking and value unlocking events in any medtech is obtaining approval to enter the North American market. And in the context of the FDA, for Class 3 medical devices, a randomized trial will almost certainly always be required down the PMA route. It's a natural inclination, and we had it too, when you go down that route to try and design a trial for superiority, the idea being that I need to be able to prove that my product is superior in order to be able to attract differentiated higher reimbursement. There is a fallacy in that by definition, a randomized trial takes a technology that has been designed to take you to Mars and only allows you to test it as far as the moon, because your other group has to be standard of care technology. So the real opportunity to understand all the value add of the technology very rarely comes in the context of a randomized trial. And so the reason for the pivot was the realization from experience on the market that all you actually need is non-inferiority in order to be able to compel enough users in a particular territory to adopt the technology. As soon as they do outside a randomized trial, like the Cleveland Clinic example I've just given you, they will actually stretch the legs of the technology and enable you to prove the superiority features that could not be proven in the context of a randomized trial. And it's a strategy we never regretted because our penetration in the US has been phenomenal. We have achieved on the order of a 10% penetration for every year since launch.
Mm-hmm. So what's the moral of the story, for founders? Does it ever make sense to aim for superiority from the beginning, or does it always make more sense to take gradual steps?
I think the most circumspect regulatory strategy that allows you to get the product on the market most quickly with robust safety data and is always the better strategy. So also not setting too high of a bar in a context of a clinical trial where one might not be able to understand all the parameters a priori is always a better de-risking strategy. So my inclination would be, unless there is a very strong reason to go for superiority on a product-by-product basis, a non-inferiority design is typically better. That doesn't stop you from looking at superiority as a secondary endpoint. So interestingly, the power of a non-inferiority trial, the number of patients, is slightly higher than for a superiority trial, which means you can always assess superiority in a non-inferiority trial, but you can't do it the other way around.
If we go back a little bit to, the business journey of the company, why was Terumo the right partner to go with in the acquisition? Why was now the right time for the company? What would a potential company that would want to acquire you look like that even with the same offer you would say no?
So Terumo has actually been a long-standing collaborator with Organox pretty much since the day we started, since about 2010, because we've had a technological partnership on certain aspects of the device. And I think two companies getting to know each other over a very long period of time provides a lot of reassurance. The $1.6 billion acquisition by Terumo, for me, found the ideal adoptive family for this now matured teenager that was ready to go to university called Organox. We had achieved market penetration in 12 countries on 4 continents. We had launched the initial product in the liver. We had completed the transplant of the first 36 patients in the kidney. But from the point of view of tone and culture is the really important fit between acquirer and acquiree. And Terumo is a 100-year-old Japanese company with a hugely respectful tone, a lot of humility, a lot of respect for what has been achieved. And most importantly, they did not have any prior activity in transplantation, but they had a lot of activity in the adjacent technologies in cardiopulmonary bypass that form the components of the system. So the acquisition by Terumo provides a unique opportunity for vertical integration in a way that would not have occurred before, and also for scaling up to all those remaining territories and potentially in additional organs that would have taken much longer in the context of a 1 or 2 product company that is rapidly growing.
Mm-hmm. We have 5 more minutes left. So I want to ask you, I guess, a personal question. A while ago, I had an interview with a Google executive, and she said that for her, success means that she can sleep at night, you know, like nothing's keeping her up. She's not worried about anything. How do you define success? How much did you sleep in the last 18 years?
So I never have any trouble sleeping because I'm always so sleep deprived, particularly working in transplantation. But for me, success in medtech is first and foremost achieving patient impact. People focus on the value of an exit. For me, the real success here is we've been saving 7, 10, 12 lives a day using this technology. There are 7,500 patients who are alive today because of this technology. And so for me, success in medtech is value as a consequence of impact, not value for value, value as a consequence of having really managed to help patients and practitioners.
So what's next? Is it more markets to reach more patients? Is it expanding the technology to other organs?
So the original application was in transplantation, liver and kidney. There's a trial starting in the US on extracorporeal liver support. This is a completely different category of patients who undergo liver failure. And the idea is you keep an organ, either a transgenic organ or a human organ, alive outside the body to provide liver dialysis to these patients. That's an FDA-approved trial that is starting this year. And then there is a huge untapped resource in terms of testing and accelerating the testing of pharmaceuticals on the way to clinical trial.
Okay. Speaking of being busy, you know, before the discussion, you told me how hard it was, especially in the first 5 years. Yet, in the last 18 years, you founded 2 other companies, so you're spread in many roles. Any advice for startup founders on the journey?
So I'm very proud to be here today with the 3rd company I started and its CEO, Orthoson. Orthoson very much feels today like Organox did 5 years ago, and it's a great place to be. And the middle company is a company called Oxonics that works in the space of oncology. I think the generic advice and the things I would have done differently if I'd had the experience I have today in Organox is always try to raise enough funding to get to the next meaningful inflection point, no matter how hard it is. And I wish I had raised enough funding in one go to conquer both Europe and the US at the same time with a single well-designed trial. So for me, that was a really important turning point. The second is really value people, early contributors, be prepared to succeed them with more refined, operationally successors, but don't lose track of the soul of a technology company is always the people who understand it and built it. And I think keeping those people along for the journey is extraordinarily important to getting it to success. And the third and final thing is really think about reimbursement and pricing strategy early, almost before you design your clinical trial, and make sure that the regulatory strategy and the reimbursement drives everything else. I like to say in technology companies, one should figure out not what it does, which is what founders tend to do, but rather why it matters. And the figuring out and the proving the why it matters is the most challenging thing to do in building a company.
I just want to follow up briefly on that because, we often hear things about, be prepared, have a business case, but then in reality, companies pivot, they have to change their strategy. So, how would you see that, how to persevere when the theory that you are pursuing is turning out to be the wrong one?
It's really important to not go after the theory, but to go after the patient and user case. And so a medtech company should only be technology driven up to a point, but the real niche is identifying the clinical need. Every medtech company on the planet should be prepared to pivot if they find a better solution to that clinical need. The real capture, the real value capture is identifying where the impact can be had, and that's what we have to go after as founders and executives of companies.
Wonderful. Konstantin, thank you so much for the discussion and good luck on your journey further on.
Thank you very much for a wonderful interview. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You can leave it here. Thanks a lot. Very inspirational, and I hope so very also helpful for medtech startups that are going to be participating in the startup pitch competition later on this stage after 3 p.m. Make sure to be here to listen to hear from medtech startups that are participating in this edition of Medtech Malta. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce our next session, which is for and about women in medtech. Ladies, please make your way to this stage. We're going to hear for the next 30-40 minutes from fantastic panel lineup of female entrepreneurs that are breaking barriers, that are mentors, and of course, inspirational figures for all of us. Claudia Preciosi from HIPAA TX, Diana Saraceni, General Manager, Pancakes Partners, Katrina Lax, CEO of Migravention, Hijra Ahmad, Director of Strategy and Leadership of Apps UK Foundation, and Melissa Espinosa, Vice President Strategic Partnerships at Blue Goat Cyber. Ladies, welcome, and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Women in MedTech.
It's a house
shaping
full
the
today.
future of innovation and leadership.
Thank you everyone for joining us. As I said, it's a house full today, so everybody's here nice and early. Thank you. I'm Hijra Ahmed, and today I'm being joined by 4 exceptional women who are redefining innovation and leadership in healthcare technology. Melissa, if you could introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Melissa Espinosa. I handle strategic partnerships for Blue Goat Cyber, to where we help get your device to the market securely. I have a background as a cardiac step-down nurse before transitioning into the partnership role at Blue Goat Cyber.
Hi, really nice to be here. I'm Katrina Lax, CEO and co-founder of Migravention. As the name also says, a primary headaches company, especially focusing on migraines. My background is in science, especially in femtech. I was studying female infertility for 15 years. And on top of that, if you know the country called Estonia in far north, we're super digital. I'm also connecting the dots in Estonian health tech ecosystem through Health Founders Estonia, so happy to be connected.
Hi everyone, Diana Saraceni, General Manager of Panacas out of Milan. I'm a co-founder of Panacas, a venture firm investing primarily in European companies, but also in the US, with 250 million under management, investing at all stages, anything from seed to pre-IPO round, mostly in medtech, but also in biotech, and including diagnostic and digital health. As at Panacas, we have two quite uniqueness. One is we raise our funds with strategics as well as financial investors, but we have 10 medium-sized strategics investors in our funds. And the other quite uniqueness is that we have a well gender balanced team. We have more than 40% of the investment team being female professional and more than 40% at partners level too. And as a result of that, we ended up investing in a significant number of women-led companies.
That's fantastic, Claudia.
Hi everyone, I'm Claudia Preziosi. I'm the Head of Business Development Operation in Medtech, a cell therapy company based in Palo Alto. My background is in international business and development. I used to work for a large multinational before moving to Palo Alto and switching my career to the startup world. I'm also founder of Preziosi Consultancy, a firm that helps early stage startups to thrive, and I'm a women empowerment enthusiastic.
Thank you, Claudia. So jumping right into the theme of innovation, Melissa, if I can come to you first. Cybersecurity has become a defining pillar of patient safety and regulatory trust. How have you seen the relationship between cybersecurity and medtech innovation evolve over the recent years?
Well, it's evolved quite significantly. There used to not be any rules or regulations with it. So, for example, in 2017, over 500,000 pacemakers were recalled due to cyber risk. Well, since 2023, the FDA has now came out with mandation for cybersecurity, and we still are seeing an issue with it. Just last month, I guess with Johnson & Johnson, there was 100,000 heart pumps that were recalled. So we have a lot of work to bring the awareness to the markets, but it is changing and evolving quite significantly in a positive direction for patient safety.
Thank you, Melissa. Innovation can clearly only thrive when security is strong, and trust, is crucial because adoption doesn't follow if there is no trust. And Katrina, you've taken that intersection of trust and technology to a whole new level, building the world's first ever digital headache clinic. What inspired you to turn your scientific background and patient experience into a groundbreaking digital platform?
Thank you, Kisra, for a very good question. And so migraine, as most of the people in the room definitely knows, is a neurological problem. It's a brain disease, and it's an incurable disease. So, but what I didn't know, even like 10 years ago, when my problem went really bad and chronic, was the fact that it affects not only me or millions and millions of people in the world, but it actually affects 1 billion people in the world, so 18% of the population. And that's independent of the country, so maybe a little less in some countries, like 14%, and up to 40%, for example, in Saudi Arabia. So, but quite a lot overall. And that's the point where the inspiration came when me, as one of the founders and my own neurologist, where Estonia's small scale comes into action, started a company in the intersection of patient and healthcare provider experience, where we can actually connect the dots for everyone, not only solving the patient issues, but at the same time solving the issues in the healthcare system, like getting to the healthcare provider, providing them good data, keeping it all secure, as Melissa says, and that's what's most important to us, but also the fact that we have to keep it human for everyone, and not to burden the patients and not to burden the healthcare providers and make them work more because you have to do something more in the healthcare system. So that's about it.
Fantastic. And it's so inspiring to see how our personal experiences and insights can unlock a global change.
Thank you.
But to scale an innovation like yours, belief from the investment world is crucial. And Diana, you've spent the last 2 decades investing in medtech, life sciences, and deep tech. From your perspective, how has the investment landscape evolved, particularly for women-led medtech startups, in the recent years?
Yeah, let's start with a more in general answer on how has the investment world evolved, and stick to maybe the last 2 years, because I think something really specific happened. You have to know that there were 2 records here for fund raising their own fund in 2021. There were magical big years for raising big funds around COVID and the pandemic, because there was, investors, LPs in funds had special attention for the sector. So healthcare fund raised a lot of money. At the same time, after 2021, the IPO market for early stage companies closed. And a number of companies that were even well-funded and were ready to go public, for example, they had to stop their IPO plans, delay their IPO plans, and the liquidity wasn't coming back into the system. So 22, 23, 24, and up to 25, there were years where the funds were well loaded, but careful in investing because there wasn't that liquidity coming back. And we're now in 25, and most of funds have dried up their resources. IPO early stage, not back yet. The sector is suffering. There is a clear dry up of resources, and raising money is much more difficult. The good things are, a few good things, because I always try to be positive in the end. A few good things are, strategics are very active. They're playing a very good role in coming into into startups also at early stage with big tickets. They're also providing a number of exit opportunity, which is good. The other positive, but not sufficient. The IPO market is not yet there. The other positive is on the side of the ocean. In Europe, the EIB is very, very active, pouring liquidity at all stages with lots of different programs, which helps. So these are the positive in the end. So how is this change for women-led company? Not so much, in the sense that it's always been very much of the same over time. Identifying, having the immediate trust from some kind of old leadership in women-led company isn't very, even though everyone would like to be much of the same, isn't equitable, isn't as easy as. But if something has happened on the positive side, is that investors do like a lot diversity of teams. That is something that is very much appreciated. And that's not only gender diversity, age diversity, is cultural diversity, is all of that. They do like that a lot, and it's a leadership team that is diverse has much better chance of raising the money than a non-diverse, all male, or eventually team. That's, I can say for sure. That has changed.
It is encouraging, Claudia. sorry, Diana. Why did I say Claudia? Sorry, Diana. It is encouraging, Diana. And it's good to see that investor mindset is finally catching up with the talent that's always been there. And to hone that talent, mentorship is crucial, which brings me to you, Claudia. So through your work in mentorship and community building, how have you seen mentorship help women founders overcome early barriers and grow into leaders who feel capable, supported, and trusted?
Sure. I think I forgot to mention while I was introducing myself that I worked for StartX, the accelerator of startups of Stanford, where I designed a program to support women and underrepresented founders. And as Kisra was saying, mentorship is essential, especially early stage in your career, especially for women founders. Mentorship fundamentally offers two things: validation and visibility. Validation because navigating through a highly technical, complex, and heavily regulated field like Medtech can feel overwhelming. And so having somebody who's been there helps you normalize the challenges that you have to face and make your voice heard. And then visibility because mentors open doors. They advocate for you when they're not in the room. They help you translate your expertise into leadership. It's also fundamental to build and have a community because then we saw when mentorship scales up and become peer networking and you have your network of women supporting you, we start to see women backing women. And that's, I think, where the real systemic change begins. So it's like fundamental to have.
Thank you. Mentorship truly accelerates progress, turning, as you said, potential into leadership. And it's amazing to see how each one of you have turned your experience into a purpose-driven leadership. But we all know that these experiences and journeys are not always smooth sailing, and that there are certain, say, barriers and trust-building lessons that lie behind them. So when talking about overcoming barriers, Melissa, you help rocket teams navigate through complex cybersecurity requirements. How have you seen, what are the biggest misconceptions that companies still have with regards to compliance in medical devices?
One of the big misconceptions is people think of cybersecurity as about patient data or patient information, when really the priority is patient safety. Just for instance, if you have a defibrillator and somebody's shocking you to death, they hack into the device and shocking you to death, do you really care about your patient information and patient data? So that is one of the big hurdles, is transitioning the thought process into it's about patient safety, not just about patient data. And although that is important equally, I mean, not equally, it's important as well, but like I said, it's priority patient safety. And then I believe another misconception is that cybersecurity is a one and done, and it should be integrated from early product design throughout the entire product life cycle. So cybersecurity is an iterative thing that's got to be constantly monitored. So
it also underlines how proactive planning can transform compliance from a hurdle to an advantage, and trust plays a major role in that.
Right. Yes.
So when speaking of trust, Katrina, Microvention bridges clinical excellence and digital accessibility. So what were some of the key challenges you faced when building trust with both patients and clinicians during this journey?
Very good question. So I think everyone in the room could imagine going to a healthcare provider setting, especially to a neurologist, and saying them that, hi, here's our product, it will help you in the future. And that's definitely one of the challenges. But as Melissa said before as well, this building regulatory trust and security trust into the product essential since the beginning. So from where we become from, we are a software-based medical device. We have developed a solution as such from the very beginning. That's a mentality in the company as well. So when we started with the design process of the solution, both from the patient side and from the healthcare provider side, we included them into the process. So the clinicians were designing their side, the patients were designing their side, and we are constantly asking their feedback to the solution currently as well. That's the process and how it goes in the post-market follow-up as well. So that has been super helpful in getting to the commercial phase and commercialization phase as well, that we have built up the clinician trust and patient trust since the beginning, working with the patient organizations, working with clinician associations as well. So, but I think this trust is just basic communication. Don't build up something that you don't know who will use and when. Work with the clinical unmet need since the very beginning, and work with the people that will use it.
Thank you, and well said. Great insight on credibility and adoption. And trust must be earned from the investors who are not just looking for confidence in science, but also the leadership behind it. So, Diana, you've, as an investor and a mentor, what qualities do you see in a founder who not only has to break barriers in medtech, but also has to build trust needed to translate groundbreaking science into a scalable business impact?
Thank you. I'm not sure I'm a mentor, by the way. I mean, I'm definitely an investor. A mentor, I'm not sure.
You're very knowledgeable.
Thank you. And sorry, and to go back to the question and the what makes founders successful, I think there are at least three things. There's a lot of things, unfortunately, that need to be there, but there are three things. One is the strategic mindset. Is I mean, being a good CEO and be able to execute is one thing. And a totally different skill is being strategic in identifying what the best plan and how the plan should adapt given the circumstances, and review the plan every now and then. That is a skill that not many founders have, unfortunately, and is very, 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 very valuable. Second one is obviously being able to build up an organization. So it has to do with the human factor, be able to attract people and get and engage with people that would deliver on the strategy as defined and would adapt to the strategy as communicated from time to time, going back to the first point. And that has lots of skills that I'm very jealous of. Myself, I'm very poor at that, to be frank. And the last, very important, is having a clear understanding, because fundraising is so important for the success of a company, for a company being able to deliver on a plan. Have a clear understanding of financial investors and what drives their choice and what they need to know. Is very precious as well. So I would say these are my three favorite.
Yeah, thank you. Trust and confidence are clearly critical early on. And it would be right to say that creating an environment conducive to growth is also pivotal here, which brings me to my next question. Claudia, you work with major corporations and high-growth startups. What are some of the key lessons you've learned about fostering innovation ecosystems that truly empower women founders?
Sure. Hello, can you hear me? Let's switch. 1, 2, 3. Yes, much better. I'll figure that out later. Yes, I realized that innovation doesn't come with isolation. So when I was working for a larger corporation, I saw how beneficial could have process save or a structured system, but also how much bureaucracy can block your creativity. And then later on in startups, I witnessed the opposite. Big agility, a lot of uncertainty, and for sure lack of resources and access to capital, mentorship. So the idea for me is always been to bridge those two worlds. So getting the credibility and operational safety from the bigger player, combined with the experimentation and a bit of chaos coming from the startup world, the creativity coming from the startup world. And that for women founders means access to capital, to mentorship, but especially to decision-making spaces. So you also need to think about fostering the culture environment in your workplace. And in practice, in real practice things. And so when women feel that their perspectives are valued, not only valued but sought out, they start innovating in a different way, usually in a more collaboratively way, and with a broader sense of impact. But I've seen in firsthand, both at Epathics and with other startups, when you start fostering a diverse and more inclusive environment, then you will have a stronger innovation outcome.
Thank you. Such an important message. Innovation truly thrives when inclusivity and opportunity intersect. And it's truly, honestly, inspiring to see that how each one of you have today highlighted the human side of innovation and leadership. And to build on that, we know, and I might be controversial here, but the medtech sector is still evolving when it comes to inclusion, specifically in the technical aspects of leadership. So, Melissa, how do you see women playing a greater role in shaping cybersecurity strategy within healthcare innovation?
I think collectively, men and women both need to bring the awareness, but I do think women could probably have more empathy, especially towards the language on cybersecurity. I think cybersecurity is usually a male-dominated industry, and I think women can bring in the human factor a little bit more, especially considering that it is, about patient safety. So I think women can help with that and bring the awareness and talk about it a little bit with more empathy. Yeah.
Well said, very concise. Greater representation strengthens innovation and public trust, surely. And Katrina, as a scientist and entrepreneur, what advice would you give to women researchers who want to lead and commercialize, their innovation in medtech? Specifically and especially in environments where, say, inclusion is still evolving.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And a scientist turned into an entrepreneur is definitely a different kind of species. That's not an entrepreneur raised since the very beginning. So, and it doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man in this field. So definitely build your ecosystem around you early. Find your mentors, find the people who can support you, find the people who can raise you, and learn how to listen. Because when you're a researcher, when you're a scientist, this kind of listening ability is super hard to learn. Don't answer at first, iterate and get the things that are most important to you from the conversations. And another thing to learn, and that's also for everyone, and really reflects, I think, with Melissa's talk as well, is learn how to use your voice and your knowledge as the thing that carries you forward. So turn your voice into your superpower.
Oh, that's a powerful, powerful reminder. And in addition to that, I believe courage and collaboration can turn barriers into breakthroughs. And which leads us to how we can actually help these women step confidently into these leadership spaces. And Diana, you've been a vocal advocate for fairness and equity in technology as well as entrepreneurship. What concrete steps have the investment communities taken to, say, level the playing field?
Well, I think we all try to be data driven as much as possible, right? Because we recognize data is objective and doesn't have any bias into it. Then you may, every time there is a piece of research that comes out with that's not true, we have to question ourselves as investors if we are completely data-driven and not influenced by any bias, that we might have that we shouldn't have, absolutely. And it's a big question we have. It's very difficult to. I think as an investment community, everyone's trying hard to be to stick to the story and to stick to the facts, and we try to do that for any type of bias, I have to say. It's evolving, and of course, the more the better. I can't say, I don't know where we stand. I would say that we try hard. Every time there are discussions among investors, have you seen that company? Have you seen that other company? The communications is always data driven. Like we can discuss market size, we can discuss product development, we can discuss regulatory path, we can discuss acquirers, possible acquirers. So we try to be fact-based. That I can tell you for sure. There's a big commitment from the investor community to be only data-driven based on our judgment calls. Everything else is very difficult to measure. I can't say where we stand, to be frank.
Well, thank you. Accountability in funding truly shapes who gets to scale the innovation. And when talking about building responsible innovation, societal impact cannot be overlooked. So, Claudia, coming from both business and sustainability background, how do you see Medtech startups balance commercial growth with social impact and inclusion?
Sure. So I think that the idea of having commercial growth and success and social impact and inclusion being competitive priorities is a bit outdated. We've seen that inclusion should be embedded from the very beginning into products are designed, clinical trials are designed, or the way a diverse team can actually build a technology that it's more accessible, because it actually represents for who's the technology is going to be for. But we also have seen that you have to have the right metrics. So to measure your growth outcome, both on financial metrics and human outcome. And that will help you a lot in shaping what you think is like having both of them, social impact and the inclusion together with the commercial success. And we saw this at Hepatics as well. We are in the regenerative medicine field, so we have a scalable technology together with the deep human implication. And I do think that this is where the medtech world can really lead.
I couldn't agree more. And I believe our audience also agrees that profit and purpose can and should coexist. And I can see we are running out of time, so really need to quickly jump and, move to our closing remarks. So, Melissa, in a nutshell, what's the one cybersecurity habit that every medtech company should build in its DNA?
Just do it. Think cybersecurity early on to integrate it in your design, get the product to the market quicker and safer. So.
Simple yet such a profound safeguard. Thank you. Katrina, coming to you, what does digital empowerment means to you personally?
To me personally, and I think it should mean to everyone in the room and everywhere as well, that we are in 2025. We shouldn't go to healthcare providers and be passive patients. We should give healthcare providers as much as data as possible, and the healthcare providers should make as many data-based decisions as possible as well, securely, using software-based, but not only medical devices. So that would be it.
Powerful message. I've got a difficult one for you, Diana. So if you could just sum up in one word, what defines a successful medtech founder?
I have to go for two.
Okay,
Resilience and strategic mindset.
Well, absolutely, brilliant. And finally, Claudia, if you just had 60 seconds, what would be your advice to young women who want to step into medtech space today?
Sure, I would say be bold, be curious, and build your own table. Don't wait for permission to innovate. Just do it. Stay grounded in your purpose. Surround yourself with allies, and just remember, for every voice you raise, makes the ecosystem stronger for those who follow.
Such a powerful message. Guys, we need a round of applause for that, please. Thank you. That is such a powerful message. Clear, concise, informed, and forward-looking. Thank you so much, Claudia, Diana, Katrina, and Melissa, for sharing your thoughtful insights and experiences with the audience today. And thank you so much to our audience for joining us. I hope you leave today feeling informed, inspired, and hopefully motivated by the future of women in medtech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you. Such a wonderful panel. All right. Thank you. Okay. Now, stepping out of the comfort zone is really hard, whether it's a personal comfort zone or a business one, right, or a professional one. But change and revolution and disruption is crucially important for industries related to technology. So how does disruption create opportunities and new revenue streams, and how revolution is doing good in a professional way for medtech industry? Our next panel will explore this rapid change in healthcare technology, how it opens new avenues for innovation, for investment, and of course, for the patient impact. And I'm very pleased to invite to this stage our esteemed panelists. Please make your way to the stage. Graham Smith, Executive Chair and CEO of Ostomy Secure. James Grosswerner, Chief Strategy Officer at Anode. Manish Chand, Robotic Surgeon and Technology Researcher at the University College of London. Steve Bell, expert in Medtech startups and medical robotics and independent advisor. And Tanya Reading, Vice President and Medtech Executive Search at Invenia Group. Please make your way to this stage, and a big, big round of applause for the next panel. Thank you.
From disruption to opportunity, embracing the medtech revolution.
Well, thank you very much, and it's wonderful to be here again. But if I could start, Steve, disruption to opportunity. You are disruptive. You've always been disruptive.
Yeah, try to be.
Tell me about disruption.
Well, for me, and good morning, everyone, and thanks for being here. I think if you've got to really think about disrupting in things that matter. Anyone can disrupt, but does it impact anything? That's one of the things I always think about when I think about disruption, not just for the sake of being a bad boy and disrupting everything, but I like that as well. But I do believe that for all medtech innovators, we should be disrupting in things that really, really matter. You've probably got about 4 or 5 startups in your life. So you better make sure they count, because you're probably going to tank more than half of them. So disrupting the things that really, really matter, that move the healthcare dial. That would be my first thinking about disruption.
Well, we have a disruption now. Thank you for disrupting. Graham, you've been around the block, as they say. So I think perhaps what we want to really understand is when does an idea incubate from the university, the founders, and how do you take that into a business proposition?
Good morning still. Yeah, good morning everyone, and thanks for being here. Yeah, I started my medtech career 35 years ago now, so with a very innovative company called United States Surgical, better known in Europe as Autosuture. And I was very fortunate to be part of a couple of very disruptive industries. The first, the surgical stapling market surgery, and the laparoscopic cholecystectomy boom that occurred. So from that early stage, it's always been part of my kind of medtech DNA that it is possible to bring a new idea to market and to go through the terribly ponderous pathway of convincing the surgical community that this is a good idea. And sometimes the most disruptive technologies are the ones that take the longest, but when they hit, they stay. Look at surgical stapling now, look at laparoscopic surgery now. It's the mainstream of the tuition that many junior surgeons get. So, yeah, in that regard, I think you, as a medtech entrepreneur, you need to be looking for that next breakthrough, that next change in dynamic.
Sure. So we I think we understand that. And disruption often feels like it's this very positive terminology. But when is it disruption and when is it just a silly idea, as it were? And James, I mean, look, you're breaking into the computer vision, the AI market. You have Intuitive, Surgical, and others that clearly are leaders in that space. So how do you come along with a new disruptive product or disruptive device, or do you think this is just too big to mess with?
Yeah, thanks, Manish. I think it starts with the need, right? Need of the customer or the user. So the main difference, I think, with a silly idea and a disruptive idea, because there's two types of innovation too, right? There's the kind of incremental innovation where you take something that's already there, you find something that needs to be improved, you improve it, right? And you can keep doing that. That's really important too. But then also there's this disruptive idea, which kind of comes from left field. And that the difference between that and a silly idea is it's identifying and addressing a customer need or a user need that hasn't been addressed in that way before, right? And it could just be in a different package. It could be cheaper. It could be better. But I think that's the thing, right? I mean, if you don't have a real need or product market fit, then you don't have a disruptive idea. You have an idea that doesn't really sit anywhere.
Okay, and I suppose you need personnel, Tanya, as well. So if you're going to disrupt, what's the ideal team to disrupt with?
I think that there's a tendency in the industry to play it quite safe when you're looking at building out a new medtech team, to go for the safe names, those who've been there, done that multiple times. But I actually think that as we move into a new era of disruption, of medtech, of increasing AI integration, there needs to be more of a shift towards looking for leaders that can really drive drive growth in this new world, this new direction. Data fluency, AI literate, but also able to capture the hearts of various stakeholders, to get the attention of investors, but also understand where, not just where the market is now, but where you're trying to take it with that new technology.
I think that's true, because Graham, Steve, you know, we do things together. If I have a good idea or someone pitches a good idea to me, I will often come and talk to Graham or Steve, and we may start an idea together. But when do we move from it's a good idea between us and now we need to go and get someone else?
We all like to think that we can do everything, right? That's one of the problems. Well, we wouldn't be sitting in this room if we weren't innovators and thinking in that way. And part of that spills over into arrogance. That's one of the things that happens. And we all think we've got the idea of how we're going to do disruption. In my journey, I've done this for 35 years. And I've learned the hard way, with a lot of scar tissue, that there's a lot more smarter people than me in the world who actually have specialist knowledge that is way better than me. And I think that the sign of a really good founder or CEO is knowing they're not the smartest person in the room. And at that point, realizing where do they go and find the right smart people. And I think that from day one, you need to bounce that idea off people. Everyone thinks they've got a beautiful child. My kids are the most beautiful kids in the world, right? And no one's going to tell me different. But I do believe that, especially when you're looking at disruptive things, I don't just mean technology, also disruptive commercial approaches, disruptive pricing, whatever it is. I think one of the things you have to do is go to confidants that you can trust, who will give you no BS feedback. I think that's a really important piece that people, you know, going to sycophants who will just keep telling you, oh yeah, it's great and your kids are beautiful and it's fantastic, is the wrong thing. You need people who you can trust to say, you know, what have you been smoking this morning? That's just the worst idea I've ever had. You know, great technology, terrible business idea. So I think for me, it's really early on, people that you can trust who will give you straight feedback when you talk about the disruption.
Okay, so perhaps the opportunity then comes, Graham, from not those that are closest to you. The opportunity comes from those that actually can tell you this is a good idea, not such a good idea, the people that are going to be true to you.
Yeah, I think the reality is that most projects are going to fail, unfortunately. The big ones that come along and you're lucky enough to ride the wave, you must enjoy every moment. But you build up a relationship with certain specialists, such as yourself, Manish, who has now, with years of experience, a direct and innovative mind. You're going to be telling it as it is. So if we come to you with an idea that we think is brilliant, I've never yet seen you waste a second if you think it isn't going to work and saying that's not going to work. So the belief that you have as an entrepreneur is, and the belief in your project is one thing, but then the contacts you've got to help you realize that and make it manifest into a business idea that's going to get you investment. Because today, I heard it said recently that for a class 2 or class 3 product, you need a minimum of 5 to 7 years and probably about 15 million to manifest that now. So you're going to have to find people that think, yeah, that is a good idea, that is going to work. What's the market opportunity? And all of those pieces of the jigsaw have to fit before you go full scale into committing to the project.
So I think you have to have, to some degree, a thick skin in this as well, certainly to be a disruptor. And we've got some people in the audience, Shafi and Cash and others that we have in the audience that have been disruptors, because there will be a time when people thought you're nuts. You know, what are you talking about? And you know, someone like yourself, Tanya, that will hear people talking about new ideas and pitching you new ideas all the time. How do you separate the people that are dreamers versus the people that are actually going to make it?
Yeah, and I think that everybody that's an innovator in this space is a dreamer to a certain extent, but you need the executors. I heard a great quote, ideas aren't a valid currency, execution is the only valid currency. And so it needs to be somebody that can see the opportunity, dream big, see a gap in the market, try to meet that need in the market, but they also need to know when to get out of their own way and pass that idea on to somebody that can then take it forwards and make it into a viable business.
So Steve, you know, I want to come to you from that. You guys took on the biggest market, I suppose, from a small company as a startup, taking on Intuitive Surgical as a robotics company. How did you stay the course, and have they stayed the course?
Yeah, well, I think part of it is because the people who founded the company are slightly mad. I think we're all a bit mad, and I joined a group of mad people. Trying to take on Intuitive as CMR Surgical was, you know, quite an interesting run. The way that we kept the course is, it's what everyone should think about. The ultimate solution that you end up with, be that a commercial solution, a technical solution, a team solution, is usually not the one that you really start out with. And I think one of the most important things when you're into this is the mission, understanding what the real problem is you're trying to solve. So what we were thinking was that Intuitive had a monopoly. We thought there was a better way to do it, a different way to do it. And the mission and the vision of what we were doing, and I know it sounds a bit waffly, missions and visions and stuff, but what I mean is the fundamental reason why we got out of bed every morning to do this didn't change. And no matter how hard things get, no matter what we got right and wrong, and we got a lot wrong as much as we got right, the inherent reason we were doing it was so ingrained in our belief system that that's what kept us going and going and going. And I would say to anybody who's starting a company out there, don't believe that the technological idea you have at the beginning will last to the end of the company. It probably won't. It'll probably be wrong 3 or 4 times. But what will last and stay is that the group of you together have the same commitment, mission, and belief that what you're doing is the right thing to do.
So James, we've talked a lot about disruption. What is opportunity? How do you see opportunity? You've got a product which is, as I say, big in Japan, but how do you take that opportunity and bring it to the rest of the world?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I think the opportunity is can be different, right, per market. I think the need right now so our technology is AI-based tissue recognition software that essentially helps surgeons in real time during the surgery to basically do the operation, right? So that's pretty ubiquitous. That's a global it's a global need. There's surgeons everywhere in every country performing these cancer surgeries. So for us, the opportunity, of course, was first in Japan. Our company our CEO is a surgeon founder. He was a GI surgeon, and basically he had this need that he wanted to identify the pancreas during the surgeries because at one time he damaged the pancreas, and that was actually pretty traumatic for him because that was a huge complication. And it led him to do, basically years of deep research about how to identify the pancreas with his eyes. And then he realized, or he found, along that journey, he found this opportunity, which was computer vision, to be able to, use semantic segmentation to go and basically teach an AI model what, for example, the pancreas looks like, and then put that on a screen so he could see it, and then also, everyone else can see that, right? So that opportunity was purely born through his own experience in the operating room in Japan. But then all the surgeons around him, his peers, his juniors, his seniors, took interest. They all joined the project. Now I think over 100 surgeons in Japan have now contributed to the project. And then the question, to me, or from my question was, is this opportunity, is this need going to be the same outside Japan? And it was a resounding yes. We were in Europe with you. We were in the U.S. and basically almost 95% of surgeons who we spoke to are basically super excited about this. So the opportunity is very clear, right? So now the technology is nice, and the opportunity to meet their need with the technology is there. But then, as Tanya and Steve just said, then we need to execute and actually make this technology into a real business.
So I often find that for me, the incubator has been my lab at the university. And we come up with an idea, we try and solve a problem, we see an opportunity. But Graham, how do we take that opportunity that may be incubating at University College London and take that opportunity and turn it into a business? Because I think often what happens is that we see a problem, we think we have a solution, and it may be a solution, but is that then a commercial opportunity?
It's definitely not at the start, because by the time you've raised enough money to get yourself through the regulatory processes in Europe, especially these days, or anywhere in the world, then you are going to have had to convince quite a few backers or investors that this project's got legs. As Steve said earlier, it's likely to change direction a few times, but as long as the basic idea is solid and sound, you have to plan for a pretty long period, depending on the classification of your device, to be pre-commercial. So you're surviving on the cash and money from investors. There are no sales to help your pathway develop. And then everything is gearing towards those first opportunities to sell your product on the market, where the real learning begins. Because the concept, the kind of creation of the product, the innovation behind it, the design elements, the changes, the innovations, all of that will often pivot fairly dramatically as soon as you go on the market. And the feedback from the product becomes very real. The product's being used in patients. The surgical community are giving you the kind of feedback that you probably have needed to hear in your creative stages. So I think it's a process. There is no one step to this. It's a process which you have to be prepared to dig in and hang in there for the long haul, because short haul doesn't work anymore.
Well, I think that perspective, I think from your side, Tanya, will be important, because as you transition out of that incubator, you transition out of that good idea in the university or small-scale environment, and then you need a business leader. And I know that in projects that Graham and I have done together, we've come to people like yourself and said, actually, we need someone to come in and turn this into a commercial success, rather than, I get it, because we came up with the solution, but we may not have that business acumen that needs to take it to the next level. And I'll bring Steve in a minute as well, because Mark is still around, and Mark's not going anywhere, as you know. So when is it time to bring in the professionals, as it were?
I think there comes a sort of a natural inflection point as the company starts to scale. The founding CEO or innovators' capabilities get stretched a little bit too thin. There's a lot involved in the day-to-day running of business. Capital raise is time intensive. And so there comes a natural inflection point whereby that founding CEO should recognize that actually the company may be better served if I focus on what I'm great at, the actual ideas, the innovation itself, and bring in somebody else to take over the day-to-day running of the company. And if you can find the right balance there and retain that individual and their passion, their genius within the business, and have a strong business leader at the helm of the ship and keep both. Mark, for instance, it's amazing that he's still involved because that continues to drive the business forward. So if there's a way of retaining them within the business and have their ideas flowing into that company, then you've got a really good blend to move forwards.
Sure. So Steve, before I come to you, and I'm sure you've got a lot to say about founder CEOs, but I think we've come up with solutions before. We think they're great ideas, and we often get stuck in that mindset of this is the next best thing since sliced bread, and it sometimes takes an outside pair of eyes for us to say, you know what, hold your horses here. So go on, tell us your experience.
Yeah, so I think that, a lot of surgeons, a lot of clinicians, a lot of engineers are super smart people who've rarely failed getting to be surgeons, rarely failed to get to be engineers. They've not had a lot of people say no to them and things like that, and they believe they can do everything. And they don't understand that a medical device business is a profession. It's just as much a profession as a surgeon or an engineer. And knowing how to run a business is a profession. And there's a lot of arrogance in founders and people who start companies who think, well, how hard can it be? It's effing hard. I mean, it's probably one of the most hard things you can ever do. It's one of the most regulated businesses on the planet. Startups are hard. Medtech is hard. Put the two together, you have probably one of the hardest businesses on the planet. Yet people think, well, I can take a gallbladder out, so therefore how hard can it be to build a unicorn? And I just shake my head all the time. So I believe that everybody in there needs to bring in a professional. And if you're a first-time founder, do not sit in the CEO seat. You will die. The chances are your company will auger into the ground. Less than 20% survive. Sit next to a seasoned CEO that's done this, that is a business professional. And when I say business professional, I don't mean take someone out of a Baxter or a J&J and let them have a go. Startups in their own right are a profession in medical device. And I'm super strong on this. Go and get somebody who's built a startup or failed a startup but has run a startup and stick them in the CEO position. You sit in the co-pilot seat and learn from them all of the problems and challenges and everything that you're going to face. And then do your next one, because you'll do another one after this. Do that in the CEO seat. But yeah, bring in pros who understand business. 1% idea, 9% regulation, and the rest of it, 90%, is commercialized.
With such a history of religion and other things, perhaps I can give a confession, because I was one of those people, and I've been fortunate to work with all of you. But certainly when I first started working with Graham as a seasoned CEO, I was thinking, how hard can this be? And I've seen firsthand, and we've exited a couple of companies, and absolutely it's a job. It's a job. And as someone that's going to be stepping into something similar soon, James, I'm sure you see it too. It's a job, and it's something that you learn on the job.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, no, Steve, I think exactly what you said right now is hits a bell, right? I think it's a lot of, I mean, it's good, it's important, arrogance, and there's a fine line between arrogance and confidence, right? So you definitely need the confidence. You probably need a little bit of overconfidence, because basically a startup means, in general, no one's ever done what you're doing before. But when that starts to border into arrogance, that's when, a company has risk of failure, right? So that's absolutely true, I think. And not every founder is going to be able to give up their CEO title and pass it on to, a seasoned CEO, which I agree that makes a lot of sense. But again, at least that that founder needs to understand and be, humble and be able to spread out his or her, say, responsibility or power, confide in the right kind of advisors. This could be an advisory board or just people on your executive committee. But yeah, just being able to reach out to the right type of people. It's very important. Just learning from others' mistakes or successes is, I think, very core, right? Just trying to do it yourself, there's just no way.
So the team, Tanya, put together the perfect team from disruption to opportunity. The disruptive team, I think we've spoke about incubating, founder, scientist, surgeon, whatever it might be. What's the perfect team for opportunity and to exploit opportunity?
Oh, good question. Well, we've talked, of course, about retaining the founder within the business and keeping that, that innovation lifeblood within the organization. You need, of course, your executor at the helm of the ship. But then the team that you build around the founder and the business CEO, everybody needs to be aligned. If the mission, if the culture, if where we're trying to get is not imprinted in everybody's mind in the same way, and everybody's not working towards that same goal, then there's going to be cracks within the organization. So building a team that is 100% on that rocket ship, all working together, that's where the opportunity comes from, I think.
But tell James the team that he needs to put together. James is loyal to his founder. Tell James who he needs to take his company out of Japan and put it on a global scale.
Well, to put it on a global scale, of course, you're going to need to look at, okay, who's taken a business internationally before, who has those connections, who understands the different nuances of new regions, new markets that you're entering into, and who's got the capacity to work with global teams as well. Some struggle with that, and so taking a company from one market into another needs to have somebody that's fluent in working with global teams and understanding those markets.
So Graham, you're what's known as, I suppose, a serial CEO, and to me that means there's a formula to it. And I know that one of the first projects that we did together, in fact the one that we're working on at the moment, didn't particularly appeal to me the first time. We did something else, and we exited that company to a pharma, acquired by a pharma company, and then we revisited because I felt like there was a formula, and you knew that formula.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a formula as such, because I've come to the realization after 35 years in the industry, I don't like being a CEO. And I think that's probably.
But you're not bad at it, though.
Yeah. It's, to me, the best job in Medtech's always been on the commercial sales side. And I suppose as you build experience and you have all the pain and you make all the mistakes, you become stronger and therefore appear as though you know what you're doing. And I still feel at times as I've got no clue what I'm doing. It's still a learning process. And the one thing I'm clear about 100% is this is my last CEO role. I'm not doing it again.
Until we come up with another idea.
Yeah. But you do need that international experience, as Tanya was saying, the kind of ability to see where that commercial step is, where the first sales are coming. That's the exciting part for any company. Everything getting to that, to me, is a grind. And it's become worse and worse as the regulatory environment has become tougher to deal with, more expensive. I think, especially in Europe, innovation's being crushed because of the regulatory pathways that companies are expected to walk along now. So, yeah, keep learning, keep humble. I think that's the formula.
So, I mean, Steve, we sparred a lot back in the day as an intuitive guy against a CMR guy. What have you learned over those years where, I mean, we get on a lot better these days than we used to, but what have you learned in that environment? Because if you take CMR, how CMR got regulatory, how it came to the forefront, Europe does seem to be a difficult market to do that. And I know CMR used Asia to certainly generate data. How do you see that global landscape of that opportunity that we want to be in the States or we want to be in Europe, but actually we've got to go and generate data elsewhere?
Yeah, I think that that there's real difficulty generating clinical data in Europe. There's just a weird mindset when it just takes forever. But then you go to somewhere like India. India's a great place to go and do your first clinical data. And in fact, Lupin Dental sent them there, CMR Surgical, a couple of other companies go to India first. It's not that it's lower regulatory or anything like that. It's just that they are more efficient in getting it done. And then your volumes are massive. There is no limit to the number of patients, and the recruitment is so fast, and it's very pragmatic. And I would suggest to everyone that, I think the days of doing clinical trials in Europe are, as the first trials are, first in human is getting less and less. You look at XCath, just did their first, that's the neurovascular robot, just did their first cases in Panama. A lot of people go to Panama or to Chile and do first cases now. Hugo did in Chile. I think you should look at alternative sites to go. Asia is very good if it's the right market there. US, you have to eventually be in the US. No one's buying your company if your company can't actually be successful in the US. Whether it eventually is or not doesn't matter. You've got to get the badge. You've got to get the FDA stamp. You've eventually got to get the CE mark. And yeah, it's just painful. The MDR, there's going to be some changes apparently in the next couple of weeks. I just heard a little bit of a snippet. They're going to announce something big soon, is what I just heard, to reduce the burden of MDR, because that's just been a disaster. But I would also think some other place like UK at the minute, under UKCA, that's a place where you can go in and be a little bit faster and get good data. But I wouldn't rule out some of the markets in the past that most people, by the way, who from the US or from Europe do not understand Asia and India as they should. And I would definitely say find people who really understand that. There's a really big misconception by a lot of people about just how good the healthcare systems are there, how good the clinicians are there. A lot of FDA studies are done in India now. So think about it. Don't think, we got to do this, in Germany or France or whatever. Think a bit wider.
Okay, so look, 30 seconds each before we finish and wrap up. So Tanya, takeaway messages.
Takeaway message, per the title, there's a medtech revolution going on. The speed of change, the adoption of AI. You need a team that can keep that pace. You need to find doers that are going to hit the ground running, and they're going to run fast.
Okay, Graham, and this is not your last gig, because I need to talk to you about another idea I have, which we'll do later on. But yes, go for it, 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's all about belief. You've got to have belief in your product, belief in what you're bringing to the market. Don't do it just because you think it's an interesting project. Your belief has to be deep-rooted, and you need to fully commit to the project 100%.
Steve, I have to talk about your book. I'm sure quick plug for your book that can learn a lot about this in Steve's latest book about how to build a successful startup. But yeah, summarize your book in 30 seconds.
Medtech Survival Guide. Basically, most companies fail because they repeat the stupid mistakes. Most companies die of stupidity. And many in this room, including me, who have crashed a lot of companies, by the way, you learn. But basically, go out and just don't repeat the mistakes that have been done time and time and time again. And in my book, there's 100 mistakes that get done regularly. Just avoid most of them and you'll be all right.
James, 30 seconds. We've done, I think, outside Japan, probably the most cases for you with your product. So yep. 30 seconds of what you think that opportunity is for you in Europe.
Yeah, one review for the book, Steve. I've read the book. It's a great book. Liked it. Loved it. I think my one takeaway is really balance. I think especially for an international startup or a Japanese startup or any startup that's kind of trying to go global, balance is really important. Being able to balance the experience guidance, like Steve and like everyone here on this panel, with the fresh perspective and a little bit of arrogance, maybe confidence, a little bit of arrogance that comes with kind of a new idea, a new startup founder is so important. So basically, going. If you're only going to go on the experience side, then you're not a startup. If you're only going to go on this arrogance side, then you're going to fail. So I think that balance is so important to find, and you need to readjust that every day.
Wise words, and thank you very much to my panel, Tanya, Graham, Steve, James. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the session.
Thank you. Thanks for a fantastic, very, very insightful panel. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we're getting the stage ready. And it's our big pleasure to extend a heartfelt support for the government of Malta and for the authorities for supporting Medtech World Summit for so many years. And while we're getting the stage ready, it is my big honor and my big pleasure to announce our next speaker. His presence is very, very important for us at Medtech World today. Okay, can you move it a little bit closer here? Many thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, my big pleasure and honor to announce and welcome to the stage Honorary Alex Agiu Saliba. Please give a warm welcome and a big round of applause. Thank you.
Keynote address by MEP Alex Agiu Saliba.
So first of all, good morning. It's always a pleasure. And I think that this has become a yearly appointment for me to visit the Medtech conference, to engage with investors, with startups here in Malta. I think this, and I believe that this sector is really an important and vital sector for Malta and for our economy. For those who follow European policy, they know that the main debate since the very start of this particular mandate has been the issue of competitiveness. And today we have two very important reports compiled by two former Italian Prime Ministers, Draghi and Letta, that basically are shedding light on the need to be more competitive and also more innovative when it comes to scaling up our economies, our European economies. Not only because this is ultimately good for business, but also because there is a very serious risk for the European Union to fall behind when compared to other continents, mostly US, China, and also India. And without a competitive industrial base, we cannot provide for our citizens with quality jobs or pay the costs of social welfare. And one of these sectors where we are still competing is that of medical technology, where we have a lot of European companies doing amazing work, and their innovations are leading to new life-saving solutions for our patients. I am proud of what we have achieved also in this field locally, with the Malta Life Sciences Park being a hub for companies in the medtech sector in Europe to come together, and also with further plans that we have also as a Maltese government to extend this life sciences hub also to our sister island in Gozo. I believe that this is the right ecosystem and this should be our way forward. But when it comes to innovation, you need to invest. And when it comes to investment, I believe that this is the biggest stumbling block that we are also facing at EU level when it comes to scaling up. And therefore, I believe that the Maltese authorities understood this very important point, this very important building block when it comes to building a strong medtech ecosystem investment. And that is why, and that is the reason why we have introduced a reduction in tax of 175% on expenditure on eligible research and innovation in the next year's national budget. And I believe, and I firmly believe, that R&D in medtech will be one of the most important sectors when it comes to using this particular tax incentive to continue to get more investment in Malta, but also to help out when it comes to scaling up. We want to promote innovation investment by companies of every size in technology, in know-how, and also innovation. Only then we can improve the competitiveness in the global markets. The EU needs to follow suit. In the new MFF, with the European Competitiveness Fund, that can make resources available for R&D in the medtech sector. But when we talk about medical technology, we are in a tightly and very tightly regulated field, where also the EU plays an important role with the IVRD and also with the Medical Devices Regulation, MDR. And while I am not an expert in the medical field, I still believe that it is also important to talk about the connection between these regulations and also medical innovations. In Brussels these days, there is a clear push when it comes to deregulation. Deregulation as the shortest way to become more competitive. And while reducing regulatory burdens for companies and cutting red tape for companies is definitely a legitimate concern, we should keep in mind that these rules are also there for a number of good reasons. When you talk about medical technology, this can literally mean life or death situation, and mistakes can have a very serious impact on our patients. And in Europe, with our strong precautionary approach in its medical devices regulation, we require that a high level of public health protection before products can be put in the market is maintained. This means a lot of testing and quite some bureaucratic steps to get from the innovation stage to the deployment stage of medical treatment. And while this is justifiable from a safety of consumers, safety of patients perspective, it makes it also hard, much harder to compete with other companies in other parts of the world where the road to the market is much shorter than ours. In the USA, there is an approach that works less on precaution and more on the basis of liability, if and after mistakes and defects surface. This is a regulatory and a democratic choice, but it also has a real impact, a real effect on the competition in the global market. If your time to get a product approved and put on the market is a lengthier one. It is a real problem if Europe risks losing its innovators and their inventions to the US because it is more attractive to launch and also to put on the market their products overseas. It's the same dynamic when it comes to tech startups and when it comes, as I said, to scale-ups that move from Europe to the Silicon Valley because of the funding options, which are totally not comparable to European ones. As an entrepreneur, you will, in the end, always make the most sensible decision for your company. And the EU and its member states need to offer profitable terms. And this is why I am happy that the European Commission has launched a Scale Up for Europe fund that together with private investors. It is supposed to make available billions of euros extra when it comes to capital for startups that need to grow to the next stage of their business development. And for all the well-meant rules and also procedures to bring medical technology to the market, we could also consider an in-depth analysis of how the rules are applied and if they can be ultimately simplified. A deregulation agenda that reduces the protection of citizens is not something that I would be agreeing with, especially when it comes to medical devices. But a true simplification and speeding up procedures with respect to the precautionary principle is something where also the EU as a regulator needs to move and innovate. This is not an easy debate because the line between simplification and deregulation is a very thin line. In my work as Vice President of the Socialist and Democrats Group in the European Parliament, responsible for the Digital Europe agenda, I will also be dealing with the Digital Omnibus, which is the process for simplification of a number of digital files that is expected to be published by the Commission next week. Part of that is also the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, where we could also reconsider how, for example, cookie banners work and if they are really an effective way to get consent for consumers for data use. But if we start messing with the concept of personal data and how this very data can be used, we risk striking at the core of some of the most fundamental rights and privacy rights for our citizens. The Digital Omnibus will have a direct link to the work in the Medtech sector as we will revisit the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, and relatively recent pieces of regulation such as the AI Act. A way for Europe to get a competitive edge, a competitive advantage over other markets would be to get the health data space right and make it possible and also more easy to innovate on the basis of medical data in a safe, in a secure environment. But that can only happen if it is more than just a nice concept and we start implementing and building this new data space. Also, the AI Act will be opened up in this Digital Omnibus, which is quite surprising, as I said, because this is still a piece of legislation that is still being enforced and implemented and has been only approved a few years ago during the last part of the previous legislative mandate. Once again, if it is to make the application of the law more practical, it is something worth to consider. When the aim is to undercut the risk-based approach for AI Act or to exclude a large part of European companies from the scope, we risk undermining the whole purpose of the law. These were just some reflections from my end when it comes to Medtech, when it comes to what is going on in the digital ecosystem in Brussels as we speak, especially when it comes to the very important development that we will be witnessing next week with the Digital Omnibus. But I believe that even locally, we have a lot of potential at hand. As I said, I believe that our sister island, Gozo, is the best ecosystem that we have when it comes to investing more in Medtech. So I would like to thank the organizers for that year in, year out are bringing innovators, are bringing also a number of companies to see, witness our ecosystem, the developments that we are offering, our ambitions, and also the number of initiatives that we have at hand to continue to help out to strengthen the Maltese medtech industry and make it as successful as other financial services in this industries that we have in Malta. So thanks a lot for the invite, and I am always more than willing to help out, to assist when it comes to getting and making our digital and medtech ecosystem a stronger ecosystem and a stronger industry, not only in Malta, but also at a European scale. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Saliba, also for giving us this great and smooth transition to our next topic, which is artificial intelligence. Now, I would also like to hear from our panelists their take on the AI Act and when it comes to managing a big amount of sensitive data. Where does the industry stand? Where do regulators stand? So our next panel is Tech Trust in AI. So we're going to see how this coolest frontier technology operates in the field of medical technology. What do experts think? And what it takes to implement AI into the field of medtech. It's my big pleasure to invite to this stage Dr. Geeta Nayar, Chief Medical Officer and CEO, technologist and best-selling author at Kumar Consulting, Kenneth Shaw, Director at Speculo, and Professor Shafi Ahmed, CEO of Medical XR, and Yoav Fisher, Startup and Innovation Lead at Tel Aviv Medical Center. Please make a big round of applause for our artificial intelligence experts. Thank you.
Trust in AI. Building confidence in healthcare innovation.
Is that working? Good. Okay. Hey, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion. First of all, I'd like to thank Dylan and the team for putting on such an amazing show. It's my first trip to MedTech World. He's asked me for 5 years to come. I finally made it to Malta. I'm so glad I made it. What a beautiful city, what an amazing country, and hospitality for the last couple of days. So thank you so much for that. Of course, we've got a wonderful panel here, and we'll explore the conversation around trust in AI and adoption over the next 35 minutes. The first thing to do is put into context. AI at the moment it shows much promise. Every conversation you think about is around AI and LLMs and healthcare. And healthcare is one vertical where AI seems to have the most promise, the most advantage in healthcare going forward, from diagnostics to treatment and to prevention, from surgical robotics to imaging and navigation tools. It's really quite exciting. And we can spend a whole afternoon talking about the concept of innovation with AI. At the same time, there's a fundamental question that we have to ask ourselves. Where is the trust? And we'll explore that over the next half an hour. There's 3 questions that we'll kind of explore during the next half an hour. The first one is, will doctors be happy with using AI to help diagnose and treat disease? And humans, will they be part of the loop or out of the loop? From the patient perspective, will they be comfortable with AI being a part and parcel of their treatment pathway? We have to ask that question from that perspective. The third question is around data and transparency, and also the ethics, where innovation is rapid, but regulation lags behind. How do we adopt fast transition with regulatory practices that sometimes are much slower? There are 3 concepts we're going to explore over the next half an hour with this wonderful panel. But let's ask the panel to introduce themselves first and foremost. We'll start with Geeta at the far end.
Well, again, thank you so much to Dylan, Yulia, and the whole MedTech Malta team. This has been a wonderful experience, and what a beautiful, beautiful country, and my first time here. So I'm honored to be a part of the panel. The quick background on myself: I'm a physician executive. I've had a number of health tech roles. I was the former chief medical officer of Salesforce, AT&T, and a number of big tech companies. I am now a speaker and writer of the best-selling book, Dead Wrong, on Myths and Disinformation in the Era of Health Tech. And I'm thrilled to be a part of the conversation, so thank you for having me.
But you did mention your book, Geeta. What's your book called?
So the book is called Dead Wrong, available on Amazon. Smile, tinkle, tinkle, right? But really, when we talk about trust, and I know we're going to get into it, I mean, we are living in a time where, because of so much innovation, technology, AI, social media, all the things that you know, Dr. TikTok is who everyone trusts, right? And so we have to understand the context in which we are innovating, the context of which the consumer is sitting, and that is who they're listening to right now, Shafi. So that's part of the ecosystem that has very much changed the consumer landscape. I'm excited to talk about it.
Thank you. Thanks for joining this panel and giving your expertise. And we'll plug the book in at the end, of course. Ken.
Again, thanks everyone for coming out here today. I'm Kenneth, and I'm a biomedical engineer by background. And I've been helping medical device manufacturers get their CE mark and place on the EU market, and more recently into the AI space, helping those AI as a medical device get to the market. And again, more recently with the EU AI Act, which, I mean, it's great to hear, even in the previous speaker, he mentioned this, so it's good to get into this.
Yeah, we'll explore that as we go on. Yoav.
So my name is Yoav. This is my second time here. Last time I was here under a different context. This time I'm here under the context of INEX Data, which is the leading center of excellence for clinical AI in Israel. It's an integral part of the innovation hub of Tel Aviv Medical Center. Tel Aviv Medical Center is unique. I think it really is the largest untapped potential of healthcare innovation in Europe, in my unbiased opinion. It's the #1 trial site in Europe. It's a large institution. It is unique because of this INEX Data, which is a team of 50 experts across DevOps, data science, full stack engineering, all developing autonomously and with full backing of the hospital, AI clinical solutions for the hospital.
Great, thank you all for joining us. So we'll go straight into the first question for our panel. Again, we'll start with Geeta. What does trust mean to you as a clinician, as advisor for global companies working in the industry as well as in clinical context? What does it mean for you?
So I think more than what it means for me is what does it mean for my patients, right? And what does it mean for the everyday consumer of healthcare? And I'm a big believer that we're all patients, right? We've all been sick. We've all had to take care of someone who's sick. And trust is when I have a problem, presumably in healthcare it's a medical problem, right? And you show up for me, and I am able to access you, call you, text you. Access is not an issue, right? I'm able to get in touch with you. Can I have a regulatory problem, right? How do you help me with this? And we likely have history together, right, Shafi? So likely, not only do I have a problem, but you've helped me in the past. And when you partner with me, we have success. That's trust. It's when I have a problem, you show up for me, I get in touch with you, and we do it again and again. And it's mutual, by the way. When you have a problem, I'm also there, right? We're on the same side. And when you look at the whole paradigm of trust in healthcare, at least domestically speaking, as a US physician, we fall down on all of that, right? #1, access. If you try to get an appointment in today's environment, certainly in the specialty space with all the workforce shortages that we have, you can't get an appointment for 6 to 9 months, depending where you are in the country. Secondly, you're lucky if you get a doctor. You might get a PA, you might get a nurse, and definitely if you come back, you're not seeing the same person. So there's no real establishing of a rapport or relationship. And lastly, the visit begins and ends in the 5 or 10 minutes you have in the office, right? So access is a big part of this, knowledge transfer, and being able to talk to me with respect and in a language and at a level that I can understand, right? So that I feel that you actually understand me, are empathetic, and it's a two-way conversation. And those are really the places where we're failing for the most part, Shafi, when we look at trust, particularly in the US.
Yeah, thanks very much. Keith, from a regulatory perspective, and that's your big interest, what does trust mean to you?
So with respect to, let's say, medical devices in the AI space, obviously trust it's a massive issue, not just for the patient, but the healthcare professional. So as you may know, medical devices in the EU, for example, it's regulated by the EU medical device regulation. And it's not an easy regulation to meet, to meet those requirements. But when you have these high-risk AI systems, and they are meeting these requirements, they are being assessed by third-party notified bodies, you sort of increase the trust. If they are on the market, it means that they've gone through a certain level of scrutiny. So they understand, you would understand as a healthcare professional that, okay, look, this result that I'm getting, it means something, and it is, I can trust it. My issue comes more down from from those devices which are getting placed on the market, which might be flying under the radar as low-risk products, and which are maybe based on LLMs, which might be hallucinating, and giving, some maybe some incorrect advice to the healthcare professional or to the patient. So those are the ones that I'd love to focus on, and to make sure that even on how do they get to the market? Should they be on the market? And it's what people need to, be, maybe even the healthcare professionals, they need to be more skeptical of these devices. With the EU AI Act, it adds on an additional level of requirements for these sort of devices, which is, fantastic. They're still regulated by the MDR, but then there's this additional level. And that is going to increase, or at least it should increase the trust in not just healthcare products, but any sort of high-risk AI systems, these foundation models. So this is the current regulatory landscape, let's say.
Thank you for that. And so we've had the regulatory perspective, we've had the clinician and patient perspective. Now, upstairs you see a bunch of innovators, a lot of startups, amazing startups. I've walked around, do get a chance to speak to the guys who come upstairs. Amazing device and technology they're producing. From an innovation perspective, you have, and you're obviously heading innovation in Tel Aviv, and also for early startups. What does trust mean to them?
So if I look at it from the perspective of the tech behind it, transparency is critical. And I don't mean what's written in the code in Python. I mean the sense of why are these decisions or recommendations happening? Consistency is critical. If I have some algorithm that detects sepsis, it needs to work in Denmark just like it works in the Dominican Republic. Clinical rigor and not just AUC is important. Defined governance and guardrails, and I kind of agree with what you're insinuating here, is that the AI is moving faster than the governance, which creates a lot of kind of disconnect and dichotomy. Ethical behavior is important. Again, the hallucination, again, databases behind it that really are inclusive, well diversified. And I think once these factors come in together, we'll see more and more things that are not just pure throughput, but are actually making an impact on performance, whatever that metric is, whether it's clinical, non-clinical, it doesn't matter, inpatient, outpatient, but that move from just more and more and more and more and faster, faster, faster to we're actually going to have things that are defined. But those are kind of the main factors that I think are underpinning trust.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's important for the innovators and the accelerators, the incubators to understand how they can help support that innovation in a way that's measured, that's more safe and compliant to regulation, I guess, right? But regulation lacks way behind the pace of innovation, as I mentioned earlier. So from your perspective in terms of regulation, Ken, where are we? You mentioned the EU AI Act. I was actually in Paris last year when they announced the second part of the Safety Summit, and we had Emmanuel Macron talking about the future of AI. And the year before, we had Rishi Sunak in the UK with the AI Safety Act, for example. So governments are thinking about this on a much more global scale. Can you tell the audience where we are, maybe EU on a more global perspective, where regulation sits and where it is deficient currently?
Okay, I mean, this is a really loaded question. And I mean, I'm obviously, again, I'm a regulatory consultant, so I'm sort of always biased.
You can be political, it's okay.
No, it's okay. But the truth is, let's say, the AI Act, it was, it is enforced, but it's not enforced maybe to the level it should yet. It doesn't apply to all technology just yet. So let's say we mentioned medical devices. They do have till 2027 to start really implementing it properly. Next year, 2026, we have a deadline, a big deadline, for other high-risk technology. So this could be anything from, let's say, banking and finance sort of AI systems, which are considered high risk. But at the moment, something which does apply is AI requirements for these foundational models. And the amount of lobbying that's going on in the background is incredible. And these aren't, I mean, from lobbying from startup groups or whatever. These are from big tech. And it's, again, the AI Act is about transparency. So you start to say, why are they lobbying it so much that it's actually having such a great effect? And when I see such a big resistance to something, to big tech, I mean, it's to me, it raises some alarms and saying, okay, there is something wrong, and this act is doing something right. That's the way I'm thinking, anyway. But a lot of people are digging their head in the sand, I'd say, with the AI Act, whether it's other high-risk AI systems. But yeah, I mean, in general, I think the uptake has been quite slow, and I'm hoping to see more awareness about that, even from the deployer's end. So even the healthcare facilities that might be deploying and using these AI systems, the healthcare professional needs to be aware of the rigor that has gone through, for this product to be in front of them, or lack thereof. They need to understand how the AI system is working. And this is all coming through the AI Act. It requires that these people have a certain level of AI literacy, that's what it's called, which is important. It's not just using a product and it's giving me a result and I'm just trusting it blindly.
Yeah. So that's great, and we have the EU AI Act, and you've eloquently summarized that. Should we deregulate? And I ask the question for a simple reason. I'll come to it in a second, because Executive Order 14179, Donald Trump, okay? More from a geopolitical perspective, he wants to remove barriers to American leadership in AI. He's worried about China taking over AI and other countries. So they're saying, let's take away regulation, let's adopt much faster, and take risk as a government. Is that the answer, Ken?
I mean, take it like this. When in physiology, and I guess I'll look at you, when you have a system, a biological system, which doesn't have controls, what happens? It just keeps growing. It's like a cancer. So you have to have controls in place. And I mean, I'm going to say I understand Donald Trump, but like, I understand that there
you understand Donald Trump, you said?
I'm not saying that.
Congratulations.
But in the sense that it is obviously an industry which they have to compete with, right? I mean, there's always, the space race. There's always something they need to be the best of. And I mean, that's great. But I wouldn't say deregulate, remove certain barriers. Sure. But when it comes to innovation, yeah, definitely support innovation. But it doesn't mean at all costs. What is the cost of that?
Sure. It's a balance. I agree with you. Geeta, we're not disparaging against the US at all. But obviously, with your vast experience, could you give us a sense of where you've seen AI being adopted for those global companies that you've worked for successfully, and what are the barriers and challenges when you're using AI for some of the solutions that you described before?
You bet. I mean, look, it's rarely about the technology. When we talk about successes or failure in technology, it's rarely about the technology. It's more about culture, implementation, expectations, right? And so the barriers, and whether we're talking about AI, whether we're talking about the electronic health revolution, digital health, all the things we've seen to date, the innovations we've seen to date, largely those failures are a lack of understanding of clinical workflows, a lack of understanding the day in the life of doctors, nurses, patients, right? What are their problems? What is the problem you're trying to solve with your innovation as opposed to this really shiny, glittery object, right? So I think for the innovators out there, being really mindful that you want to ensure clinical leadership early, not late, being very sure you understand the workflow and the problem you're solving. Too often we solve 3 problems but create 5 new ones in innovation, and I'm sure there's 25 more that are going to happen with the era of AI that we're living in. 2, cultural expectations, right? We are in the business of humanity. If you are in this room, if you are about medicine and healthcare, this is not about automating judgment and empathy in my mind, right? Very similar to the pilot driving the plane. Let the pilot drive the plane. Let doctors and nurses do what they are meant to do. And all of the, we're friends here, right? And all of the BS, put AI on that, right? The giving out the coffee, the Diet Coke on the plane, that doesn't need to be your doctor or nurse, right? So when we think about all of the administrative burden, particularly in the US, that we've made our pilots, our doctors and nurses do, patients want to see the eyeballs of a person that is empathetic and exercises good judgment with the best tools available to them to practice. Now, if that happens to be AI, terrific. If that happens to be another digital health technology, terrific. But patients are not coming for the technology. Patients are coming to me, Dr. G, because they trust me, they know that I have good resources available to me, and they trust my judgment in partnership with them. And so I think keeping our eye on the goal is incredibly critical. And lastly, while there are any number of shiny objects out there and really sexy, provocative solutions, if you keep it simple, there are any number of low-hanging fruit in healthcare, whether it's triage, prior auth, simple things that can be automated in the diagnostic space, right? But this idea, when you talk to a lot of technologists, a lot of innovators, some of you upstairs with booths, they're so focused on replacing the doctor, replacing the nurse, replacing the pilot of the plane. That is not yet the problem that we need to solve. There are thousands of problems before that one, and so my biggest advice to you all is to start with the basics and understand that it is about augmenting the workforce, keeping the human in the loop, keeping the best technology and innovations available to the staff, but the ultimate final decision requires human judgment. We are very much at a crux in understanding the limits of innovation and even understanding AI for a large part. And so I think we have to keep the human parts where they belong and the technology pieces where they belong.
So I'm going to challenge you on that, Geeta, because you mentioned human judgment, empathy, all the kind of things. There was a paper a while ago that talked about LLMs and AI being more empathetic than humans because they had more time to ask the questions and show some empathy, for example. We're rushed, we have little time. So do we hold AI to a higher standard than doctors? Because we make errors, we make bad judgments, we think about our biases. So why are we holding it to such a high standard when not hold doctor physicians the same standard?
You know, there's no question that there will be errors no matter what,
Sure.
right? Whether the plane is being driven by a human or driven by a pilot. But, you know, I don't have one patient, and I would challenge you as well, Shafi, right? How many people want to see an AI robot that was programmed to be empathetic versus a human that is genuinely empathetic, genuinely concerned about you, genuinely sharing your pain, and genuinely making a best judgment.
It depends on how you define genuine.
Right?
I think that's the question, right?
Well, that's a judgment call.
Sure.
That's a judgment call, right? But, you know, I'm a big fan of Star Wars. I'm sure many of the nerds in here are as well. You know, I love R2-D2. I think R2-D2 is really cool. I don't want R2-D2 delivering my baby, delivering my grandbaby, right? Because empathy is what patients are looking for. When you study empathy, when you study trust, when you study what patients actually want from their doctor, the metric that they walk away with and they look for to know if their doctor actually listened to them and they feel like, okay, this is someone I can trust. You know what it is, Shafi? And a surgeon may or may not understand this, and I can say that because I'm married to a surgeon. It's when patients look at the eye time. It's the amount of time that we as physicians look them in the eye, right? Now, many of you have partners out there, family members, friends. I know exactly when my husband is listening to me and when I'm not, when he's not, right? When he's looking at me, I know he's listening to me. When he's like, right? He's not listening to me. And the answer is, right? So that's empathy. It's this understanding that you are actually processing what I'm saying and then coming up with a decision. And the reason, and I would also double click on that to say the reason when we say because doctors and nurses are not empathetic, why is it that they're not empathetic? It is because they are overloaded with data entry, menial tasks that don't make sense. It's not because they went into the profession of medicine because they're cold-hearted souls, right? So the better question is to say, how can we use AI to unburden our staff so that they can be empathetic as they are as humans, right?
So you're making more time for them. I think it's about time and having the space to think about them. I agree with you. I don't take things personally about surgeons. I'm absolutely okay with that, Geeta. But nonetheless, Yoav, innovation. My question to you is around, okay, AI is there. We've seen about the regulations. How do you advise companies around AI? Can you give examples of successes navigating through that kind of a convoluted pathway around regulation? And give experiences from your center, which is one of the best centers in the world, right?
Allegedly. No, I think it's one of the best centers in the world. I haven't seen something like this. And, you know, when I talk to Humana or Centene or Privia, this ability to have 50 people who are autonomous and back to do it. I want to begin because I agree with you entirely about the BS component from the startup and the innovator perspective. There's a significant amount of confusion around it, right? And it's
A
this
lot of hype, right? I think hype.
True, but I try to look at it from a little bit deeper in the sense of like I see all these innovations, whether they're from my department, external startups, and the confusion is around, you know, what kind of AI do I even use? And you're right, there's so many use cases where AI isn't even necessary. I just need an effective decision tree node and presenting the right information at the right time. And there's other situations where there's just a disconnect between the situation and the startup. Like if I have a bunch of, you know, multimodal parameters, a lot of variance in the data, real time, whatever, that's not generative yet. That's not agentic. That is machine learning proper. And there's situations where generative does work or agentic does work. So I'm seeing a lot of that disconnect also. Those, to get to your point, those that really understand that connection are the ones who are able to succeed. And from the regulatory pathway, the kind of regulatory literacy that they know is critical, right? And understanding that per that use case. And that literacy, you know, I'm not expecting a startup that's pre-seed to come in and say, this is my regulatory pathway, this is whatever, but they do need to be cognizant of the literature around what is HIPAA compliance or GDPR or SOC 2 or whatever that is, right? And this is why you have wonderful consultants who can help out with that. But that's really that disconnect I agree with, and then being aware of that compliance aspect.
Thank you for that. So the first question was about trust and the whole regulatory pathway and some examples. We're going to move to the next half of this conversation, which I think is crucial. Nothing with AI is going to be efficient or useful without having good data powering the actual solution. So I'd love to talk about data as our next part of the conversation. So the first question is around how do we protect patients from data? So if you think about the NHS as a whole, where I'm from, we have the NHS Federated Data Plan now. It's a big kind of plan 1 year ago to implement data that's going to be handled by an external agency on behalf of the government to allow us to use data more productively in AI solutions. Palantir have been given that contract. That's created a lot of controversy around having industry partners in, how we secure, what's the transparency, what are we going to do with our data going forward. And that's been hugely contentious in the UK, and it will be across the world. In that light of context, how do we protect our patients from that?
You know, it's a terrific question, and again, I'm going to come at this from a U.S. focus, right? The thing about AI is that it will only force multiply our good habits or our bad habits. And in the U.S., we simply do not share data. Our data is not transparent. If you leave my office and go to the office down the street and see a different doctor or a different hospital, your record is effectively blank, right? So, and on top of that, because we have so many legacy systems that don't speak with each other, 75% of all medical communications in the US is actually sitting on the fax machine, okay? We are single-handed, we're here talking about innovation.
We still have fax machines, right, in the US?
We still got fax machines, right? So while we talk about innovation, and there is a lot of hype on the second floor, as there is in the industry, the reality is that the healthcare industry, the fax machine industry is being kept alive by the healthcare industry, okay? So we have to acknowledge that this is a bad habit. This is a bad process. This is a bad culture. When you talked about barriers, this is a massive barrier, because one of the biggest promises of AI is to unlock the data, right? To help us see things that we don't see, help us predict things that we don't see, be able to communicate in ways we never have. And when we look at what's happening politically, deleting of data, the lack of interest in the underserved and most vulnerable populations, AI is in fact not going to save us, particularly the people that need the most help. And so I would say that we have a lot to fix around data hygiene before we can even think about AI, about the promise of what AI can do with the data. But the data is so critical to unleash the power of AI, and we have a lot of work to do before we even talk about that aspect of it.
Yeah, and of course, the problem with data, electronic health records, which we talked about earlier, is so fragmented. If you're going to make decisions around population health or big decisions around a system health, you have to integrate that data first and foremost. So the problems we're seeing is how do you integrate data properly, how do you manage it to make those inferences and solutions. Go to Abu Dhabi, for example, where I used to be an advisor. they have a healthcare information exchange where they collect all the data from all 50 clinics, hospitals into a central government portal. Therefore, you can deploy AI at scale and make those decisions that are much more powerful. And so we are seeing some countries globally who are thinking about the integration and the compatibility of that data as we speak. In terms of data for you, your perspective, how should we store data? How do we share data? What does it mean to people? And how do we empower patients with their own data going forward? Because that's about preventative healthcare.
That's right. And I mean, I might not be the expert on this, but in the EU we have this new EU Health Data Space Act, and I mean, I see a lot of promise over there in that it allows patients to really take ownership of their own data and to share it with other healthcare professionals. Maybe they want to go to another healthcare professional and not take their history again, and so on. But what it really drives, and that's the aim of it, is to also drive innovation. So by allowing research and development companies, policymakers, regulators to access this anonymous data, and to then drive innovation. And this year we'll be talking about high quality data. So it's not some random database that you found on, I don't know, GitHub or whatever. It's like a high quality data which you can access. And this is something which is coming over the next couple of years. But I mean, I just wanted to point out on this data hygiene thing. And I think it's something which is really now impacted by the EU AI Act. And there's a specific section on data governance and requiring these manufacturers, developers, whatever, to be to have systems in place to collect and also analyze data correctly and in a clean manner.
Yeah. Thank you. Before we come to you, just in a minute or two, I'm going to ask the audience to participate. So if you think of a question, just start thinking about it as we speak, and we'll come to you in a couple of minutes. Yeah, data and your perspective. I'll just get your thoughts.
So there's two aspects of it. Let's talk first about the underlying database and the quality of it. Israel is unique because it's fully nationalized, capitated system, which creates a baseline for everyone, right? Rich, poor, green, yellow, Jew, Muslim, Christian. Everyone has the exact same access to the exact same services. So already there's that underlying. Obviously, there's challenges with accessibility, integration, interoperability, relevance, but the underlying there is a baseline. The other thing that I've found, especially when I look at the US and especially Europe, is that there's kind of a cultural aspect of how you look at data. Like if I look at Europe, a lot of the policies there are opt-in, right? They're minimum usage, like I have to agree to use my data, and they're for explicit use. Like you, healthcare system in whatever, Germany can use my data and only the minimum amount needed for this specific thing. In Israel, those three things don't exist. So the perspective of Israel isn't to protect healthcare data, it's to maximize the potential of it safely and securely, right? We're still HIPAA, we're still GDPR, we're still compliant with everything, but there's the ability to tap into it holistically at the same baseline, which I think ultimately comes down to something cultural, right? Like my data, I see in my phone everything. Me and my kids, everyone, my HMO has it, every hospital I've been to in Israel has it, and they can freely do with it what they want. Me as a citizen, I have no problem with that. If my data helps somebody on the other side of the planet, fantastic, go for it. So the outlook is almost kind of this like cultural perspective of it that's kind of different.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, if you ask most people, are you happy to share your data for the advancement of health sciences to help people? Everyone will say yes. The question that's more difficult is how do you monetize? How do you charge for it? What does it mean? That's a difficult concept that we haven't approached. A conversation we'll have another time. So to the audience very quickly, we've got about 3 minutes. I'd love to get some audience participation. Any questions from the audience? Put your hands up. Alex.
Good afternoon. So my question to you is, how do you split the difference between using the data belonging to the patients or relevant for the patient's profiles in the purpose of the common good versus being used for research by pharma companies and making profits out of it without compensating the patients?
Yeah, that
So-
was a question I was exactly thinking about. Yeah, so up to you.
No, everything is de-identified. I want to make that clear, right? The data, everything is de-identified. Everything is, sorry?
Thank you. So, de-identifying the identification details around the patient's data is actually, let's say, sorry for the word, a trick used in order to avoid compensating the patients. We have technology like blockchain which allows using the data without relieving the patient information and still including the patient in the financial flows. So it's not about anonymizing the data. It's about including the patients in the financial flows around medical research and compensating them, not only CROs, pharma, etc.
Yeah, so I'll be honest with you, that we're not at that point yet. I don't know of anybody, and I'm familiar with these startups that are using, various blockchain things to help monetize the long tail for the patients. We're not there yet. From the perspective of de-identification and all that, that's 100% compliant, right? The pharma companies that are doing trials at my hospital day in, day out are all compliant. They're not seeing names, whatever, right? What they're seeing and they want access to is the underlying EMR looped in with whatever, pathogenic, genomic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're tapping into that. They don't need the name of the human being. So from the perspective of the monetization, I agree with you, but I don't know of a single scaled solution that's doing this yet, that's looping in the patient for the utilization of their data. My perspective is that it's a massive, big pyramid, right? If my hospital can be top of care, top of science, top of tech, that flows through immediately to the care of the patients in the hospital. Like the stuff that my team that we're working on, that we're building out, directly affects efficiency of the clinicians, it lowers burnout of the clinicians, it improves care. Like we're building tools where we can now prove out length of stay is less, mortality rate is less. So these things do flow through, not in the perspective of cash like you say, but we're definitely seeing the effects of it.
Thank you. We kind of have to conclude there. Thank you so much for the question. And a big congratulations to our amazing audience and our staff here.
I know we can speak about AI for another hour, or maybe 2 hours, or maybe for the rest of the day. Thank you so much for this fantastic panel. Thank you. All right. As we've seen for the past 2 days, and as we know for the past several years since Medtech inaugurated in Malta, we've seen tremendous support from the government of Malta and from the authorities. And it's a big pleasure for me to invite and announce right on this stage Dr. Alex Borch, the leader of the opposition party, addressing Medtech World in Malta 2025. Because the interest in medical technology lies within the authorities' interest and narrative, largely. And it's my big, big pleasure to invite Dr. Alex Borch to this stage for a keynote address for Medtech World Summit in Malta 2025. Please give a warm welcome and a big, big round of applause for Dr. Alex Borch. Thank you.
Keynote address, Honorable Dr. Alex Borch, Leader of the Opposition, Nationalist Party.
Distinguished guests, innovators, friends, entrepreneurs, it's a real honor to join you today at the Medtech World Summit 2025. This is my first time attending this conference in person, and I must say that I am deeply impressed what began as a homegrown idea with the idea of becoming a local startup, and now has grown into a global platform that brings together scientists, investors, innovators who share one purpose: to reimagine the future of healthcare through technology. Over the past months, I had the privilege of collaborating with Medtech, particularly through my role as Malta's representative within the World Mental Health Leaders Network. Through this position, I met the president of the World Mental Health Leaders Association, where I had the opportunity to present the story of Medtech World. This Maltese success that started on our shores and reached Dubai, Asia, and North America. I still recall the excitement in that meeting when I explained how a team of Malta had created a global forum that connects technology, healthcare, and mental well-being. It was a moment of pride. Pride not only what Medtech World had created, but in what Malta represents when we lead with courage and with vision. I would like to thank and congratulate Dr. Dylan Attat and all the team involved in building such a reputable name in the health sector, not just in Malta, but around the globe. Back in 2020, I myself was starting with my career as a lawyer and had come across the conference name at that time, where it was a novel idea. And it is inspiring to see that today there are so many startups, investors, service providers, innovators that are here together to discuss what is novel in the sector and how to get ideas from brainstorming to actual funding and finalizing the product or service. I was equally proud when Member of the European Parliament, Peter Ajus, visited the Medtech World offices. He recognized this company as a symbol of Maltese leadership in innovation, and he pledged his support to bring the island of Malta into a Medtech potential to the forefront of the European Union agenda. His commitment shows how collaboration from local to European level can open doors to our innovators across the continent. As a political party leader, today I am working on the future of our country and beyond. Noticing such enthusiasm and novelty give me inspiration, especially within the medical sector. Malta and Gozo have been in the front line for many years with incentives, ideas, and quality of health. And we have worked tirelessly in the past to attract new technologies, investors, and productivity within our country. As a politician, I have always believed that leadership means building bridges. It means connecting our talent to opportunity and connecting Malta and Gozo to the world. Over the last months, I have had the opportunity to introduce several Gozdens medical technology entrepreneurs to Dr. Dylan Attat and the Medtech World team. These are bright, determined individuals who represent the next generation of Godsden innovation. Seeing them now connect to the international network fills me up with hope, because this is what real progress looks like. Opportunity, meaning ambition. In my recent meeting with the Gozo Business Chamber, I listened closely to their vision to diversify Gozo's economy. They spoke of a future in which Gozo becomes not just a satellite of Malta, but a living testbed for medical technology, digital health, and innovation-driven enterprise. I fully share this vision. I believe Gozo can become a hub for new industries, attracting knowledge investment and sustainable growth. We are doing our best from the opposition to keep this going. We are at the moment working on the future of our health in our country. We'll be focusing our politics on preventive medicine and new technologies that will offer our country a fresh, new breath in how to keep our citizens healthier, live better lives, and control any medical conditions they might have with better modes of treatment. Therefore, I am thrilled to have spoken to so many people present today about the exciting new ideas and investment being discussed here today. And so, from the stage, as the leader of the Nationalist Party and leader of the opposition, I make one call clear. Let us start viewing Gozo's economy through a new lens. Let's use the talent and experience of companies such as Medtech World to build together a Godston economy diversified in medical technology, research, and digital innovation. This is a sector that can create high-quality jobs, strengthen our talent base, and could put Gozo on the international map as a smart island of innovation. I pledge that together with our teams in Malta and Brussels, we will fully support every initiative that helps us move in this direction. We strongly believe that this is the basic of every health system. The Medtech conference is providing a worldwide platform from where everyone can benefit. We strongly believe that the way forward in health works hand in hand with what you are providing in the world. Investing in new technology is key to ease the ever-growing knowledge about the health systems and information. A word to the international investors here with us today. I say this sincerely. Malta and Gozo are small, but our ambitions are not. You will find in Gozo, my hometown, an island with untapped potential, a place that combines modern infrastructure with community spirit, creativity, and talent. We are ready to welcome you, to collaborate with you, and to create an environment where your innovations can thrive, your research can grow, and your investment can leave a lasting impact. We have just been presented with next year's budget for Malta. I have emphasized in my reply and proposals that we really need to attract students, professionals, to think beyond the role and job. We must emphasize on investing in our professionals, especially with regards to startups. Their ideas are key to improving the current situation, and having more than a third of attendees to such conferences being startups is such an inspiration. I would also like to thank all the investors present here. Without your support, none of the great ideas could be born and actually work. And finally, when we talk about leadership, we must also celebrate example. Dr. Dylan Attat, the CEO of Medtech World, is a young entrepreneur, yet he has taken a Maltese idea and turned it into a global reality. He proves that age does not define capability and that courage is timeless. Hence, to all young people listening here today, I say this from the bottom of my heart. Do not let anyone tell you that you are too young to lead, too inexperienced to dream, or too small to make a difference. Look at Dylan's journey. He believed in an idea, worked relentlessly, and make it happen. That is the power of youth, the power of vision, and the power of believing in yourself. So let us continue building bridges. Let us continue opening doors. And let us hope that our plea will become a reality. A Gozo known not just for its beauty, but for its brilliance, as a home for medical technology, innovation, collaboration, and opportunity. I sincerely thank you in the name of everyone who will benefit, being a healthcare professional, a startup company, an investor, an economy, and more. But I would definitely like to emphasize my last message, to keep in mind that in every innovation, every product, every software, every medication, the most important thing to keep in mind is the end user and the benefit he or she will be receiving. This is a very important sector which deals directly with the life and the well-being of every human in the world. Let's keep our communities healthier. Let's prevent disease and complications. Let's make the life of patients better. And let's ensure we have hospital systems that work more efficiently. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorary Dr. Alex Warch, Leader of the Opposition and the Nationalist Party, thank you so much for your support and for the address. Thank you. Now we shall continue. We've been to the UAE already. We focused on Malta, the European regulation. Now there's another bright spot on the Medtech world global map that we're going to attend next year is Asia. And the next panel discussion will focus on opportunities that bring Medtech world to the East and globally, the opportunities and hurdles of expanding Medtech across Asia, covering market entry, covering regulations, of course, partnerships for regional and global growth. And it's a great panel lineup. It's my big pleasure to invite on this stage, please give it up for Christina Niedermeyer, Senior Partner and Success Manager at Plug and Play Tech Center, Dr. Miguel Fenech, Business Development Manager for Medtech World, Michael Buisang Huang, CEO of Big Bang Angels and PhD, Stuart Skelton Moran, Vice President of Clinical Marketing at Cornerstone Robotics, and William Su, Principal at WH Consulting. Please, a warm welcome and a big round of applause for our next panel. Thank you.
From east to everywhere, scaling medtech across Asia.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you're all having a really fantastic time at Medtech Malta. It's shaping up to be a great conference highlighting innovation globally. And today I'm very excited to be joined by my esteemed panelists to talk about, I think, is one of the most interesting and influential regions of the world, is the Asian region. Which has shifted recently to become, giving a complex healthcare ecosystem which is developed, expanding digital innovation, as well as increased government support for helping companies scale their innovations. But as we are going to discuss today, it's not as straightforward. There is complex regulation, complex market entry strategies, complex clinical culture, as well as ways that companies need to approach building partnerships with governments, with hospitals, and with ecosystem partners. So today we won't just be exploring scaling within Asia, but also taking another step forward and scaling globally and what companies need to achieve in order to do that. And as we saw at Medtech World Singapore a couple of months ago, is this passion from companies in the region to make those connections and bring their innovations worldwide. And that's why we're very excited to be at Medtech World Hong Kong, Asia next year as well. So I would love to let my esteemed panelists give a brief introduction about their background and interest in this topic.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Michael Huang, the founder and CEO of Big Bang Angels, which is 12-year-old venture capitalists in South Korea as well as Singapore. Now I'm reaching out to the several other countries in order to help my portfolio companies by licensing their technology in order to build sort of joint venture or subsidiary in other countries. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Stuart.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Miguel, for the opportunity, and thanks to Dylan, he was here earlier, for an amazing conference. Yeah, I'm one of the old guys here, Vice President now of Clinical Marketing for Cornerstone Robotics. Pretty much now, whilst we're a Hong Kong company, I spend most of my time in the UK and Europe looking after the clinical and marketing, pre-marketing and pre-launch activities for Cornerstone. My background's very deep, in-depth, family of surgical instrument makers. Took pretty much a family business to AIM, exited my own startup fairly recently. That took 12 years, so if the average is 7, then I'm that nice bookend, at 12 to balance up the ones that go a lot easier. Yeah, very, very much in-depth tech guy, laparoscopic tool guy, but now roughly 5 years in soft tissue robotics. So thrilled to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very excited to have you part of the panel. Christina.
Yeah. My name is Christina Niedermeyer. I'm with Plug and Play, a global innovation platform and early stage investor. Our headquarters is in Silicon Valley, but we do have over 70 offices across the globe. So on the one hand side, we're running innovation programs, accelerator programs. I'm leading the global health innovation platform. And on the other hand side, we're investing into early stage startups. So 50 to 500K ticket sizes typically, a portfolio of over 2,000 startups by now with 30 unicorns. So I think we can be proud and say we're one of the most active investors globally. Our founder and CEO went from Iran to Silicon Valley and really spread his operations across the globe. I'm based in Munich, and why am I here today? I've been running the health accelerator programs for over 3 years. And besides that, I am having the pleasure to work with corporate partners across the globe. So in these global innovation platforms, supporting them in their innovation journey, finding the right startups. So what we do is typically startup scouting, market maps, trend reports, but really also guiding the corporates in their innovation journey. So I can speak on these both sides, I would say. My focus is mostly in pharma, so rather new to medtech, so really excited to hear a lot about also the other speakers' expertise.
Thank you. Such an essential part of support for companies, and thank you so much for being here. William.
Hello. My name is William Su, and I'm the founder and CEO of WH Consulting. We are a California-based startup company that advises startup and other companies in the medtech space. I have about 30 years of medtech experience with actually Guidant Corporation, Boston Scientific, and also Google as well as Intel in the digital health space. I'm passionate about helping startup companies and corporate commercialize their medical devices. So I'm very happy to be here today.
Thank you, William. I think that there's a lot to unpack. I'm very excited to get right into it and see what makes Asia such a special region and how companies can scale both within Asia and globally as well. So to talk a bit about the startup ecosystems in Asia and individual countries as well, and I'm going to direct my first question to Michael here. How are Asian startups in countries such as Korea scaling globally? I think sometimes there might be a perception of a made in Asia misconception when talking about these things. So how do you think companies can overcome that and scale their innovations?
Honestly speaking, I'm not an expert in terms of medical, MD, or too hard to understand too many things, right? Honestly speaking, I'm more, the expert in terms of software itself, and as well as the business model. And that's the reason I'm more interested and investing into the AI-based medical imaging or AI-based drug discovery solutions, something like that. The point is that nowadays in Korea, every annual basis, the Korean government is spending around $1.5 billion focusing on early-stage startups as R&D grant, which means that annual basis we sort of are producing the new startups, around 1,000. I believe that at least 30% of these new startups is focusing on deep techs. Deep tech means a lot of biotech, medical, materials, something like that. To your question, I think that we cannot build every different sector startup, but we can build more focusing on some sectors by leveraging our legacy, particularly in hospital. One of my portfolio company called Prometheus.ai, it has a solution for the AI diagnostic solution for the osteoporosis, because they are coming from Asan Hospital, Asan Medical Center, which is sort of top 3, top 5 hospital in the world, some sectors such as oncology, several things, which means that I believe that this kind of Korean very specific niche solution could make a trust by utilizing very trustable data from the hospitals, not just about everything. In other way, I think absolutely we need to have a global partner, such as GE Healthcare or other, the device manufacturers. Absolutely, we didn't have, right? We just have Samsung Medicine. We just have a very few global medical device companies. But I believe that with this partnership with the global players, we can make more, the market entry more easily. Such as, you may not know that Roche Diagnostic. Roche Diagnostic and J&J is coming to Korea to find a new startup, because several years ago, during the COVID-19, Roche can find a great new innovative solution in Korea. That's the reason they could make another several billion revenue by contracting with the Korean startups. That's the reason they want to find the others in Korea. And then the other player is coming to Korea to find, is there anyone? Is there any new startup? Something like that. In summary, we are leveraging two things. One thing, absolutely, we have some trustable data, hospitals, cases. The other one is we could reach out to the global players. That's the kind of basic things.
Thank you. And love that point you made, especially about trustable data. I think that's such an integral thing that I feel like many companies might not succeed or might not give due importance to. As well as the idea of having global partnerships, which I think ties up very well to my next question to Christina. Talking about partnerships in life sciences, medtech, pharma, I think they all have quite similar common grounds. What are some of the most effective ways that startups can build partnerships? And this can be partnerships with hospitals, partnerships with governments, and how can this accelerate both entry in Asia as well as globally?
Yeah, very valid question. Thank you so much. And great insights on the Korean market. That's really interesting. I actually had the pleasure to work with such companies like Roche Diagnostics and J&J in the Asian market, scouting startups for them, of course, together with the local teams in our Asian markets. We do have offices in Singapore, Japan, in Kyoto, and I would say from the investor perspective, the ecosystem is really thriving, but what is standing out is that like all markets are very heterogeneous, so it's really difficult to navigate the markets, and really partnerships are crucial. So what I would recommend to any medtech founders entering Asia is use warm introductions, use any support, governmental support you can get, use accelerator programs like Plug and Play, but there are many more out there. They can give you access to investors, to experts, regulatory expertise, corporate expertise to really enter the market. And what we see a lot across the globe is that startups are building partnerships with global corporations, maybe in the US or Europe, and then scaling these projects to Asia. So that's potentially the one step that you could take as a startup company. Others would be really using these warm intros in the Asian market to build relationships and then start with pilot projects, really 3 to 4 months projects that are framed in the timeline with key success factors defined up front that make it easier to build up trust in the market and relationships. And then find these allies to navigate the different Asian markets as they vary really a lot.
Excellent, thank you. And Stuart, would you like to add any from your own personal perspective at Cornerstone Robotics when it comes to building those relationships with partners to kind of achieve that scale?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, in a startup, Cornerstone's only 6 years old. So in a startup like Cornerstone, those relationships, be them with physicians and clinicians at the early stage of the company, or as you move forwards, you know, this is complex technology. It's still, whilst there are big incumbents in the market, it's still very new, and certainly products coming out of Asia are definitely new to the market. So as we move forwards, we have to build strong relationships as we go along. So, you know, literally, we say knocking on doors, finding people who are interested in technology and getting in front of them. So, for example, I have to leave this afternoon. We're doing very targeted events in hospitals so we can really build from the bottom up those relationships, not just with clinicians, the nursing teams, in our instance, and of course hospital management and decision makers right through the whole chain. So it's super important that you build those relationships that are very strong and very deep.
It's such an excellent point. Coming from a clinical background, I'm seeing, I think, certain staff, not even just clinical, even non-clinical like management, you need to make sure that they not only trust the solutions, but also kind of quite familiar with them and kind of build those relationships, which I think makes such a difference. And kind of building on from this point, talking about kind of the next team on market entry and the regulatory landscape in Asia. We all know that medical device is not, regulation is not straightforward, and it can many times make or break a company. What are some ways that Cornerstone Robotics is leveraging to kind of prepare for certain certifications, such as FDA approval or CE marking?
Well, that's a critical question, Miguel. Thank you. So, Cornerstone's, well, like many companies, you know, when we set off down our regulatory pathway, we decided we'd focus on Europe. Now, we might regret that decision, seeing as recently the National Health System in the UK announced they would now accept US FDA without the European part of it. So that, you know, it's an ever-changing landscape, and it can really bog one down very quickly. Cornerstone, however, is focused on achieving the CE mark, which means we have to fully comply with MDR regulations. To achieve that, I mean, anyone, if you've heard it from the other panelists earlier in the day, it's very, very tough. And I would definitely say, formally as a small entrepreneur, the reason I wanted to sell I always want to sell a business, so to get out, I mean, to exit. But it was the point where, as a micro business, just as a handful of people, almost becomes impossible. So MDR is a very tough hurdle to jump over, to climb over. But in terms of Cornerstone, we are blessed that we have amazing engineering. We really have the right mindset to test everything very thoroughly. So we don't pay lip service to that. I wouldn't say others have done that or not done that, just saying the way we do it, it's very thorough, very professional. We've got amazing talent in testing and regulatory teams. So yeah, we are just working like a demon. The whole team, the whole company really working towards achieving our CE mark, which we hope to have in the very, very near future. So very tough, very hard, particularly for a complex device, but you just need a lot of elements in place to make it work. But I think we'll prove, as others have done, that we could, as an Asian company, and in our case, Hong Kong company, we'll get there and we'll be a great success, but it's not easy.
No, it's not, but best of luck with that. I mean, that's excellent summary. And as you say, very correct. It's kind of like building blocks. You need to make sure that everything, or even like a puzzle, you know, every piece has to be there, kind of the mindset, the team, the expertise, the data. And it's a journey, and one must make it. And tying with that, I'd love to hear from William now. To speak about the advantages of Asia. kind of how does it compare perhaps to US and Europe in the advantages it gives to startups looking to scale or just being in medtech in general?
Okay, yeah, I'm glad to be able to speak a little bit about Asia. You know, Asia is not a single market, as all of you know. There's a lot of different countries. It's actually a portfolio of ecosystems that we need to address as a medtech innovators and entrepreneurs here. But why Asia? The important thing is that Asia actually accounts for half the world's population. You know, in terms of number of people, there's lots of people in Asia, but so far, you know, throughout the decades, they actually have been under-penetrating in terms of, you know, in terms of the money and also the medtech development, obviously due to many issues. But one thing that I see exciting about Asia as a market for medtech companies, big and small, is that there is a number of drivers that is suddenly becoming important now. There is more of an aging population in Asia especially. We all hear about that. And also the rise of chronic diseases in Japan and also China is also causing a lot of drain on the national healthcare system, so there is more of a demand for medical technology solutions. But I think most importantly, healthcare has been growing more than their GDP, the country's GDP. And in Asia, there is a development of more national health program and digital. Most of the hospitals, whether it be Korea or Singapore or Taiwan, they are all digital, even more than the US. And also there's national health program that that the countries have instigated or have put in place to really help new entrepreneurs develop AI-based solution that uses health data much easier or much more control, much more harmonized than in the US. So I see that for medtech starters or entrepreneurs that are in the AI or SIMD, software as a medical device kind of area, the Asia actually is a very good sandbox to start with, and that could let you kind of leverage the local verification and then expand or scale into the rest of the world.
Excellent points about that. And then, I love the points you mentioned, aging populations and chronic diseases, definitely kind of versioning those questions. And I'd love to shift to kind of the partnership side, as well as kind of looking into the future, kind of where is kind of the scale of medtech going in Asia, and how does it compare as well to the US and Europe? And I'd love to first start with Christina for this question. You have had extensive experience with global partners in innovation, as we discussed. Can you share some insights on innovation in the US and Europe and how that might differ from Asia and what companies kind of should keep in mind?
Yeah, definitely. And maybe one thing to add to your comment earlier, I think that's very true. We do see a lot of tech innovation coming up and great technologies in Asia. And what's different to the US is really the funding situation, because capital is really a problem in Asia. And technologies need to address unmet needs in order to be able to scale globally and to address US markets. So startups in the medtech industry in Asia really need to focus on profitability and using that traction that they have in local markets to build credibility abroad and on a global scale to be able to reach new countries. And then also the other way around. I think what we haven't discussed so far was like startups addressing the Asian market. And I think a big topic is US-based startups thinking about expanding to Asia. A lot of them do that very early on, but haven't really penetrated the US market. So if you have commercial footprint in the US, think about your penetration first before accessing the Asian market. So usually there's a lot still to do. But of course, on the other hand side, adding incremental revenues from Asia could make sense at a certain point. And then to address your question on like global partnerships, so I've had experience in partnering with companies like Straumann and Biotronic in Europe, and there's a lot going on in the US. So we do have in like the Medtech capital of the world in Indiana, a plug-and-play location where we partner with Zimmer Biomed and Paragon Medical. And there's a lot of government funding also going into these initiatives. So that's something that's very specific about the US. I would say that between the different states, there's a lot of competition and a lot of economic development funding going into the medtech industry.
Yes, yeah. Excellent. And there's certainly, and that kind of injection of funds does make such a world of a difference. And especially the points you mentioned about the importance of tech innovation and how it kind of compares between Asia and Europe. Michael, kind of if I can just direct my next question to you. Michael, yes, the global expansion in medtech is full of barriers. We see a global complex regulatory market. Hospital and partnerships may not be as simple and can have complex partners to those. As an investor in Big Bang Ages, how have you supported companies? I know you've mentioned that one of your portfolio companies is Prometheus. How have you injected that to go from local to kind of global? What advice can you share perhaps with some of the startups in this room?
Last around 8 years, I've been trying to build some kind of a way to help them to make a global expansion. Particularly, I established my holding company in Singapore in order to make a way to, the better way to into the SA market for my portfolio company. And then now I'm moving to the MENA area in order to another opportunity in that area. Because honestly speaking, last 10 years, when I see the market potential in SA market, for the Korean startups, Korean ventures, the solutions, it's not cheap, more than the Chinese solution. Absolutely, we need to compete with the Chinese solution with every countries in SA market for the Korean ventures. That's the reason I think if maybe you may heard about that, particularly Saudi Arabia is planning to invest around $60 billion in order to hospitals industry. They are building the new hospitals, which means that if I find the right local kind of a co-development partners in MENA area by transporting the sort of proven solutions, proven AI algorithm itself, bring its core technology from Korea to there and building the joint venture or building the local partners and building in order to build a sort of a localized product with the local people, local partners. That's the best way to make a win-win game between the other countries. That's my idea. That's what I'm trying to find the right partners in each countries among the Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. Honestly speaking, I don't want to be just a distributor. I want to be the company builder in other countries. In my idea is that that's the best way for me as well as for my, little bit proven the growth stage companies. Yeah, that's my belief.
And how have you found that experience and that process of building these local partners? I know you mentioned Saudi Arabia. How has that been straightforward, or has there been challenges in that?
Absolutely, it's not easy. But for me, particularly for the little bit, the 10-year-old experienced investors, at least I think I could access to the local venture capitals. Big Bang just invested more than 135 portfolios, which means that when I go to the Saudi Arabia, there is not much venture capitalists who have more than 135 portfolio, which means that they can give me a little bit respect. Not about big shot, absolutely. I'm not a the late stage. I'm not a Y Combinator I'm not a sequoia, right? But at least we have, the 6X case. We have 3 or 4 expecting the listed company in 4 years, which means that I think I could knock the door in their, venture capital industry in other countries. And let's say, do you have any portfolio company who could intend to build a localized product by this proven technology? That's my way. I'm trying to.
Okay, no, thank you. Excellent insight. And building partnerships, I think, is also such a vital thing when moving forward in this topic. Looking to the future now, Stuart, Cornerstone Robotics has achieved the way we view surgery. So how do you hope that your technology continues to make a difference in how surgery is practiced? And quite importantly, not just in hospitals which might have the latest technologies, but also in hospitals and in healthcare systems which might not be as developed, especially given the heterogeneous health ecosystem in Asia.
Thanks for the question, Miguel. So, often companies have a mission, and they might just state their mission, but they may not really believe it might be there for other purposes, to keep perhaps, someone happy somewhere. But Cornerstone has a true mission to make robotic surgery more accessible and more efficient. And by that mean, one of the things in there is democratization. So even if you look at the UK, which we all would think is a highly developed market, there are regions, I could name one such as Northern Ireland, there are some investors here from Northern Ireland, where you actually find it is literally like going back I won't say several decades, but it's certainly like going back several years. They don't have that technology, they don't have that expertise. So we have to ask ourselves, why is that? And we have to find a solution so that all patients around just start with the UK, for example, around the UK can benefit from robotic surgery. That's part of our mission, that's part of our goals, that's part of my remit of why I'm here in the UK, well, in this case in Europe, but mainly in the UK at the moment. So that's one thing. Then in terms of developing markets, around the world, we have a team looking at Southeast Asia. We strongly believe, and Cash was on from Medbot 2My made a similar point, the telesurgery element, while some people may think it's a bit crazy, a bit useless and a bit kind of wasting resources, but if you put it into a very local framework, where you can network hospitals together and you can have key surgeons who don't then have to drive around even or fly around or anything, and you put a local area network together that might cover, Hong Kong's a city-state in that respect, like we could network the whole of Hong Kong together, we could network other areas, and we can network longer distance. I think it starts to become very, very meaningful, and I think this is a way that Cornerstone can help change the way surgery is performed and broaden and democratize robotic surgery for a much larger population. That's our mission.
Yes, excellent. Thank you, Stuart, for that. And just to conclude, I know we're running a bit out of time. We've already heard some fantastic insight into scaling medtech across Asia. If I can ask just one very quick final question to the attendees. If you could give one piece of advice to a medtech founder aiming to scale across Asia, what would that be? We can start with you, Michael.
Honestly speaking, I'm the Korean. Please think the Korea as R&D center, not the good country for the commercialization, honestly speaking, but at least it's a good base camp for the R&D itself. Yeah, that's my advice.
Stuart, thank you.
I'd have to say, if you're thinking of developing a medical device, probably don't. It's very, very hard these days. But assuming that you really truly want to do it, one thing that others have said on this panel, but it is so true, and I've been a victim of that myself, is you really, really need to dig in to the users and make sure you really have a user need. If there's no pull for your product, man, it's so hard. And I've been on that cusp. Luckily, I made it through, but I won't sure I would rewind. If I could rewind, I'm not sure I'd do exactly what I did for so long. So I would say dig into user needs, use something like Business Canvas, get out and talk to the users and clinicians and people who can really deploy the device. And I think, as others have said, you be prepared to be beaten down a little bit.
Perhaps doing this once in a lifetime is probably enough, right? Christina.
Yeah, so first of all, I must really say I'm many times so impressed by the passion that these entrepreneurs actually put into their operations and developing the product and building the team and scaling operations. So keep going, even though the markets might be difficult. And one advice would be really focus on the team. We invest early stage, so that's also one key thing that we look at. Have a complementary team, have the business expertise, but especially the really clinical expertise that's required, and that is setting up everything for success.
Excellent. And lastly, William.
I think having seen so many different pitches and pitches from like startup companies, I think one of the things I would say is that be sure to find your story, meaning that a lot of the people that come to pitch to investment community, they really don't really understand what the real need is. They're just giving a lot of jargon and like AI technologies and stuff, but we really come down to the bottom. Are you really solving an issue, whether it's in Asia or Europe? But the important thing is that if you want to have a Medtech startup, you better make sure you know what the problem is and be able to articulate it clearly. What value are you bringing? And also be prepared to be adaptable, because many of times what you decide on initially may not be right. And you need to be adaptable and flexible and change as the market dictates.
Excellent. Excellent way to end the panel discussion. Thank you so much. Please, big round of applause to our esteemed panelists today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. That's a great panel, and we'll see you at Medtech World Asia next year, 2026. Thanks, everyone. Okay. Shall we take a little break? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very lucky to have so many distinguished guests with us tonight, representing the authorities and the support from the government of Malta. And we're getting the stage ready for a very special guest that is coming up on this stage in a few minutes to address Medtech World guests and the audience. Thank you. We are very excited to have with us today Honorary Dr. Keith Atsuparty-Tanti, Parliamentary Secretary for Youth, Research and Innovation, in a few minutes. In just a few minutes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. We will have our distinguished guests with us on this stage after a small break. So please make sure not to go anywhere. And then we will continue very soon right on this stage. Thank you. outside in the sunshine. The weather is fantastic. We're very lucky. Malta loves Medtech. Medtech loves Malta, and the weather loves us. It's fantastic season in Malta these days. Welcome back. We continue our program. We have a few more sessions to go until we proceed to the startup pitch competition after 3 o'clock, after 3:30 on this stage. So make sure to be here before 3:30 and also for the startup pitch competition. And now to give us a little bit of heads up for the startup pitch and its contest, I would like to invite a very interesting panel on this stage. I remember hosting this very stage last year, and we had a very similar topic, and it was one of the most attended sessions of the whole summit. It's very interesting to hear from investors. It's called "It Takes a Family Office to Raise a Startup Child." So without further ado, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists on this stage. Dr. Ali Tinazi, CEO of LifeSpin, Ivana Franklin, Managing Partner of Medtech Capital, Laurent Pacheco, Managing Partner at International Family Office Alliance for Health, Amit Akhavan, Managing Director of Anthro Ventures, and that's it. Thank you. Yeah, we were supposed to have one more speaker, unfortunately canceled, but I am inviting all of you on the stage. The stage is yours. And a big round of applause for our panel. Thank you.
It takes a family office to raise a startup child.
You see, we very diligently wait to see our pictures to know where to sit. Thank you for being with us today. My name is Laurent Pacheco, indeed. I run the International Family Office Alliance for Health. I'm also the chairman of the London VC Network, an angel and VC investor with Solas Bioventures, which is an American VC firm, even though I have this French accent and I'm based in London. And also an academic in medicines research at King's College in London. So indeed, we will be speaking family offices with family office members. You will see they have a number of hats. All of them are ex or current operators, pretty hands-on, with of course a number of board seat duties as well. And we will cover what is a family office and how it differentiates with VCs. We will understand the dynamics with the companies. We will discuss structuring. We will discuss as well some specific perspectives around relationships with fundraising, with the need for reporting, and eventually some advice to you as well, those of you who are founders, entrepreneurs, looking to raise. So quite a program. So I'm very pleased to welcome our esteemed panelists, Maria, Omid, Ivani, and Ali. Maria was not named in the introduction because another panelist dropped, but we're very lucky to have you join with us. Thank you for making it. So as an intro, I will ask you panelists to really take the time to tell us not just about your name and roles, but very much explain your family office, your role, how it works, how it's structured, what you're looking for, all of that.
How much time do
And
we have?
good. So actually, good question. The panel lasts until
we have 35 minutes, yeah.
But I guess, yeah, we
I'll
have
take
some.
30.
I think it's very important, you know,
Take
because
3
everything
minutes
you've
or
covered
something.
anyway, we can pass.
So thank you for the invitation and Laurent for thinking about me. It's very nice. So I started my family office 4 years ago. After a successful exit, I started a CRO business, which I was lucky enough to have Ivani's family buy, the Gorski family that owns NAMSA, or that own NAMSA. And so I started a medtech specific CRO with a European focus after having about 15 years in the medtech industry. So I've always focused on medical devices. My background is a cell biologist. I'm Swedish originally, and I did a quite solid European career at a lot of the big medtech companies, Medtronic, Abbott, Cordis, and so on. I got a good network and training in there, and I was always disappointed with the service providers that we had, both for the bigger medical device companies and as well as the smaller, specifically the smaller. So in addition, I worked several years as a consultant, and for the startup Medtech SME, small and mid-sized enterprise, of course, the clinical development cost and the regulatory cost is a significant proportion of the money that they're raising. So I very early on got the insight into how to run solid clinical trials and build the clinical evidence. But also at the same time, I saw how the small companies struggle. So when I built my own business, I really want to address that problem. I did it successfully, and as I said, I exited. But I still want to remain in the ecosystem because my focus and my passion is to help the medtech ecosystem. So again, I went back, and from the investor side, I continue to support especially the medical device startup environment in Europe. Because in Europe, we have about 35 to 40,000 small and mid-sized medical device companies, and collectively they employ 800,000 people. So that's even bigger than the pharma industry. Not many people know that, but the pharma industry is about 750,000 employees, and the medtech is about 800,000. The numbers are a few years old, but anyway, pharma is concentrated to like 3 or 4 big players, but your average medtech company is 5 to 11 employees. So supporting this ecosystem is, of course, extremely important. And for everything, I'm European. I'm very into really supporting the development of medtech in Europe. And even more so, what's have happened over the past, I would say, 2 to 3 years, when the buzzword on everybody's lips, AI entered, so everything became AI powered, you know? But AI is a differentiating technology that we see concentrating towards US, Europe, China, and so on. So there my focus really also emphasized towards like smaller businesses that also are interested in making a presence there. So I think we can continue afterwards. Is that okay?
We will continue for sure.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Omid Akavan. I lead our family office. My background, bioengineer, so I've always been in healthcare. I started my early career in clinical research, working in stroke neurology, and then I transitioned postgraduate school into management consulting, where I worked across the life sciences, did a lot of work in pharma, but really focused on medtech, doing everything from product launch strategy to M&A, to customer segmentation. Then I led strategy and business development for Becton Dickinson in the diagnostics business, and then moved into investing, where I was at MVM Partners doing growth equity. And we had a liquidity event in our family in 2017, sold a business, and then really focused on starting our family office, trying to figure out everything from tax planning to trust planning to our investment thesis, our investment strategy. And so we're very diversified. We own real estate, we invest in energy, we invest in the public markets, and then we do a lot of privates, everything from structured credit all the way to venture capital. And in the venture world, we're an LP in a series of funds, but we also do directs, mainly in healthcare, focused on medtech, just given my background and history. And typically what we look for in companies is, we would always invest in the clinical stage. Now we've shifted a little more to the commercial stage as we're waiting for some of our earlier bets to, get liquidity. And we'll talk about that on the panel in terms of thesis and strategy. But that's a bit about me.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vani Franklin, managing partner of MedSide Capital, a molecular biologist by trade. My family office began about 4 years ago. My grandfather started NAMSA, which is a global CRO. We manage clinical trials, laboratory testing, regulatory compliance, reimbursement, market research, anything really it takes to commercialize a device. We had our large liquidity event, acquisition by Archimed in 2020. So at that point is when I shifted to starting deploying that money in the investment space. I have a variety of strategies of how we manage those funds, and as you'll see in this discussion, all family offices are quite unique in terms of how we raise money and deploy money. My family in particular focuses on seed to Series A, B, depending on the type and size of vehicles that we're putting together. We focus pretty strictly on medtech, so nothing really in biotech, maybe perhaps moving into some other verticals like health tech. I work very collaboratively actually with other family offices, so we'll talk a little bit about those strategies as well. The members or LPs within my family office comprise of not only family members, of which we have about 13, all of which are scientific or regulatory and clinical in background, but also high net worth individuals. And I'll talk a little bit today about how we identify those people and put together different vehicles. I worked at NAMSA for the past 10 or 15 years, specializing in clinical trial management, regulatory compliance. So when I'm conducting due diligence for my portcos, that's really my strong emphasis and area of focus in due diligence, as well as commercialization strategies too. So thank you for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ali Tenasli. My background actually is PhD in biophysics, and I spent most of my life actually in corporate background in the US. So I built a new business at Sony, scaled that from 7 to 120 employees. And then I was leading HP's global healthcare strategy in Palo Alto, which then resulted in a board approval at HP and a multiple $100 million investment at HP to build a medical business. After that, I left. I joined. I've met a billionaire actually from Taiwan and joined his startup as a commercial officer, and then got Mayo Clinic as first paid customer. So my background is really more like on the operations of getting new things done. And then I invested personally as an angel basically in companies in the field of immuno-oncology, digital health, and cybersecurity. And then I moved to Germany, and then I got a different hat. So basically, I was approached by a family office based in Munich, and they've heard that I have plans to move to Germany. So then they wanted me to join their startup as CEO. And then since then, I see also from a more European, Germanic perspective, the very interesting aspects of a family office, which we'll also discuss later in this forum. Besides my scientific background, I have a business background. I studied business at MIT Sloan and Berkeley, and now I'm combining basically US and German mindset, and now core areas of interest for me is how to make then those new innovations via in health tech and AI make work, especially in Asia. So I have a quite global perspective on investment and innovation, but also successful commercialization.
Very good, thank you all. And Ali, I think you'll keep the mic for now. And before we dive deeper into some family office specifics, I know you have an interesting case study around a company which was 100% funded by family office. So would you like to tell us about this story?
Okay, yes, actually. As always, things come unexpectedly. So I've met this family office based in Munich, and they have a very interesting setting. One side has a very high scientific acumen. So they have basically Nobel laureates in the family, which basically brings the scientific medical rigor into the whole thinking, which I found personally intellectually very appealing. On the other side of that family, they had a major exit of one of their grandfather's venture. It was a multi-billion-dollar or multi-billion-euro exit, which then motivated them to set up a dedicated family office in Munich, then basically to invest in a quite diversified fashion. But then they discovered the passion for healthcare, and that's basically how things, let's say, came all together, which is a quite interesting, unique setting, I would say. And I do enjoy this a lot because And we will speak about this later, right? What does money mean? It's not only money in terms of monetary asset, it's also money in the sense of what type of network and what type of understanding of the market does it bring. Because in medtech or health tech, right, it's a super complex area. It's not like consumer, you just bring something new and it works. It needs dedication and deep understanding.
So that shows that family offices may not only be an exotic or an add-on investor, but even the main one or the sole one in this case. So a very important question is, well, how do family offices differ versus other investor segments? So shall we discuss family offices versus VCs? And I know also, Ivani, you wanted to discuss deal structuring in particular.
Yeah, so we were just joking actually before this panel that if you've met one family office, you've met one family office. We're all very, very different in terms of how we raise and how we deploy. What I do specifically, instead of having a fund, is I raise per deal. I put together either SPVs, if I'm doing more of an A round. I also do fund-to-fund or syndications, and then I do direct investment for more early stage. Those check sizes differ greatly, as well as the LPs that I'm pulling on to put together those different vehicles. If we're focusing more on a seed stage, those check sizes range between 100 to probably 500K, also dependent on the therapeutic area and stage of development. If we're looking a little bit later stage, that's when we start to put together SPVs. Those SPVs are unique because they're not only comprised of LPs that I have within my network, both within the family as well as non-family members. I'm very selective with the LPs that I choose to participate in those SPVs, kind of to your point there. I like my SPVs to have expertise because I'm a one or two man team in terms of how I'm doing diligence. So I am by no means an expert in all areas of diligence. So I rely very heavily on my LPs to be subject matter experts. So many of them might be ex-FDA, for example, and so I'll use them to really help pressure test regulatory compliance, for example, or ex-CMS members who will help with the CPT codes, that type of analysis as well. If I'm doing fund to funds, those are much larger check sizes, typically between 1 to 3 million. And in those cases, I work together with other family offices. I'll use Omid as an example. We focus more heavily on revenue generating companies, more in the series A and B rounds. And so when those check sizes start looking more like, perhaps 5 million, I can very quickly max out my LP network. And so what I'll do is I'll kind of split that in half. I will raise perhaps half of that within my network, and then somebody like another family office here. We all work very collaboratively together. This is much, I think, more unique than a hedge fund or a VC type approach. And that has worked very well because it allows me to be very nimble with my deployment. So we deploy, I would say, about 4 or so a year, depending on the check size and the interest that my LPs have.
Thank you, Ivani. I'm sure many more comments on how the family offices differ versus VC.
Yeah, so I think at a very high level, if you think about how the venture private equity world works, you end up raising commitments from limited partners, and you structure typically a 10-year life cycle fund. You may have 1 or 2 1-to-2-year extensions. So a typical life cycle of a VC or private equity fund is 10 to 15 years maxed out. And the goal is you're spending the first 4 years deploying, and then you may have some additional follow-on investments in years 5 through 7, and then really you're focused on getting exits in years 7 through 10, and returning capital to the limited partners, and then trying to wind down the fund. And simultaneously, post-investment period, if you're building a franchise as a venture fund, you're then raising additional capital into your Fund 4, Fund 5, Fund 6, Fund 7. as a family office, yeah, at least in our family, we're very different. We can take long-term views on opportunities, but also it depends on our liquidity, right? So if we just had an exit on a deal that we did, we have cash sitting in the bank, we're ready to deploy. Our family office is unique in that, you know, we're probably a third real estate, so we get cash flow from the real estate. We're about half in public equities, you know, pegged to VT Sachs, S&P 500, and then the balance is basically our play money, where we'll do structured credit or, you know, venture growth equity investments. And so sometimes when we've deployed, you know, we're kind of sitting on the sidelines. If it's a very compelling opportunity, maybe we'll do some tax loss harvesting. We'll sell some of our public position to reinvest. Or if we happen to get a liquidity event, then we'll just redeploy that capital. And a lot of, not a lot of our decisions, but some of our decisions are kind of tax driven, right? Where we're looking at tax optimization. And so if we don't, because we don't have to sell, we're kind of taking a long-term view on holding, you know, our investment positions. So I think that's unique in that a VC fund has a very specific mandate. You know, you're building a portfolio of 10 companies, it's diversified. Whereas as a family office, I'm very opportunistic, right? It's where do I see an opportunity that I can generate an above market return? And I would say our number one rule is don't lose money. And so I'd rather not do a deal that I think might lose money. Whereas a venture fund, it's all about taking risk, and you build that into the portfolio construction. Whereas for us, it's how do I optimize my return and get better than, you know, 10 to 15% public market return.
And I have that just brought something to my mind too in terms of our strategy. So when I'm looking at not only the different types of vehicles that we put together, this is unique, I think, also from a VC. The way that we may structure our deals is dependent on timeline to exits as well. So that impacts how I decide when we raise. So if we have, I think of it like a pipeline. We have some portcos that plan to exit within 2 years, some bigger check sizes, some that might plan to exit in 10 years. And so that's very important to a lot of my LPs. Some of my LPs may be older, and so a 10-year exit horizon for them is not attractive. So that impacts who I decide perhaps to participate in different vehicles as well.
Yes, very important points. Two of them you mentioned. Omid, first, the fact that first, do not lose the money. So it's capital preservation, which is key for family offices, whereas VCs have raised funds and they are expected to deploy it, not to, you know, to keep and wait. So one first point. And the second you made, Ivani, also, that we sometimes don't think about. Family offices, some of them also raise because they also have funds, investment vehicles, and they work alongside other LPs, and in that sense, it gets a bit closer to VCs. Any other points you want to make?
No, it's a copy and paste a bit of Omid in the sense that try to not lose money, and what Ivani said also, very careful due diligence. Since again, I invest out of the balance sheet. So basically, what comes in goes out, and as you said, I can be opportunistic when needed. Yeah, no, I don't think I don't want to spend any more minutes on that. Yeah.
Good. So another question you may come across is family offices members. Some labeling themselves as single family office, others as multi-family office. So shall we clarify that a bit?
No, that was not, that was you, Ali, no? The multi-family office.
I could talk about that. So it's interesting. I mean, I would consider us a single family office because it is my family. But in reality, it's a multi-family office, right? We have different factions. You know, it's, you know, myself, it's my uncle, it's my dad. You know, actually, there's another very close family friend. You know, we look at deals together. And so very quickly, each individual family unit makes a decision for themselves as to whether they want to invest in this opportunity. And it's coming out of different trusts, right? Some are tax advantageous, some are not. And so you have to think about all of these things when putting a deal together and thinking about capital deployment. Whereas as a VC fund is, you've done all the hard work, you've gotten your commitments, and you're just writing a check, and you're calling people like us, right, who are LPs in funds, to then just cut the check. And so it's and then there's a lot of other things you have to think about. Is like, what are the family politics, right? And are you on good terms with your uncle or your father, or your brother or your sister, right? So there's more to it. But then there are also so I would consider us a single-esque family office. But then true multifamily offices are wealth managers, right? They run capital for high net worth individuals, and they too can be a source of capital. And we have different wealth managers, in our family that we use, and so we deploy capital through them as well. It's not just all direct what our activities are.
Then actually there are some interesting syndications like this one in Europe, which is a combination or a syndicate of different family offices, and then they organize pitch events where they invite dedicated startup companies, and then they look like they're all sitting in one room together. And we have about 5 startup companies pitching. Takes like the whole afternoon, the whole session, and then it's nice for 2 purposes. On one end, you do a collective due diligence, right? Because you have represented different types of expertise. Second is, sometimes you require a larger ticket size, and you can syndicate. And then it's a better trusted environment, because especially like there are some, let's say, family office clubs, you pay some certain fee, and then you have those events twice a year at different locations. And then you can also capture very nicely the landscape of emerging companies.
We are a single family office, but multi-generational in nature. So we have 4 generations, and I think 7 nuclear families. So kind of similar to Omid's structure, those individuals each have trusts. They're each different LPs, but different generations. And so sometimes those trusts are controlled by the leader of that nuclear family. Sometimes those individuals, I'm 3rd generation, for example. Sometimes we are able to make decisions independently. Each individual has different risk tolerance. So I talked about not only the timeline for the exit and the return, but also comfort of check sizes. So for example, some of my brothers might be comfortable only at 100K or at 50K. Others are more comfortable more at the $1 million mark. So when I am trying to understand the best way to structure a vehicle, I'm very conscious of all of this, what everyone's risk tolerances, expectations for exit, comfort with check size, how recently they deployed as well. This really impacts what stage I'm entering, whether that's seed or A, for example. I am very conscious of how recently those individuals have deployed, because very quickly I can max out those LPs. So I come to a lot of these conferences, or I work with other family offices if I really want to do a deal, but perhaps we've already deployed twice that quarter.
Thank you very much. Time is going, so yes. So how about we share maybe some more personal perspectives on your experience, what you found or find still is difficult in the job as a family office investor, and maybe in particular in relation to companies who raise or you invested companies, portfolio companies.
Yeah, so since I told you in the beginning, I have deliberately made my life difficult by, one, focusing primarily on the European market. No offense towards the European market, but that's where my, because in general, you raise less capital in Europe. So in itself, the investment becomes a little bit more risky, of course. So that's one, my primary focus. And the second one is I want to support young entrepreneurs. And young often means less experience, even though we heard today that young is, of course, full of potential, and that's my focus also. But it means that, you know, you really need to support them in growing up. So I have 2 kids myself, and they are fantastic, so I'm a good mom. But it means that we have to build a good team around that, and the challenge is, of course, that even though I enter into the relationship and sort of outline these expectations, I would say my number 1 criteria, and you guys have heard this all the time, the CEO needs to be coachable, the CEO and the rest of the team. And I think everybody wants to enter into being in this coachable position, but I cannot emphasize that enough, because if we don't find that dynamics, it's very difficult that you have a very good relationship. I think we have a couple of interesting stuff to speak about that, right? What do you say around the coachable thing?
About the cultural aspects, dealing with, I think there are 2 types of family offices. One are the billionaire family offices, and they are more open to longer term shots, right? They have also more patience. And then you have the smaller family offices, which I think are more interested in closer to revenue generating opportunities. Saying that, the guarantee for success is not just the amount of money. For example, you have cases where you have, let's say a billionaire pouring money into something like crazy, but what you must bring along with the money is also credibility. For example, you can say you raise for a company $100 million, okay, great. But and healthcare is very tough, right? You need to bring all the credentials, all the credibility on the table. Just bring money is not the achievement. That's why you need to bring money with credibility.
I would say one particular challenge that might be unique for family offices is I think sometimes I feel very personally responsible for that success of the deal. So if that company, if that portco fails, there are family dynamics involved with that, and that makes discussions at Thanksgiving a little bit more challenging. So I feel maybe sometimes a different type of pressure managing money from family members. I think one other challenge is, and what is unique perhaps to a larger VC, is diligence. So like I mentioned earlier, there might only be myself and my co-GP involved in that diligence. We're not experts in everything. And so making sure that we're pressure testing all areas of diligence is a challenge when you're very slim like that. And it's, of course, very rapid. So again, that's why I mentioned very selective with the LPs that I have, because I use those LPs to not only help with diligence, but also either join boards or provide advisement to the portcos so that we ensure success.
And I think this challenge might be unique to our family office, but we're very well diversified. And so I'm switching hats from looking at a real estate deal to looking at an oil and gas deal to looking at a healthcare deal. Whereas a VC, I mean, if you have a strategic focus, right, you're either a B2B SaaS fund, or you're an early seed fund, or you're a medtech fund, or a biotech fund, and so that's all you do every day. But for me, I'm constantly switching hats, and I'm, on a board call, then I'm looking at a new startup, then I'm, doing diligence, and then I'm, trying to deal with lawyers on a real estate deal. So you're constantly pulled in multiple directions. And so I think that's the other challenge, is from a focus perspective, kind of getting start to finish and closing a deal. It requires a lot of focus, and that's, I think, just the challenges of managing all of those competing interests.
Thank you very much for sharing. So now putting ourselves in the shoes of entrepreneurs looking to raise, how would we find family office? members and how to approach them?
Yeah, so one thing that I'm continuously surprised is that the disorder that generally that I get approached by people that want to raise. So first of all, we operate in the medtech space, and we should be used to how to build a quality management system, how to think about compliance in every step that we do. And I think that I come from the clinical research space, and I say clinical evaluation, it starts from the moment you think about your device until you decommission it. So in terms of thinking about how to raise and how to build compliance, this process on raising money, it's also a testament to how you can manage this compliance process. So there's so many things that you could start to think about before you send the slide decks, because the moment you send out a pitch deck or you approach us, we will speak a bit where you can find family offices, but let's assume you find me or you find us. To have your act already prepared in terms of having a data room, having a checklist, having this and that, it's not rocket science, but I'm very surprised that how many times we just have to spend our time, both sides, on this back and forth, where we could actually facilitate it for everybody. So I think that's...
Preparation.
Yeah, I think preparation, but it goes beyond making a cute slide deck.
Thank you very much. We need to stop here. Thank you, panelists. Thank you. No problem.
I'm sorry about that. Yes, sorry for cutting you here. Thank you so much for the panel. It was really great. I really wait for you to come and attend the Startup Pitch competition later today at 3:30 to 4 p.m. We're going to be having a Startup Pitch competition. And hopefully our investors, VCs, and family officers and angels will finally help us understand, does it take a family office, a big fund, or an angel network to raise a startup child? Now we're going to have another distinguished guest, a very important guest and a supporter of MedTech world, a medical doctor, also by profession, someone who is really dedicated to promoting the well-being and dignity of older people and seniors in Malta through really innovative policies and care initiative. And it's my big pleasure to invite to this stage for a keynote address for MedTech Malta Summit 2025. Okay, the podium, can you move it a little closer here? Thank you. Okay, the stage. Oh, okay, we won't need okay, we'll have a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my big pleasure to invite to this stage Honorary Dr. Malcolm Paul Adjius Gallier, Parliament Secretary for Active Aging. Big round of applause. Thank you. Welcome.
Keynote by Honorable Dr. Malcolm Paul Adjius Gallier.
Well, good afternoon to you all. I'm going to start my speech with two questions, actually. Why are we here? And why are you here? Probably most of you have got a commercial interest. A commercial interest within such a noble field, the field of healthcare. Yes, obviously, you are here to support some of your startups, some of you your business, some of you to push forward your ideas, but ultimately, you're here to invest or to seek investors. That's your frame of mind, that's your thought, that's your aim. And thanks to Medtech, this is possible because it's offering a platform. Now, why am I here? I'm here with the same mindset. I haven't got a company. I don't really have commercial interests, but I'm here representing the government, responsible for the Maltese people, and having the country's economy in mind. That is my commercial interest. And that basically puts me on the same wavelength as you. Because what I am thinking is, how am I going to help you, and then you help me? And basically, that's the focus and the aim of the Maltese government. We are a socialist government. Well, we've got our socialist values. And we're pro-business. Sometimes it seems a bit strange, you know? But yes, that's what modern socialism is doing. And by pro-business, what we're doing is this. We're helping business thrive in our country. We're boosting our economy, and you can judge that by the rate of growth of our economy. You can see it. Our rate of growth is more than double that of the average country in the European Union. So our formula is working. And yes, we are experiencing a very good economic success. And that in turn is actually fueling our socialist values. Because we're helping our country, our society, the whole of it, being from the younger ones to the bigger business partners. That's our role. And our role is to look beyond the normal business models. Probably most of you have got very innovative ideas, and that's actually what Medtech is. It's all about innovation, no? We do need your brains. You do need the money and the investors and the right environment. That's us. We will provide the right environment for you, and that's what we aim for. With a particular interest in mind. I'm a doctor myself. I'm a doctor politician, not a politician doctor, although I've been purely political in my speech. But now it's my doctor who's going to come in, the doctor in me. The first focus should be the patient. Maybe in your case, you call them the client. You refer to this as the client. I refer to them as the patients, who ultimately need your innovation to have better cure and a better way of life. So, in their most vulnerable moments. So actually that is our medical aim, our medical agenda. And speaking about this, we have to be sometimes really careful. We do speak about innovation, artificial intelligence, well, all sorts of technologies within the medical field. But it's really important to remember that the end user, the end client, is a human being in his most vulnerable state. So you should never forget about the importance of maintaining a very good personal contact. So although these innovations are really, really important, they're really important, to help us diagnose better, treat better, but they should never supersede the person in us. And that's really important. Because when the person ultimately is at his most vulnerable state, he needs someone who is genuinely interested in curing him. Or, unfortunately in some cases, in supporting him in his final moments. And that brings us to my field. I am the Parliamentary Secretary. Foreign people know us as junior ministers for active aging and elderly care. At the moment in Malta, we're investing heavily in elderly care. Malta has become one of the super-aged countries. And by super-aged countries, I mean more than 20% of our population is above the age of 65, and that's counting. Our endemic population, because if you look at it, we've got a population which is growing with a low birth rate, but yet our average age is going down. You tell me, how can that be possible? It is possible because we've got a very strong migrant workforce. And obviously the migrant workforce, they're obviously younger aged. So they're pushing the average age down. But the endemic Maltese population is getting older. And by having such a big migrant workforce, you can notice that we are focusing on a very booming economy, but yet, particularly in our field, the more we're focusing on maintaining our elderly population, and the care means that we need a much bigger workforce. And in fact, quite a big chunk of our migrant population of workers are actually working within our elderly sector. And that is destined to grow. We are embracing technology within our sector. At the moment in Malta, we've got one big complex, which is called St. Vincent de Paul complex, which encompasses a whole system of care, starting from acute care, ranging into specialty care. There's palliative care, renal units. We're investing in psychogeriatrics. And very soon, we're going to have the biggest project in healthcare in Malta. We're going to build a new hospital with 300 beds, with the possibility of extending a bit more, with hundreds of millions worth of investment. And that's going to be in a public-private partnership, because we really believe that that is the way forward, where we should go to ensure proper success of our stories. And in this case, we are open to innovative ideas in care. We embrace artificial intelligence, all sorts of technological advances that we've got in this sector. Basically, we do look forward to have a much stronger healthcare system. One of the things which we're very proud of in Malta is we're a very, very small state, but yet we're on top of quite a few data, statistics. I think the one, at least, which I'm most proud of, is that we're top in Europe in healthy aging. So something, somewhere, is contributing to that. And that is thanks to our vision and to our investments. This year we're investing, this year I mean for the budget for 2026, we're investing 337 million euros in elderly care. More than 150 million we're going to invest within this complex of St. Vincent de Paul for next year. And our idea is to continue to invest even more because we don't want to be good. We want to be the best. And we are going to be the best. One of the main ingredients, though, for us to be the best is to have you on board. And that is why we are open for innovative ideas. Because we really believe that with our commitment and with our vision, we can be at the forefront not only of healthcare, but also of elderly care. And with the attitude that the Maltese government has at the moment, I'm sure that your success story is going to be part of our success story. Thank you for participating in Medtech. Thank you, Dylan, and the team of Medtech World. We collaborate very strongly. We do support each other. And thank you all for supporting us. We are open. We are ready to move forward. We're reaching out. It's up to you then. But we'll definitely support you in any way you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. Thanks. And this support really means a lot to us, the team, and the whole medtech industry in Malta and globally. Now, we will have 3 company showcases. Each participant will have 6 minutes to showcase their company. And I would like to invite to the stage the first company, AquaHeart, and presenting is the CEO, Holger Friedrich. Please make your way to the stage. We are ready. Thank you. Please make a big round of applause for Holger and AquaHeart.
Company Showcase by AquaHeart.
Well, thank you very much. It's really an honor and a great pleasure to be here. My name is Holger Friedrich. I'm the co-founder and CEO of AquaHeart, and I would love to introduce you to my company in the next couple of minutes a bit closer. We are developing a device for the treatment of atrial fibrillation. We are delivering pulmonary vein isolation, which is the guideline recommended first-line therapy. We believe we can do it faster, easier, safer, and more precise than other technologies. Let me give you a little bit of a snapshot what we have done so far. The company has been founded in 2018. We have a very lean management system, so we're only 3 employees in the company. We're relying heavily on engineering support from the outside world. We have this week, luckily, been able to conclude our first closing on an A round, which we are using to produce first-in-human data. So we're raising an A round of $5 million, of which, as of today, $3 million have been secured. So in the next couple of months, we are supposed to raise another $2 million for this A round. The technology is certainly unique. We are using steam as a method of energizing the the tissue. We're the first company that is using steam in a blood-filled organ. Steam as an ablation energy has been around for quite some time, and there are other companies successfully doing these ablations in other organs like prostate, uterus, or the lungs. We are supported by a large amount of IP, and the interesting thing about steam is that we are using an energy that has 10 times more energy content than, for instance, hot water. So there is a good reason to do there is some grounds to do a very quick ablation. So if I can show you how we do this, we are using the steam, we're using a double balloon system, transseptal, deploying in a CO2-filled outer balloon to conclude the pulmonary vein of target over the wire, and then we deploy the steam into an inside balloon, and as you can see, there is a ablation zone created by the counter pressure of the tissue. So the interesting thing is that we are really adapting to the individual anatomy, and in our preclinical tests we could show that the circumferential ablation transmurally could be deployed within under 10 seconds. So we're extremely fast, and at the same time we have a very favorable safety profile because of the fast deployment of the energy. There is a very low risk of injury of concomitant tissue. The other aspect of that energy is that it is very well steerable. We have a direct relationship between time of application and depth of the penetration into the tissue. And we have a very clean ablation zone that leads us to believe that long-term we probably have improved outcomes for the patients. At the same time, the energy is very digital. That means in the same moment where we stop to produce steam, no heat is anymore transferred into the tissue. As you might know, there are other energy sources out there. RF has been around for many, many years. PFA has been gaining ground in the last 4 or 5 years. We believe that we can deliver the best of these both worlds, and at the same time, we are doing that at a very reduced risk profile. So overall, we are the best of both worlds and the next step. If you look into the marketplace, as investors, of course, always are interested in, it is gigantic. This is, as I mentioned, the first-line therapy recommended by both the HRS and the European Heart Association. There are probably 100 million patients out that would need ablation of the pulmonary veins, but at the same time, there might be only 5% so far treated. So it's a first-line therapy. Already the market has a size of probably about $10 billion globally, and it is growing double-digit year over year. We believe with a PVI-only therapy that we can offer with our double balloon, we have a chance to attack about 25% of that market. With the 5 million round, we can deliver the first in-human trial. That is planned in Australia for the summer next year. So this is our next milestone to develop the company further. And just one quick glimpse at the leadership team. We are supported by very prominent cardiologists in both the US and Europe. As I said, in the direct team, there are only 3 people on the payroll, and we're supported by a lot of great people around that. In summary, I would say we have a great technology. We have attractive economics for both investors, but also for the healthcare system, because our system is relatively a low-cost system. We have fantastic chronic animal data that we could show last year in our chronic study, and we have several safety profiles that other technologies cannot offer. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a great show. Thanks again.
Thank you, Holger and Aquaheart. Thank you so much. Now we are on to the next company showcase, and the company is Sequoia Health, and presenting is Dennis Galka, the CEO and founder, Sequoia Health. Please make your way to the stage, and a big, big round of applause for Dennis.
Company Showcase by Sequoia Health.
Hi everyone. Imagine being 23, in love, but unable to perform. That's Steve. Like 1.8 billion men worldwide, he suffers from sexual dysfunction, erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, or maybe low libido. For many men, that means silence, low self-esteem, and shame. They don't go to doctors, they search us online. And that's where Sequoia helps. An AI-personalized, exercise-based mobile app that helps men improve naturally and confidently. Because sexual health should be as normal as going to a gym. My name is Dennis. I am CEO at Sequoia. Last 13 years, I spent building tech products for Yandex and IntellectSoft. But what truly brought me here is my personal experience. I was in Steve's shoes. I know the shame, and I know how hard it's to ask for help. That's why I created Sequoia, the product I wish existed back then. Besides me, Olga, our chief medical officer, sexologist and psychiatrist with more than 2,000 men helped, and Alex, our CTO, top architect with master's degree and informatics and computer science who build apps for millions. Together, we bring in tech, medicine, and empathy into one space. For now, we have 37,000 installs, $27,000 in revenue, and 20 doctor medical team. All our downloads are organic, and 60% from our revenue are from the US. That means real demand even before paid acquisition. We proud partner with the United Nations Population Fund, the World Association for Sexual Health, University of Rome, Tor Vergata, and Invitro, one of the biggest Europe's labs. That's how we combine impact and monetization responsibly. Last month, 90,000 impressions, 5,000 page views, and 900 installs. But here is the truth. Our retention is low. Users try Sequoia for 1-2 days and churn. So we talked to them, and they said, we want an instant effect. But we're not Viagra. Real change takes at least 21 days. So now we're adding gamification to keep them motivated through the full journey, and we expect retention to increase to 10% and plus 100 paid customers monthly. Competitors like Dr. Kegel, Census, and Coach have proven the market. Dr. Kegel makes $4 million ARR, but our users tell us that they shifted to Sequoia because it's cleaner, simpler, and more human. And because we offer something unique, an AI personalization with real medical support. And you know what? That's the future of sexual health. And technology with empathy. Google Trends shows that interest into erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, and low libido is growing fast. Stigma is fading. AI transforms personalized medicine. World is finally ready to start talking about men's health. Timing is perfect, and Sequoia is leading this moment. Only the US sexual dysfunction market is $25.4 billion with 100 million men. Over next 12 months, we aim for $440,000 in revenue. And our next 5-year goal is $10.8 million and 4 million users worldwide. To get there, we are raising $0.7 million in SAFE for digital marketing, product growth, and partnerships. At Sequoia, we believe that every man deserves confidence in his body, in his relationships, in his life. Sexual health is not just about performance. It's about identity. It's about connection. It's about happiness. So with your support, we can bring this future happen faster. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Denise Galka and Sequoia Health. Thank you. And finally, company showcase by Berlin Hills, and presenting is the CEO, John Brumfield. Please, big round of applause for John.
Company Showcase by Berlin Hills.
Hello, my name is John Brumfield. I'm the CEO of Berlin Heels. I'm here to talk about a condition called heart failure. This condition is a growing pandemic across the world. In the Western world specifically, 1 in 4 people have the risk of developing heart failure. Why is this growing so fast? Because we're really good at keeping people alive from heart attacks, arrhythmias, valve disease. And so patients that used to die off are now stuck in this chronic condition. And almost all therapies in this space are just to help manage the symptoms. But that ends today. With the technology that we've developed, we have a lead that goes inside the heart and a patch that goes outside the heart. And we run direct current between the two. We were not the first company to come up with this innovation. The idea of direct current has been around in bone healing and wound healing. It's physiologic. If you cut your skin and you measure the voltage across the injury, you'll measure a couple microamps. That's physiologic. It's a signal your body uses to tell it to heal. We're the first company to apply that signal directly to diseased tissue. And what this does is it reduces inflammation, it remodels the cells, and it creates a lasting effect. The results from our first in-man study, 10 patients, we saw a 1/3 improvement in ejection fraction. 8 of the 10 patients were asymptomatic. The 6-minute hall walk test and quality of life scores doubled. This is far greater than any other outcome that's ever been shown in heart failure. What's really exciting, though, is we turn the device off at 6 months, and we have the patient come back every 6 months for 2 years, and the benefit sustains. This is the first therapy ever shown a lasting benefit without recurrence of the disease. If you stop Entresto, if you stop your CRT device or any other therapy in heart failure, your disease comes back. This is the first known therapy that's shown a lasting remodeling. Then we ran a randomized clinical trial. We implanted 32 patients versus 33 guideline-directed medical therapy. We verified the same effect. Highly significant separation, 6-minute hall walk test, quality of life, and ejection fraction. So we know this works surgically. We've done the long-term studies, we've done the randomized trials surgically. The question is, could we do it less invasively? Instead of sending the patient to the OR and the patient being intubated and going through lateral thoracotomy recovery, what if we could do it in the cath lab and the patient could stay awake and go home the same day? So we switched to less invasive. Our patch is now placed outside the ribs. This patient was implanted conscious under local anesthetic. And general cardiologist, electrophysiologist, any general cardiologist that can do a device implant can do this implant. We started a 10-patient first-in-man study this year. We completed our 10th enrollment last month, and our results are looking quite encouraging. Here's one case study. The patient to your right, this is a patient with a large cardiomyopathy. All the little white cracks in the lungs, That's fluid in the lungs. The patient on the left is 1 month later, it's the same patient. I presented this at a recent conference, and I had a cardiologist walk up to the stage afterward and touch one of the ribs on the left image and come back over and goes, holy cow, it is the same patient. Because you can't see this kind of effect in any other therapy in cardiology. In 1 month, the silhouette of the heart is already smaller. The cardiac function's improving, ejection fraction, cardiac output. We can show it works outside the ribs. So when we expand to a wider indicated population, we have studies coming up where we're going to go into higher EF, 40 to 50 EF, and lower EF. And this expands our market dramatically. The next best therapy in heart failure has a reimbursement in the US of $45,000. Our effect is far greater than the next best therapy. And so our reimbursement experts say at a price point of, say, $50,000 times 9 million patients around the world, TAM is not our problem. Our board of directors is very strong. We just recently added Eric Fain, former group president at St. Jude Medical, current CEO of a medtech company. Roland Digelman is former CEO of Smith & Nephew. Marco is one of our co-founders, and we're excited in a couple weeks we're going to do a press release of a new board member that comes from a major medtech company, executive VP. And so we have the leadership behind us. They've come on board. The leadership team driving the innovation as a highly experienced organization. And when it comes to funding, this year we raised 13 million, and now we're raising 20 million. This 20 million will fund our next clinical studies in 2026 to expand the indication. We'll do a double-blind sham study, and all of this is to de-risk the pivotal, because when we go to the pivotal, it'll be a much larger round. But the strategy here is we've done one randomized trial. We're going to do a second randomized sham-controlled study next year, and we go to our pivotal with a third randomized trial. And the reason why we're doing this is I've been in this space long enough where med tech companies launch products with 20, 30 patients, they get FDA approval, and they wonder why the technology doesn't take off. And the strategy here was from the very beginning, let's do 3 randomized trials before we launch and go straight to the guidelines and have full reimbursement. And so this has been a longer road than I think expected, but I think we're going to set a new standard for how to bring a med tech company to the market. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Great case study. Thanks everyone. Now, before we move into the startup pitch competition later on this stage, there's one more panel, and I know it's very anticipated one. Hospitals as investors. How hospitals are driving medtech adoption through their venture arms. So without further ado, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to this stage. Coming up, Anthony Zlaket, Venture Fund Manager at Tampa General Hospital Ventures. Joan Perez, Managing Director at Rex Health Ventures. Liana Volak, VP Government and Strategy at 8400 Health Network. Liridon Roucharge, Director of Venture Investing of OSF Ventures. And Zach Eisen, Senior Principal at Cleveland Clinic Ventures. Ladies, gentlemen, please make your way to the stage. The floor is yours. We're looking forward to that panel. Thank you.
Hospitals as investors, driving medtech adoption through venture arms.
Is it okay? It's working.
Test,
okay, so much anticipated panel. Oh, it's good to hear. And good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Liana Volach. I've been working in the past 4.5 years as VP Government and Strategy in 8400, the Health Network, initiating and developing strategic partnerships across the Israeli health tech ecosystem, and also as a consultant for startups, mainly focusing on how to get them work better with hospitals and healthcare systems, which leads us to today's panel, which will cover the reality of hospital-backed ventures, the incentives, the constraints, the internal politics, and the actual decision-making processes that shape this space. So I've met with our amazing panelists here last night, and we've also exchanged many emails. And I can definitely say one thing: you are not the typical type of investors. You're really operating inside such a complex healthcare system with priorities that change and shift weekly. And for that, I will say will need real stamina. So it's kind of the stamina when you're running uphill, you're running a marathon, but every day you have management holding a meeting saying what logo should be up on that hill and if that hill has secured grant from the state. So without further ado, let's meet our panelists. Zach, Lyridon, Anthony, and John, please introduce yourselves.
Hey everybody, my name is Anthony. I am the venture fund manager at Tampa General Hospital Ventures. We are the corporate venture arm at Tampa General Hospital. Before that, I was in another health system called Unity Point Health, where I was also in their venture arm. It was a $100 million fund, spent 3-4 years over there. And prior to that, I was in a startup myself in the medical device space. TGH Ventures, we have 3 divisions within TGH Ventures. We have the venture arm, which I lead. We have strategic partnership arm, which is really the sweat equity branch of TGH. And the third branch is really the internal commercialization, promoting culture of innovation within TGH. So those are really the 3 branches within TGH. I sit solely on the investment arm and excited for this chat.
Hi everyone, Lyridon Rushai. I'm with OSF Ventures, the CVC for OSF Healthcare. We're a 17 hospital system based in Peoria, Illinois, in central Illinois there. We're calling it a $5 billion net patient service revenue health system, 25,000 employees, 2,500 employee physicians, faith-based, mission-driven system. That mission focus blends its way into our venture program. The venture program started in 2016. We are now in our 3rd fund, which our latest fund is 100. And so we look at Series A, Series B companies across med device, tech-enabled services, digital health, diagnostics, just no biotech, no pharma. Initial check is 3 that we typically target. We do take active board observer voting board seats as a part of every investment. We look to be that, as we all do here, that strategic value add investor partner with you. It's not just dollars, it's clinical input, clinical kind of site potential. I've known a lot of these folks for a long time. You'll probably get that theme here from the panel today. But we average probably 4 deals a year. This year it's been 2. We just did a deal in a company called Aprio Health, which is in the interventional pulmonology space. That's a pivotal stage company. And another digital health company called HelloCare.ai. It ebbs and flows in terms of number of deals, but I would say on average it's 4 for us. But our biggest thing is it has to align strategically. So we have to get buy-in from our doctors, nurses, therapists, operational leaders in order to invest. Even if I know it'll be a positive financial return, I can't move forward unless I have that. But thank you to Dylan, Yulia, organizing. This is my 3rd year at Medtech Malta, a veteran of sorts, and it's always a pleasure. Always enjoy this conference. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Zach Eisen with Cleveland Clinic Ventures and Innovations. For those that don't know, Cleveland Clinic is a large academic medical center headquartered in Cleveland, Ohio. Also, a growing presence in both Florida and other parts of the world. Our ventures team, we're about 8 full-time investment professionals. We sit inside a much larger, about 75-person innovations program. And like my colleagues, obviously everything we do is strategic. Ours is probably a bit more unique. Our efforts are combined. So we're focused both on supporting internal innovation. These are new inventions, discoveries, IP that originates at Cleveland Clinic, and how we can take those really from ideation all the way through commercialization. One path for those are actually building venture-backable startups that will help to set up, operationalize, and fund, and we'll support those through their life cycle. Like my colleagues, we also are growing our strategic investing program. So these are companies that we're not necessarily starting, but we're working closely with. They're delivering, strategic value back to Cleveland Clinic as a health system. And most of these we're partnering very closely with, potentially still building something, just not necessarily, the original kind of foundational IP. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Awesome. Last but hopefully not least, super grateful to be here. So echo the thanks. Second year in Medtech Malta, not third, so not a formal official, but this is an incredible event. So grateful to be here. John Perez, I'm a managing director with Rex Health Ventures. So we are the corporate venture fund for UNC Health more broadly. So similar to my colleagues here, we invest strategically on behalf of the health system into things that are going to be relevant to us as an organization. So our typical check size is about $2 million from an initial check perspective. We'll typically deploy 4 to 6 over the life cycle of any deal. And we try to do that 3 to 4 times a year and into perpetuity. It's an evergreen model. We'll invest in everything that touches healthcare, so across the entire life cycle. My kind of joke is if a health system can have a perspective on it or who can potentially use it, we could potentially invest in it. But it has to be very strategic to us in nature. And so we'll talk about a little bit about what that looks like. Personally, I've been working either with or for health system corporate venture capitals for over a decade now, and just super grateful for the model. I continue to really be appreciative of our colleagues here and really looking forward to the conversation.
Okay, great. Let's dive in. You've all, I think most of you maybe, mentioned the strategy. So you as investors are looking for maybe a longer term strategy, thinking about investments that will yield results in maybe 5, 7 to 10 years, while hospitals often want quick wins, strategic impact. So let's speak a little bit about this. What are your thoughts about it?
The $1 million question here. Strategy can be defined differently across all health systems. I'm going to give you my definition within TGH and how we look at it inside TGH. So at Tampa General Hospital, we don't view strategic opportunity as a yes or no question. We view it more as a spectrum with short-term immediate benefits versus like a long-term benefits with the middle on the side. So on the one end of the spectrum, if we look at the short-term immediate value, on the health tech side, that can be an AI that can be easily integrated within the EMRs, so it's a very quick win, very quick implementation within the system. On the medtech side, it can be within 6 months of a pivotal trial, or already integrate, or we can start using it. Our physicians can start using the medical devices. On the other end of the spectrum, we have more the long-term goals. And the long-term benefits to the system. This is where I love investing in. We're known as the crazy people here because we love integrating within your department and like shift everything within the departments within the system. But the long-term goals or the long-term benefits here, we have tools that really disrupt the care pathways within the system. So that can be what I'm looking at right now, for example, that can be ambulatory infusion centers or PPEC centers, so complex care for children, and how we can integrate those within the system. So those are more complex on the healthcare IT side, but on the medtech side, that can be pre-FDA or like phase 1. So this is the spectrum that we work in within TGH.
Do you have any idea like what's the percentage of like the craziest ones versus the quick wins?
Yeah, absolutely. So the quick wins one, and I can give an example. So we recently invested in a company called Vista AI. Vista AI is a software as a medical device company. They automate MRI medical image acquisition at the point of care. That one was a very quick win for us, simply because it solved an immediate problem within Tampa General Hospital. Now, some of the ways that we mitigate, all of these, we always include, and I'm sure all of us do that, we always include subject matter experts within those discussions very early on in the discussions. So this is one way of doing it. Another example, my IC, is a mix between strategic and financial. So we have my chief strategy officer over there, so who loves looking at the strategic goals within the system and how can we measure those goals internally. We also have my chief financial officer, who that guy usually likes more the financial aspect of it. So there is some methodologies that we're using in order to mitigate both of those and maintaining a balance between strategy and financial.
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in there because I think there's some really good points. And again, you could echo that same sentiment across most of our systems. I think, Liana, you originally talked a little bit about the balance between strategic and financial. And I think the reality for us is it's both. And it's always both. For us, and for me personally, I just believe that any corporate venture capital model has to be self-sustainable. Right? We need to be generating financial return back to the organization in order to be self-sustainable, right? This can't be a drain from the system. So financially, for us to underwrite a deal, we have to have some line of sight into 3 to 5x in 3 to 5 years. So that is purely from a financial perspective. We need to see that return. Now, strategic is job number 2, but a really close second job number 2. In the sense that we actually can't deploy the capital unless we can make that strategic tie. So it's not really an or a balance. For us, it's both. And our models actually allow us to do that in a pretty unique way because we're very patient capital. And what I mean is, actually, the last panel was on family offices, and Omid had talked about kind of the traditional venture capital model and looking at having to deploy X amount of dollars for 3 years and et cetera. We're not contractually obligated to those metrics as well, right? So if I had shared, I'm looking at 3 to 4 years deals a year. If we don't see a deal that doesn't meet that 3 to 5x in 3 to 5 years and is strategic, we don't have to deploy the capital. There's nothing requiring us to do it. So we can be very, very selective and opportunistic on the deals that we want to pursue to make sure that it fits the mission of the organization. And the funny part is, because we work so hard to be strategic and really pressure test, what is the workflow through the hospital? What are the purchasers? How is that going to work? We actually see outsized financial returns because then we have basically mitigated the risk of how is this going to work for the next hospital system or the next hospital system. And it really pressure tests the go-to-market strategy of a company in a very powerful way.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's very similar. We take a top-down, bottom-up approach to our kind of strategic thinking. Each service line goes through their annual strategic planning process. And so we'll meet our cardiology, neurology, oncology service lines and say, what are your priorities this year? We'll take that feedback back. We'll look at the market and look for investment opportunities. We also take a bottoms-up approach in terms of what are the market trends that we're seeing kind of appear. This year, John and I were looking at the registry automation space, right? We saw a number of kind of companies in that space, and so we brought that to bear. So it's a kind of top-down, bottoms-up approach. Similar to what Anthony and John was saying in terms of strategic and financial. Depending on the stage, it's all about portfolio construction, right? So we do take a portfolio construction view to the investments we make, right? We were willing to take some PMA pathway. We were willing to go pre-FDA, but we aren't willing to do the whole portfolio in that kind of manner, right? So we do take a portfolio construction view to our investments. We do like to mix up some of the commercial stage versus some of the kind of pre-FDA. But the biggest thing is just getting the buy-in from our doctors, nurses, therapists, operational leaders to say yes, this is solving a pain point. This solution resonates as a solution, which is kind of what we need. And depending on kind of what stage you are, right, we're willing to wait 5 to 7 years, right? If it's kind of a PMA pathway, right, versus like more commercial stage, which is more immediate. And to Anthony's point, some of the digital health solutions, right, are more immediate in terms of deployment opportunity. Some medical devices, right, could take a little bit more time.
And then I can keep mine short. Not surprisingly, we're very similar. We're both strategic and financial. From a financial sense, very similar to, I'm sure all of you as well. We'll underwrite like any VC would from a financial returns from a VC standpoint. On the strategic side, for us, it's how closely is it aligned with our mission? Our mission is obviously supporting the best patient care possible, furthering research, furthering education. So we'll do both bottoms up and tops down as well. We'll go and we'll source companies based on specific problems. But our innovations team as a whole, we serve as a front door for technologies that are looking to get into Cleveland Clinic. So we'll help triage those basically and get to the right KOLs. And many times through that, you know, an investment opportunity can be born.
Okay, so that actually is a really good pathway for the next question, because in early 2000 there were only like around 5 hospital-backed venture arms, and now there are over 15. Actually, I just checked like 10 minutes ago with ChatGPT, and it said more than 75. So, so I think is this crowding the market, and how do you differentiate yourselves when founders increasingly see hospital VCs around the ecosystem?
I'm happy to start this one. So I would say the more the merrier when it comes to health system venture arms. I think this was kind of a unique point that I would kind of want to make is we're not competitive, absolutely not competitive. If not, we're the opposite. We call each other. So if I hear someone says, well, I spoke to Rex Health, I call up John. So always beware that anyone who you kind of mentioned, I'm not going to say I know everybody, but I know probably 80% of the health system venture arms. And there's always room for another strategic in my mind. Because if there's a validation at OSF and there's a validation at Tampa General or Cleveland Clinic, that just gives me additional kind of firepower to present to my venture committee and say, hey, we've done the checks at other health systems. This is an issue, not just at OSF. We have conviction that we need to move forward with this investment. So there's a rise of health system venture arms, but I would say it's a great thing because it's not only investment dollars, right? It could be potential commercial dollars, and everybody needs the investment dollars. So the more the merrier in my mind.
Yeah, I'll double down on that. I mean, if you think about us each making venture investments, if aligned with our investment, we each become customers of a company, partners of a company. It's obviously in all of our investments' best interests, right, that we syndicate with each other. So I don't think we view any of the other, at least health system strategics, as competitive. I think if you think about the rise of corporate VC in hospitals, tying it back to the strategic part here, I think for us, we see technologies that other parts of the health system may not see. Many parts of Cleveland Clinic obviously are focused on working with big companies like Epic, companies like Microsoft, companies like Google. We're able to introduce startups doing really innovative things potentially a few cycles earlier than they may be seen otherwise. So I think there's a lot of value that gets driven back to the health system, and that's why I think you're seeing so many of these.
I 100% agree with my colleagues. The short answer is no, we are not competitors as it relates to the venture arms. But really, it's also important to note out that even within the venture arms, we are different within ourselves. So, there are some health system venture arms that focus on investing inside out. So investing in internal IP solutions versus, for example, us that focuses on outside in. There are some health systems also that focus on fund-to-fund investments. There are some other health systems that focus on, that have an accelerator model. So it's important to note out that we are different even among ourselves. Even with us as TGH Ventures, I love when my colleague call me. I love when they call me and tell me about one of our portfolio companies. Hey, what do you think about that? I always advise my portfolio companies, always take money from a strategic investor. So whatever you want to do, expand the round, bring them in. So always take money from them. So.
I'll give you 2 anecdotes just to emphasize the point, because again, we're all on the same page. We really do. It is one big happy family. But two anecdotes. So one, I'm on the board of a company with OSF and Learden where there are 4 health systems on the board. I'm also on the board of a company with Tampa General, and there are 5 health systems on the board. And not once have we in the boardroom said we need less health system perspective to help shape and guide this company. Not once. And the reality is, what I'll emphasize of Anthony's point is, we are all health systems. We are very different patient demographics for each of our health systems. UNC is a very different makeup and model than Cleveland Clinic, which is very different from OSF, which is very different from Tampa General. And so when you think about that in shaping the direction of your company, so not only take money from strategics, but think about the right strategics, right? If you're launching a company within rural healthcare, You probably want a rural healthcare system. Oh, Leardon might be my first call to say, hey, how are you thinking about X, Y, or Z? And so just those would be the anecdote. And then the second anecdote is not only do we like to swap notes together, we're actually, all 4 of our systems are on a monthly call with 40 other health system venture capital funds. Monthly, where we're talking about, we're swapping notes, we're looking at deals together. This is a call that we all participate and engage with various folks on our team. And just to show you the level of collaboration and emphasize Leardon's point of don't try to sneak away with a logo on your slide. Because we do get to collaborate very often. But just those 2 anecdotes, I mean, you can see how collaborative it is in our environment, and it helps us be strategic in how we think about investing in market makers as opposed to kind of picking point solutions.
Oh, I think it's amazing, especially coming from the US market, and fascinating. But you did mention, all of you, that you have really different methods. So I'm going to dive into each one to get to know your methods, investing methods a little bit, and strategic and perspectives a little bit more. Leardon, I noticed you've invested in TaylorMade, which is an Israeli startup, and I've just heard that John invested with you as well. You too? Oh, so, okay, great. As you said, one big happy family. But I wanted to speak a little bit about startups outside the U.S., foreign startups, and how do you help them navigate the U.S. the U.S. healthcare system?
Yeah, no. So we invest globally. We have Israeli investments, we have Irish investments, Scottish investments. Typically, as a part of kind of that round, they do the U.S. entity conversion flip into kind of a Delaware, typically kind of headquartered company. With that said, right, when they're looking to enter the U.S. market or kind of get help with the U.S. market, right, we're hoping and are willing to serve as, clinical kind of pilot sites if it's kind of clinical stage, or, if they're trying to figure out, their business model, try to, do pilot studies with them. They need kind of, case studies, the like. We're willing to kind of work with them to kind of gather that data and the like. The other thing that we do really well is, and this is a theme that you hear on these panels, we call each other. And so, right, I've known John since his Ballot Health days. I've known Anthony since his Unity Point days. I call him up and I say, hey, I got this company. It looks super interesting. Is this a pain point for you? So the sharing amongst us is very important, and that's one of my most qualified, I would call it, channels that I get kind of new deal flow is from these folks up on this panel. So it's very much kind of right partnering with the companies who are from abroad with kind of U.S. market focus, as well as kind of introducing them to other health systems that could help kind of work with, as well as kind of potentially invest in the company in addition to us.
John, do you want to add anything about working with the foreign?
No, I mean, the only thing I'd add is just there's a reason why it makes sense for U.S. health systems to look internationally. There's a really good partnership dynamic there, right? We talk about trying to enter into the U.S. health system, even as a U.S. vendor is hard. Think about an international vendor. And so you can, like Leardon said, you can add a lot of value of thinking about what are the pathways. The health care industry is so wildly different amongst countries. I mean, Anna, we talked about this last night. And so getting someone, if you are entering into any market, right, having someone at your back that knows that market is a wildly valuable strategy to explore. And so we end up having those type of conversations a lot.
Exactly. Okay, Anthony. So Tampa General has shifted and expanded its innovation agenda quickly in the recent years. So how is your investment focus evolving, and what's driving those changes?
Yeah. So when I first joined TGH Ventures 2.5 years ago, we were purely a digital health investment arm. So we were only investing in SaaS and tech-enabled services in healthcare. Then I'd say, so I'm included in a lot of calls with Epic. Those are like bi-monthly calls with Epic. We attend UGM, which is the Epic conference. For those of you that don't know, Epic is the giant EMR that US health systems use. One of them, but the biggest one. And we really are seeing, we're not seeing moats anymore in those particular industries. So, you know, ambient projects, for example, we knew about ambient, you know, because of those bi-monthly calls with Epic. Our health system will always choose Epic over anything else. And so this really made us think about how we evolve our strategy, and this is when we started investing in medical devices. So the last 2 deals that we made are in medical devices. And this is a space that's become a lot more, where our health system has become a lot more excited by. One of our goals is also expanding our clinical trial sites and expanding the number of clinical trials that we do. So the medical device strategy really came in handy, and it was easy for me to pitch to my investment committee. Not only that, and we also talked about this, John mentioned, you know, the 40 group of health systems that meet monthly. We are also switching our strategy. We are becoming kind of the alternative investment branch of the system, not just venture. So I am also responsible for the fund-of-fund strategy for the system. So I have a fund-of-fund strategy that I'm responsible for. You know, I do all the pipeline, evaluation, decision on the fund investments. So in addition to direct investments, we do fund investments, and most recently, there's a secondary deal that I'm working on right now as we speak. So buying secondary shares. So we are increasing the strategy that we're building. We're not just doing direct investment anymore. You know, we're doing fund of funds, we're doing secondary, but really my main responsibilities is, you know, as a direct investor for early stage startups. And now we probably do medical devices.
So a lot of great opportunities for the founders here. So you've moved into medical devices. Zach, your portfolio actually stands out because you invest in therapeutics and devices, which I think have longer timelines, significant capital needs, and regulatory friction. So how do you balance the widely different development horizons and capital requirements across your portfolio?
Sure, it's a great question. We just think about this a lot. So as I mentioned in my intro, our model may be a bit more unique, where we're actually spinning companies off from Cleveland Clinic. So new inventions at Cleveland Clinic. Cleveland Clinic has a really rich history as a large academic medical center of, you know, new discoveries, new inventions. Think about, you know, the first coronary angiogram was at Cleveland Clinic. CABG, modern bypass, was invented at Cleveland Clinic. So we see amazing new technologies really every day coming from all different parts of Cleveland Clinic. So for both medtech and biotech, you know, oftentimes this can result in a new company. So we'll spin this off. You know, we'll build a new venture-backed company around this. We'd love to do it with partners, so with other health systems, with strategics, you know, from industry, with more traditional venture capital. So those both naturally at company formation stage have much longer hold periods. We're okay with that. It's supporting the mission of Cleveland Clinic. It's supporting, you know, one of our core values, which is innovation, and really around bringing ideas from bench to bedside. On the health tech side, we're mostly partnering externally. I think on those we probably see, you know, more immediate ROI, both from the strategic ROI as we've talked about here, as well as probably a bit shorter hold periods in terms of just the venture timelines. But we're balance sheet investors, so that gives us a lot of flexibility around things like check size, hold period, et cetera. So it really comes down just to both the financial and strategic rationale on a deal-by-deal basis.
Thank you, and I think we cannot end this without addressing the subject that is on every pitch deck these days, AI. So John, this is for you. With all the noise around AI and Gen AI, real differentiation is getting harder to identify. So how do you assess whether an AI startup is actually unique and defensible and not just riding the wave?
Yeah, lucky me. No, it is the hardest question to answer right now, in transparency. And I'll give you 2 comments to make it even more complex, if that'll help. So we had mentioned we invest across biotech, medtech, and health tech, and AI has transformed all of those different industries. So we're focused here on medtech. everything kind of blends together when you think about AI in my world. And I'm super grateful. I actually get to participate in what's called our AI Center of Excellence. And so what that means is we have our CIO and our Chief Data Analytics Officer and 10 other executives across the system who are the AI think tank for the hospital. And we are thinking about the who, what, why, when, where, how of deploying AI across the system. So super easy task. And so all we're talking about is this subject, and it's all we've been talking about. But the amount that technology has advanced so quickly, it's making things very challenging. So one example, so we typically, when we look at a new technology, usually we're replacing a legacy vendor of 10, 15 years. We are now replacing legacy vendors every 2 to 3 years, or looking at them because the term legacy has changed. And the technology has advanced so quickly that now, if your stickiness is a very different factor these days, because you have to really pressure test, is this model embedded into the hospital system? Because if not, someone will be able to develop the technology. And so the other component I'll share to muddy the waters even further. So we just did an assessment of all the technologies that we use. This is Medtech, Health Tech, and we currently use up to 1,500 vendors in our ecosystem. So now when thinking about a new technology coming in, not only are you against your competitors of other new technology, every single one of those 1,500 vendors are deploying their own AI models, their own AI roadmaps, and the concentric circles are starting to overlap. And so, again, making it more difficult than easier before I answer the question. So once any of us figures it out, please let me know. We're constantly thinking, but the punchline is tech is not the moat anymore. And the way we look at it is execution ends up being the actual moat. And so thinking about things back to fundamentals, thinking about the leadership of a company. Have they sold into healthcare before? Do they understand that process? Can you think about a way to make a very frictionless entry point into a health system? So maybe you have technology. Could you think about a services model outside of your technology that helps the health system adopt it quicker? We're considering all of these different things as we look at understanding what's differentiated in the market and where we're going to place our long-term bets. So.
Wow. So good luck with that. Maybe for your next discussion in the forum of the 40 VCs. So I see our time is up, unfortunately. It has been fascinating for me personally, and you were each with your own approach are amazing and doing amazing strategic impact. So thank you to our panelists. Thank you to Medtech and Dylan and Julia for hosting us. And hopefully we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Just going to take a quick photo. While they're taking photo, the pitch competition is just about to start at 3:45. So I suggest everyone stay in their seats. We're just about to start. We have a very exciting evening coming. Hi. Yes, you're the first person. Do you need me to carry anything? No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. Three minutes. No. Okay. No. I'm just going to make an introduction. I just have a few things to say, and then I'll announce you. It will probably be like 10 minutes, because I have to announce the judges first. But I'll let you know. Your name will be said out loud.
Yeah, great.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Dylan Attard for his continued efforts to bring this fantastic event from a startup to a conference.
Medtech, I think, ties together research, innovation, the digital sector as well, and of course the medical sector. And at the end of the day, the end result of this collaboration is better healthcare for our patients.
Today is our biggest one so far. There's over 2,000 people joining us, from investors to startups, from hospital ecosystems. So there's a lot to learn from, even in the way of how hospitals invest, how hospitals operate, how hospitals work with the private sector, with startups themselves, how to invite more innovation.
The conference so far has been really exciting. The panels are really good. The meetings have been really good. A lot of networking opportunity. Hello, hello. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had a very fruitful day. It's day 2 of Medtech Malta. Thank you all. Before I start, I'd like to really thank everyone for joining us in Malta. Every year, you know, we're all very just left without words, speechless at the amount of people that come and just the amazing connections that we all make together. So thank you all for being part of what we are aiming for and what we are trying to achieve. I'd like to welcome you all officially to the Medtech World Startup Pitch Competition, which is one of our best and highlights of Medtech Malta. We are going to be hearing from 10 companies who will be pitching on stage to you all. We are also welcomed by 10 incredible judges who will be introduced shortly, who will be sitting in front. I will introduce you in a minute. Just so I can give a brief overview of how this will work, each company will have 3 minutes to pitch their innovation, followed by 3 minutes of a Q&A. So please, judges, audience, you are encouraged to ask questions, because that is how the companies grow, the companies learn, and feedback is very critical. The judges will be presented with a score sheet. You can find that on the chairs, as well as a pen. So after each, you will have the name of the company, and you will then be asked to score the company against a set amount of criteria. And you will do that for each company. At the end of the pitch competition, these sheets will be collected, and we will tally them up and announce the winner at the end of the competition. Before I begin, I would very much like to thank our sponsors, our incredible sponsors, who without them, this would not be possible. And that's Blue Coat Cyber, Malta Enterprise, Medtech Impact Partners, and ProLucid Technologies. Thank you so much for being part of our event and for supporting the Startup Pitch competition. I'm going to quickly mention some of the prizes that will be given to the winner of the Medtech World Pitch competition. So the winner will receive a starter package for Medtech Malta 2026, which will include a year-long exposure on our social media and newsletter channels, as well as PR coverage. Blue Coat Cyber has given 10 hours of tailored consultancy on cybersecurity and regulatory strategy, which includes FDA, EU MDR, and Health Canada. ProLucid Technologies have given a free gap analysis, which consists of 3 one-hour workshops to clearly define core requirements to get to prototype or commercial stage. Medtech Impact Partners have given 1 hour of tailored regulatory insight and receive action snapshot to position the company's technology for their next capital raise. Now, without further ado, I would love to introduce our esteemed judges, and for that, we will be watching a short video. So I ask all of you, please, to pay attention to the video that's just about to play. Thank you.
Hamza Abdul Hadi. Hamza is a digital health investor with a decade of experience at Debiopharm Innovation Fund and Hikma Ventures, involved in closing more than 20 global deals. He served on multiple boards, held finance roles at Hikma, PMI, and Capital Investments, graduated from GWU, and co-founded initiatives in Jordan and Spain. Miguel Borge. Miguel Borge is CEO of Malta Venture Capital, a sovereign fund investing in innovation startups. He serves as an expert for the UN's Digital Innovation Board and the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and lectures on finance and risk management at the University of Malta. Brandon Rosenhan. Founding partner at Med Mountain Ventures since 2019, Dr. Rosenhan leverages critical care expertise and success as Penblade's founder to lead a physician-led fund, investing in seed-stage companies delivering better patient care. A 2019 stroke survivor, he consults and speaks on healthcare innovation. Stefan Madansain. Stefan is a technology development and IP manager at Mayo Clinic Ventures, supporting innovation, technology, translation, investment, and commercialization efforts across the Mayo Clinic enterprise. Stefan has a background in aerospace engineering, a PhD in biomechanics and neuromotor control, and completed his postdoc training at Mayo Clinic. Stephen Borge-Baltzan. Stephen Borge-Baltzan is a professional with a background in life sciences and a master's degree in chemistry from the University of Malta. Stephen has been supporting entrepreneurs and investors in developing their projects for almost a decade, with experience in Scienza Malta and Malta Enterprise, where he currently works as an FDA specialist. Ken Nelson. Ken Nelson is partner at the Medical Advantage Fund, working exclusively with Medtech Innovator, the world's largest Medtech accelerator. He is chairman of Cardicare and board member for Heartex, Heartbeam, and other leading cardiac startups. With 20 years of experience, Ken has held senior roles at Biotelemetry, iRhythm, Bardi Diagnostics, and Biotronic. So-Young Park. So-Young is a visionary leader in longevity technologies and healthcare infrastructure. With over 15 years of entrepreneurial and investment experience, she has backed more than 20 life science companies and guided 3 successful exits. So-Young mentors at global accelerators and holds an MBA from Duke University's Fuqua School of Business. Esther Regnal de Michel Richardot. Esther is a founding partner at Athena Capital, a UK-based medtech venture capital fund focused on digital healthcare solutions and medical devices. With over a decade of experience in growth strategy consulting, she advises major healthcare brands on consumer growth and adapting to change.
Thank you. So before I introduce and ask the judges to come up take their seats, there have been 2 last-minute changes, and I'd love to announce the next 2 judges who will be joining the esteemed panel. I'd like to introduce John Perez. John Perez is the Managing Director at Rex Health Ventures. John is an accomplished healthcare leader with over a decade of experience collaborating with health systems, healthcare partners, and early-stage companies. His expertise spans strategic venture capital investments, innovation, advisory services, and financial consulting. He currently serves as a managing director at Rex Health Ventures, where he co-leads the corporate venture arm of UNC Health, driving a culture of innovation and delivering financial returns through strategic equity investments in early-stage companies. The next judge is Sean Cheng. Sean Cheng is managing director at Ascension Ventures. Sean leads Medtech and life sciences investing at Ascension Ventures, a healthcare strategic venture fund partnered with Ascension and 12 other health systems, consisting of 460 acute care facilities across 42 US states. He's interested in investing at the intersection of devices, life sciences, and software. He combines more than 15 years of strategic, technical, policy, and M&A experience to create value for companies, drawing from past roles at Philips, US FDA, Boston Consulting Group, and operating at several health tech startups. Previously, as a partner at Philips Ventures, his investments covered intervention in neurovascular and cardiology, patient monitoring, wearables, post-acute rehab, emergency care, digital pathology diagnostics, and patient engagement. Now, before we begin, I'd love to welcome the judges to stage for a nice photo, so we can celebrate you joining us today. Okay. Thank you. Now, if I may ask judges to kindly take their seat, and we'll about to begin shortly. A very quick reminder for the startups, you have 3 minutes for your pitch. There will be a timer on the stage as well as on screen, so it's going to be a very strict timing. Then there will be a Q&A from the audience and the judges, and I please encourage you again to ask questions and give really good feedback. Any feedback is good feedback. So without further ado, I would love to introduce the first company who will be pitching today. May please give a warm welcome to Richard from Medtech.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity. So yes, I'm Richard Chambers, founder and CEO of Medtech, and we are setting a new standard in persistent AFib ablation. So AFib is the world's fastest growing cardiac condition, and Medtech has the world's first one-step hybrid ablation system. That means nothing now, but hopefully it soon will. And we're raising $3 million to fund our first in-human trial. So AFib is a growing market driven by rising cases and rapid adoption of pulse field ablation. There's around 500,000 procedures performed worldwide annually, and around £5,000 spent on single-use complex therapy devices, creating this £2.5 billion market. And at the moment, pulse field ablation is growing great guns. But the startling statistic here is that 30% of all ablations are repeats because of ineffective technology. So persistent AFib patients shouldn't have to choose between high-risk surgery or ineffective ablation. So a newer modality coming to the forefront is this hybrid approach. That's when the patient goes to see a cardiac surgeon first. They do their stuff on the outside of the heart. Then weeks later, they see the electrophysiologist who treats the inside of the heart. And those two procedures combined has shown in all randomized data superiority over catheter ablation alone. So this is where Medtech really saw an opportunity. We have designed a device for electrophysiologists to treat the inside and the outside of the heart in a one-step hybrid ablation procedure. Yeah, sure. So let me talk, how does that work? So we're using a pair of catheters, which inside and outside the heart for full thickness therapy. They are magnetically aligned, so they actively pull toward each other, giving precise tissue contact. Our patented optimized electrodes minimize blood trauma and enhance energy delivery, giving for safer and more effective PFA. And it's multi-shaped, so that gives end-to-end control for the operator. So we're going to deliver surgical outcomes, but with the safety profile of catheter ablation. So we've been awarded a £1 million Innovate UK grant, and I've raised over £800,000 from high net worths, and we're seeking £3 million for our first in human. This is our team, uniquely underpinned by experts with decades of Class 3 experience. A very high-level view as to where we are now. We're in the preclinical phase, and we're really gearing up for first in human with a view to commercialize in Europe and US. Here's a sort of projection of as when we do get that commercial marking as to what taking 4% of the ablation market looks like. Our revenues in excess of 100 million. So the exit opportunities in this space are very promising, and especially for PFA companies, companies like Affera and Farapulse. So in summary, AFib is a growing market, and we are the world's first one-step hybrid ablation system for electrophysiologists. So again, combining the outside and inside ablation together, and we're now raising $3 million to fund our first in human trial. Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah, I mean, catheter ablation is crowded, right? And as soon as I say catheter ablation for AFib, there's going to be eye roll. But I think what really differentiates us is this hybrid approach. There are no other companies on the market offering this dual catheter technique. And what we've found from our preclinical data is when we have two linear catheters delivering PFA, we're getting really neat lines of ablation compared to potentially pulse field, which is fantastic, but yeah, we're giving much more precise surgery, and we're getting much closer to a Cox maze with our using catheter ablation techniques.
Among the US EPs, any major EPs involved in the studies right now, or is it more the European guys?
Yeah, so at the moment, I'm working with Dr. John Silverbauer in Brighton, who's global expert, renowned for working in the epicardial space. I've also consulted with a number of EPs around the UK. You'll know from my experience working at Acutis Medical, that was really my MBA for all of this. Got to work all across the globe, met some great EPs in my time, so I'm really looking forward to expanding that to my network.
And then last question, I just missed it. I'm sure you had it on a slide. What are you raising right now? How much?
We're looking to raise $3 million to first in human.
Right, thank you.
Thank you for your pitch. Would you please explain a little bit more about how does it actually applicable to the field? What kind of training does surgeon need to use your device?
Yeah, so to clarify, this is a tool for electrophysiologists, not the cardiac surgeons. And in terms of training, they'll be conventionally putting a catheter endocardially, and then epicardially, they'll be using standard techniques that they would do in a tamponade situation, so it'd be subxiphoid puncture, and there are a number of technologies to help EPs get into the epicardial space right now. So I think what we'll be pitching to a lot of docs is not beyond their capability.
Maybe tell us 15 seconds about the team real quick and you.
Yeah, sure. So my background is I've spent 15 years working in industry. In the US, they call me a mapper. So I think I've seen a few thousand AFib ablations and really felt the market is flooded with PVI tools. And I saw a great opportunity to really focus on delivering linear ablation better and getting much closer to a Cox maze than with existing technology.
You have 10 seconds.
Yeah.
What are your funding needs to commercialization? Because 3 million seems a little bit too low.
Sorry, hard to hear over there. Yeah, commercialization. Yeah, my experience from Acutus, I'm really looking forward to commercializing it because that's my wheelhouse. Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Well done. Lovely. Thank you so much, Richard, for an excellent presentation. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'd love to now announce the next presenter. I am pleased to announce Raman from VR Neuralink AI. Please join us, Raman. Round of applause.
Let's start. Hello, I'm Raman. I'm representing VR Neuralink AI, a VR and AI platform for neurodiagnostic and neurorehabilitation, central nervous system, and balance disorders. Anyone can face neurological problem in their life, themselves or their family. My grandmother partly recovered after first stroke, but after second one, she passed away. One of the reasons was subjective neurorehabilitation. I'm a physiotherapist. With 7 years practice and more than 10 years in the business, I realized that rehabilitation must be measurable. Because today, more than 1 billion, it's another presentation, sorry, but 1 million people live with central nervous system and balance disorders. Our CNS have a directly connection with our balance. And our balance is small movement in our environment. When we have a problem with central nervous system, we have problem with our balance. And this one micro movement become abnormal. We can measure it for understand what's happened with our patient. And rehabilitation without diagnostic is really dangerous. But 80% of doctors working without any specific tools for neurodiagnostic. And of course, it's dangerous for patients and they cannot prove rehabilitation results. We have gold standard of neurodiagnostic stabilometric platform, but they really big, bulky, and expensive and not for mass using. And of course, we have really convenient VR solution, but all of them without needed diagnostic, and of course, rehabilitation with them stays subjective. We are the first who moved gold standard of neurodiagnostic into VR, combine it with rehabilitation, and without any sensors, only with VR headset. And today, doctor can see CNS results, CNS condition, and start neurorehabilitation with patients in the clinic and remote. Patients, it's patient after stroke, Parkinson, and more. Of course, we tested our solution in more than 1,000 patients in Belarus, GATE protocol approved by Ministry of Health and 6 clinic implementation. Today in Europe, we prepare CE certification and have great partners, Mitchell Clinic Group, Charité, HTC, Vive, and Google programs. We scientific backed and we have great result and published it result. And our goal, it's another presentation. And we collect today AI clinical data for our AI model for automates process for our specialists. Our business model includes 2 tariffs, pay-per-use for offline work and pay-per-use with subscription for offline and online work and automates process. And our market opportunity is 30.4 billion. And our first market is Germany market, and we plan to start our sales in Q1 2027, and after 3 years make 50 million revenue. And our team combines experts from science, medicine, marketing, certification, development, and business. We raised today 1.5 million for next
Thank
24
you.
months. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Raman.
Sorry for this one presentation. I sent another presentation, but I don't know why it's first version yet.
Don't worry, great pitch. I want to ask you about, clarify more about your market opportunity. So you guys said it's $17 billion market. Is it TAM or SAM or SOM? What is your definition of your market research?
Yes, it's a Eurostat statistic first. Yes, it's not our statistic. We have 776 relevant doctors, only European Union. It's neurologists, it's geriatrics, it's physiotherapists, and another doctors who are relevant for us. And 30.4 billion because one doctor can work, it's general statistic, yes, working with 80 patients in the month, yes, during the month. And yes.
So what is your market prevalence you can actually achieve? What is your SOM you're thinking about? What is your market prevalence you are targeting?
Our market preference, yes, in our target, yes. We focusing first of all in private doctors, yes, private practice doctors. It's first because it's they faster make decision, yeah. But we work today with Medical Valley. It's alliance of because we're focusing first in Germany. We're working with alliances, clusters, and we have in our partnership charity and mutual clinic groups today. It's yes.
Roman, thank you for the presentation. Can you speak a little bit more about who your customer is, who purchases this, and what the ROI return for the customer looks like?
Sorry, I don't hear you well. Yes, you asked me about customers, yeah?
Yeah, who is the customer for this product?
Yes, customers, it's B2B, and our business model working with B2B because we know that if doctors say to patient to do something, patient will do something. It's private practice doctors, it's clinics, B2B.
Is there a reimbursement model for this technology?
Yes, of course. We understand that we should integrate into reimbursement model. For example, DIGA in Germany, yes, and we understand it because, of course, patient first pay to doctors, and after that, doctors pay to us.
Can you tell us what differentiates your technology from what's already in the market?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Can you tell us what differentiates your technology from what's already in the market?
You asked me what differentiates my technologies with another, yes. First of all, we understand that all competitors today who work in the market focusing on therapy, yes. And we first who gives this important diagnostic and for our doctors with therapy, if I understand your question correct. We are the first who moved this one gold standard of neurodiagnostic, yes, which using today with big bulky platform, which general cost 200K in VR and combine it in one solution with rehabilitation. Yes, it's take to us 1.5 years and more than 1,000 patients. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Raman, for that excellent presentation. I'd like to now welcome our third company. Please give a warm welcome to Vikas from Weave Biotherapeutics.
Hello, Medtech Malta. This is Vikas Agarwal, CEO of Weave Biotherapeutics. So we are advancing a first-in-class Medtech opportunity in hollow organ regeneration. I'm going to just stay on this slide. So our problem, we are in hollow organ repairs. For example, ureteral strictures and hypospadias, which are two surgery-oriented conditions that currently consist of two surgeries. One is an invasive graft harvest, either from the skin, the buccal mucosa from the patient, or the second is a graft implantation surgery that has limited capacity at the surgeons. So our solution is a resorbable bilayer silk scaffold that eliminates the need for the first surgery while improving the patient outcomes for the second surgery. Some of the characteristics of silk fibroin: it's biocompatible, low immunogenicity, it's tunable, and you can control the desorption rate. So we are trying to replace an autologous graft with a scaffold that allows the native organ to regenerate itself. That's the whole genesis of the technology. What is our proof? We have published preclinical proof of concept animal studies in 8 indications across 5 organs, which are all funded by 10 million in non-dilutive grants. And we acquired a pre-IDE package, which consists of GLP compatibility studies, GLP tox studies, a GMP process for equipment and process, and designation from the FDA through an asset purchase agreement from a previous company. So we are ready to go to the clinic. We think our US addressable market is greater than $2 billion in urology across indications, ureteral strictures, hypospadias, and in the future for bladder augmentation and ileal conduits. Our ask is 11 million Series A for a 24-month runway to first-in-human multi-indication readiness. We want to expand the IP and regulatory positions for the future indications and set up a Series B or a strategic exit with potential partners such as Labori and Medtronic. Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, so I've been in the biotech industry as an operator for about 24 years. I come from a drug delivery scientist background, and I've been mostly working in product development and program management.
Could you explain a little bit about your clinical study or a study plan? What is the regulations you need to apply?
My pleasure. So yeah, the first study will be a first-in-human study in ureteral strictures. The reason we chose that study is because we have the proof of concept from preclinical perspective, and we also have a part from the FDA. The first-in-human clinical study will be about 10 to 15 patients, and mostly will be a safety study. More importantly, as soon as we do that, we want to go into a pivotal study right after that study. So,
how long the follow-up would be? Your follow-up period? How long you need to do?
The first endpoint is 30 days. The follow-up endpoints will be 60 and 90 days. So.
Could you clarify what the regulatory pathway is? Something like this, you could go, on the CDER side or the CDRH side, and then what is that?
Great question. So, as part of the asset transfer, the purchase that we did, we also have a pre-sub meeting with the FDA, and the FDA designated this as a de novo application. So CDRH and de novo.
What was your inspiration for developing the technology, and can you tell us a little bit more about the team?
Sure, my pleasure. So 2 companies back, I was working at a holding company where we license assets and develop them. This was one of the assets. So I have a background in urology for about 10 years, and I was working in bladder cancer and overactive bladder. And that's where this technology attracted me, because there was a huge unmet need, complete white space. There's nobody working in this space. So that was when, now I'm in between roles, so I went back and bought that technology in this company and incubated that. The team, the co-founder, the primary co-founder are from Boston Children's Hospital, Dr. Carlos Estrada. He's the urologist in chief at the Boston Children's Hospital. And the biomedical engineer name is Dr. Joshua Moni. He's based out in University of California. And we just bought a reconstructive urologist on board with a CMO level expertise to sort of manage the clinical part of it. So. Thank you.
Well done. Excellent. Thank you, Vikas, for that presentation. So I'd love to welcome the next presenter, our 4th company of the day, Jack from Silka. Yes.
Test. So there's an ongoing debate. Is it Silk, Silka, Silky? We go by Silk. I'm going to ask my Vanna White, Becca, if you can actually come up here. Oh, you already have? So you guys have the little brochures. I believe in seeing is believing. So I'm going to give this to the audience. I'd like for you guys to pass this around so you guys can get your hands on it. Start here and you can go around. So there's it in a sterile pouch. Feel free to open it up. So this is a story about believing in yourself and not trusting consultants. Sorry if there are consultants in the crowd. Silk was founded by a man who believed in himself. This is Dr. Mark Mofid. He was a graduate of Harvard University, trained at Johns Hopkins, is still practicing to this day, and is still running this company to this day. I'm gonna skip this video. This is the team. The theme of the team is operators who can also build. And I think that's the key to our success, from the innovation to the execution. This is the problem. Currently, millions of patients are treated with synthetic plastic adhesives during wound closure. If you're thinking this is an infection, it's not. And you would be right to mistake it for such. So it is a medical adhesive skin-related injury. These go unreported in the US. They're not reportable, so only the operator, the surgeon, will know that this exists. The patient who got it will know it exists. And the hospitals and the healthcare systems that deal with phone calls every day know that this will exist. We want quiet, calm incisions. We do not want to deal with this. Wound closure should not be the highlight of your practice. It should be something that fades into the background of your practice. You want something that gets to the starting line and just works and doesn't bring along baggage, any other problems that you didn't introduce during your surgery. So what's the innovation? Silk. Silk fibroin wound closure. It's pure silk fibroin. I'm going to speed through the rest of this. It's biocompatible, it's conformable, quick, easy, gentle. Patients can shower immediately after surgery. Surgeons love it because it goes on fast in the OR. No more waiting for glue to dry. Patients love it because they don't end up with certain reactions. It's very comfortable. It's made of silk, the same stuff you sleep in. Patients can wear it for 2 weeks. We've been having great outcomes. We have 2 randomized controlled trials, 2 retrospective cohort studies. They refused to use the other products because they felt like they were harming patients. These are the study designs, and it's applicable across every specialty. So we just launched those 2 sizes there on the right, and we are now branching into also the laparoscopic procedures. So if you are in a surgery, you are an applicable TAM. 23 billion wound closure market. The numbers speak for themselves. Our first year we did 3.4 million. This year we did 25 million. We're on projection for 50 million next year. I'll leave at this slide. Questions?
So this is made of a silkworm, I believe, and then is it complementary or is it replaceable of the other stitch?
Great question. So it's indicated for a topical wound closure as an adjunct to your sutures. So you're going to continue to put this over. This is going to replace staples, paper tapes, and any sort of surgical glues or those little like cumbersome strips. It's a very simple product, and that's why it's exploding across the United States and the world right now.
Thank you for the presentation, and kudos for the traction you've had. Can you talk a little bit about the cost structure? I mean, once you're getting up to those revenue numbers, how much does this thing cost, and what does that look like for an average hospital system?
Great question. So when you have a blockbuster product, so my background's a medical device representative, and you have to sell these blockbuster products, we did something antithetical. Don't gouge people. Sell it at cost or lower, because then they're clinically excited and they're also economically excited, and we get the word of mouth. So we sit between $60 and $80 per unit. The market was typically used to around 80 to 120 per unit. And so we hit direct cost savings, indirect cost savings, and clinical superiority. And when you have all 3 of those, you explode.
Thank you. I think there's a debate about the IP side of naturally occurring substances and whether you actually can protect them or not. Could you clarify your IP position on this?
Yeah, I would say it's a very strong patent. It covers all bio-derived proteins. So even if you wanted to go get spider silk or any other sort of bioprotein, we cover basically all of that. So, and I would say even if you have that, you don't have the execution of our team.
was there any concern for any other medical adverse effect? So did you see, I don't know, maybe some patients were allergic to it or something of the sort?
So it's a silk fibroin wound closure paired with a pressure-sensitive acrylic adhesive, meaning their curing process has already taken place. We do, obviously, will still see a reaction here or there. It's still an adhesive, but people are very happy with the lesser rates, and you can see that in the clinical research.
How much are you raising? How much are you raising?
So we're bringing new products to market under FibroLogic. We're looking for strategic investments at this point. I think it is, we're a very profitable, very comfortable company. So I think at this stage we're open to we're looking for partners who actually have an advantage, especially with expanding globally. We're getting our CE mark here in about 3 to 6 months. So anyone that can partner with us in Europe.
On the commercial side, I think you said you did $3 million the first year. Can't remember second year, and you do 20 million this year, which is great. If you could repeat that, and then
Yes.
also talk about the commercial team and what's the plan in terms of building out the sales team.
Yeah, 3.4 million our first year. We're on track for 25 million this December, end of this year. And we're growing roughly 20% month over month, so around
Wow.
50 to 100. Yeah,
So
it's,
year 2, 25 million. That's pretty
we are
good.
faster than Shockwave at this point. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Well done. Oh, can you just give the Thank you so much, Jack from Silk. Now I know how to pronounce it correctly. I'd love to welcome the next presenter, fifth company of the day. We have Thorsten from Neopredix. Welcome, Thorsten. Round of applause, please.
Starting a new life is risky. Every 2 minutes, a mother dies in pregnancy or childbirth. Every 14 seconds, a newborn life ends before it really begins. And for those who survive early complications, the consequences often become a lifelong barrier to longevity. The greatest blind spot in healthcare isn't at the end of life, it's at the very beginning. This is not a niche. Every year, 300 million patients, mothers and newborns, face these risks and contribute to the damning statistics I shared with you earlier. Our total addressable market is over $9 billion, and our development pipeline is rich in addressing critical unmet needs. Our first solution, software as a service, already being used in Europe, the United States, and Latin America. Longevity has always been the promise of modern medicine, but despite all the investments, we are still arriving too late, chasing what is already gone. That's why we created the concept of newgevity, the science of shaping health trajectories from the very start. It's the recognition that the first hours, days, and weeks of life determine the future. When those first days go wrong, the cost is carried for decades and sometimes generations. But when we get them right, we change the entire path of life. My name is Thorsten Waluschek, CEO of Neopredix. Welcome to Predictive Analytics for Early Life. I coined the concept of newgevity, a visionary framework that reframes longevity as something that begins at birth, not at retirement. Neopredix is redefining how we approach the start of life, bringing foresight to the moments that shape every year that follows. We turn clinical data into powerful forecasts that reveal who needs care, when and why, giving clinicians the chance to act before crisis strikes. Our mission is bold but simple: close the gap in maternal and child health, open the door to healthier generations. Just as weather satellites give us foresight into storms, predictive analytics give us foresight into disease patterns. We can detect crisis before the strike, map the likely trajectory, and give clinicians knowledge to act when timing matters most. A weather forecast shows the trajectory of a storm. Our forecasts show the trajectory of health risks. Side by side, they look almost identical because we brought the same predictive power we trust in weather forecasting into medicine. We have 2 commercial products on the market, neonatal jaundice prediction and preeclampsia prediction, and we are generating first revenue. We have a clear path to reimbursement in Germany, where I am based, and we can almost guarantee 8 million euros within the next few years in revenue. A single forecast changes the experience for everyone it touches, patients, providers, and payers. For patients, it means safer outcomes and healthier futures. For providers, it means clarity in the face of uncertainty. For payers, it means protecting resources, preventing available cost, and turning loss into efficiency and sustainability. If you believe in longevity, you have to invest into newgevity. It is the future of life expectancy, of health equity, and of sustainable healthcare systems. Newgevity is the birthplace of longevity. Thank you for your attention and an outstanding team behind me.
Thank you for the new term, longevity. I've never heard about that name. It's interesting. But would you please give us a little bit more magnitude of impact using your metrics? I don't understand how much you can save or how much you can improve the outcome.
So we help clinicians to identify those clinicians that can go home safely. For example, neonatal jaundice, we can predict, we can forecast those patients at the time of initial discharge, newborn babies that will come back within 48 hours for treatment of hyperbilirubinemia, because we can predict bilirubin for up to 72 hours in the future. With preeclampsia, it's the other way around. We can help clinicians to identify those women that have a high-risk pregnancy and first symptoms of preeclampsia that will not experience adverse side effects and adverse outcomes of preeclampsia and can go back home and relieve the hospital system from unnecessary health expenses.
Can you tell us what the source of data is for your prediction models and how you validated those models?
Yes, so everything I told you is CE certified, and the first product already FDA registered as software as a clinical device, class 1. We have validated both clinically validated both algorithms with thousands of data points from Europe, from Africa, and from the United States. I hope that answers your question.
Can you tell us a bit about your team and why it's the right team to bring this to market?
So the company was started by two clinicians from Germany and Switzerland, two neonatologists that want to bring really new innovation to early life, because we want to make sure that every baby has the best possible start into life. That includes a healthy pregnancy and a healthy childbirth. I myself, my background, I'm from the business side. I worked for corporate companies. In neonatology, I was a senior executive at Draeger Medical, NATO's here in the United States, and we are completely focused on helping babies to have a good start into life. The team consists of clinicians, technicians, and me as the business leader.
Who else are you seeing in the market in this space, and how are you all articulating your value proposition against it?
So there's a few companies focusing on early life. In the United States, actually, there's a company called Geometry that actually does the same thing in the adult space. There's one or two competitors in the preeclampsia space. We have a competitive edge because we based our IP for the algorithm on a biomarker that up until recently was not available in the United States. So we really feel, despite not being in the US market with that product yet, we have a competitive edge. We plan to launch in the United States in Q3 next year.
Thanks.
Other than funding, what do you feel like you need most to be successful?
Access to insurance companies and systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Thorsten. Great presentation. So the sixth presenter of the day, the second half of the session, pleased to welcome Eddie from Galen Band.
Hi, I'm Eddie McDade, CEO and co-founder of Galen Band, a unique heart rhythm monitoring platform which addresses an unmet clinical need around diagnosing intermittent arrhythmias through longer-term monitoring. Atrial fibrillation, or AFib, is the most common heart rhythm abnormality. It burdens people with a 5 times greater risk of stroke, and for those who have a stroke, they face a 26% stroke recurrence rate. So why is that? That recurrence rate is because of undiagnosed AFib. And so why do we see that? Well, it's down to the paucity of diagnostic technologies for longer-term monitoring. You have your wrist-worn devices which require a circuit to be formed with the other hand. They can only operate for 60 seconds. Adhesive-based technologies are short-term in nature, and implantables are prohibitively expensive. And so therefore, up to 80% of stroke patients receive inadequate monitoring in order to diagnose AFib and prevent stroke recurrence. At Galen Band, we aim to surpass the short-term limitations of adhesive-based technologies. Our device is worn on the upper arm. It collects ECG data passively for up to 90 days, thereby enabling reliable diagnosis of intermittent arrhythmias. We don't require any wires, adhesives, or surgery in order to do that. We have conducted a clinical trial at the Beacon Hospital in Dublin where we compared Galamband to hospital telemetry and validated our diagnostic performance. We target the intermittent arrhythmia monitoring market, which is a 3.7 billion euro market opportunity, and our initial market focus will be post-stroke and high-volume clinics in the US for cryptogenic stroke patients. Our team has deep experience in the Medtech and digital platform arenas. I have co-founded 2 software startups which have been acquired, and we are supported by an advisory board with multiple exits and with strong credentials from organizations such as Harvard, MIT, Stanford, and Apple. Galamband has raised 3.5 million in seed funding. We have also attracted a grant of 7 million, a non-dilutive grant of 7 million. We are aiming to raise 15 million next year. We are transforming clinician workflows by offering a 90-day monitoring cycle rather than a 10-day cycle that's available with today's adhesive technologies. We have developed a working product. We have validated it via clinical trial. We have filed IP. We have a strong team which has the patient at the center of their focus and who is eager to execute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What's your go-to-market strategy?
Yeah, so our go-to-market strategy is to go to market through IDTF, so independent diagnostic testing facilities in the US. It's still prescription-based, but those are the bodies that hospitals are outsourcing diagnostic services to, so we will partner with those and go to market in that route.
Yeah, just a little bit more clarify, could you talk about a little bit about channel strategy? What kind of channel you want to go? Do you, you said prescribed. Do you also talking about the consumer market?
No, we're not looking at consumer initially. So our initial focus is the prescription market, direct sales to hospitals via the IDTFs. And then over time we'll broaden our indications, but we're not looking at consumer in the first instance.
So Eddie, nice job. I've seen you pitch a couple times now, and you've really adjusted to the audience. I spent a little bit of time in this space. This is a nice alternative to injectable cardiac monitors, but you won't be able to leverage those codes. Are you looking to leverage the 30-day event codes, or what codes?
Yeah, so we're looking to leverage the 30-day event code. We have had third-party reimbursement analyses carried out for us. They've identified the MCOT coding, which is 30 days, and that those can be used sequentially if there's a clinical need. So people will get a Galamband if there is a diagnosis within 30 days, they send it back. Otherwise, we get another 30 days.
Great, thank you.
So I want to understand your convenience of your product. So it's supposed to be in the arm whole time. How long does it need to be? Is it affected by sweat or shower or any daily usage?
Yeah, so the idea is that you would wear it as much as possible over the prescribed period, but you do have the ability to take it off. I mean, that's one of the weaknesses with the patch devices, is that you've got to turn the other way in the shower and so on. So with the Galamband device, it can be worn in the shower, or you can take it off. We recommend people to take it off and then put it back on. And it's got a battery life which can collect and store data for 90 days.
Have you partnered with any of the patch companies yet to co-market this and try to commercialize it in the US?
No, we haven't partnered with them yet, but we have spoken to pretty much all of the patch companies. They recognize that what we're trying to do is something that they can't do, so they know that adhesives can't be used for this. They actually like the idea of a wearable coming in and, you know, not threatening, but filling the gap between the adhesive technologies and the loop recorders, which are so expensive and which obviously there's a capacity issue because it is a surgery.
I could also see it being used in between patches for post-ablation patients.
Exactly, yeah. That's a potential, yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie, for that excellent presentation. 4 more presentations before we end the pitch competition. I'd like to thank everyone again for joining us tonight. We've been hearing from some very fantastic companies and innovations. Before further ado, I'd love to introduce our 7th company of the evening. Please give a round of applause to Alexandru from Cardiovascular Engineering.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, everyone. I'm Alexandru from Cardiovascular Engineering, as you said. And today I will present you our flagship product. This is Twin Heart. It's a left ventricular assist device that is quite something new. And we are doing this because even 60 years ago, President Johnson Lyndon started the program for artificial heart. We still have 6 million patients with advanced heart failure and only 6,000 heart transplants and 3,000 mechanical circulatory support. A decade ago, Abbott introduced a wonderful device, HeartMate 3, and now we have in China a copy of this. And, but this is not enough. This cannot scale up. And we were finding that minimally invasive, fully implantable, and partial support LVAD will be the solution, like the pacemaker changed the history of patients with arrhythmia. We have other companies. Our competition is, so we have from France and from Germany, but they are not yet in the clinical studies. Even us, we are not in clinical studies, we are in preclinical. And we start mapping, starting a pilot in our country, in Romania, to identify where are the centers and to ask the opinion of the leaders. And we identify a lot more centers where our device can be implanted, but anyway, we will start there where is also a heart transplantation program, because the first strategy will be bridge to transplantation. So we are looking to restore the life of the patients in a 20-minute intervention and next day to be discharged at home. As I said, we are in a preclinical, we are building our MVP and made some tests in vitro and ex vivo and raised 278,000 euro until now, and we are looking for 500,000 for animal trials next year. We aim to reach 1 million patients in 10 years by now, and this is our amazing team with also clinicians and other specialists, and if you want to join us, you are very welcome to become legendary, changing the therapy for heart failure. Thank you.
Thanks for that presentation. Could you just clarify, where's your first market? Is it bridge to transplantation, permanent support, before that? And then the second part of that is, it wasn't clear to me, are you doing a radio entry up on the shoulder there as the support? Can you maybe clarify how this LVAD is actually supporting your heart, you know, when it's up near the shoulder?
Yeah, so the first market will be in the United States, and we will go on centers where it's performed heart transplantation. And regarding the implantation, is like a pacemaker implanted in a subcutaneous pocket. Actually, I find it the device. So, with transcatheter, you access the left atrium and pump the blood into subclavian artery. So it's kind of like this.
Maybe just to push on that is it 3 months, 6 months? How many years support? It's very important for your clinical trials, if you want to understand that.
Yeah, this device is designed to last more than 10 years, but our first indication will be for heart transplantation, that is 6 months.
So in terms of getting to commercialization, how many dollars or euros do you think it's going to take to raise to get there, number one? Number two, How many years away do you think you are to get to commercial ready?
Yeah, that depends where you are developing. So we intend to move to United States. So we are looking for, I guess it's around 80 million US dollars. And the second one was about?
How many years away in terms of having to do studies and everything do you think you are to get to being commercial ready?
Yeah. At least the shortest is 1 year, 5 years. So 1 year to animal trial.
Any major investors in the company yet? Any big venture capital groups or strategic companies?
No, we are at the very early stage, as you have seen. So we have bootstrapped 100K. We have 178 grant, and we are these days for answer for another 250K grant from national Romania, and 5 million next year, 5.5 million next year, a national grant, non-dilutive.
What are some of the technical advantages over this versus other solutions in the space? Some of the technical advantages of your solution over others in the space?
Yeah, so we don't need sternotomy, open heart surgery, no total anesthesia, so it's a fast procedure. Patient will be discharged way faster than on classical intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, for the presentation on cardiovascular engineering. I'd love to welcome our 8th presenter of the day. Please welcome Adrian from Neuro Revive.
Hello, my name is Adrian. I'm the founder of Neuro Revive. The greatest challenge millions of people around the world face is sudden paralysis due to strokes or spinal cord injury. For over 900,000 people each year, freedom of mobility is lost overnight, and simple things that we take for granted, such as drinking, eating, or using a smartphone, evaporate overnight. In order to help with this problem, we're leveraging the greatest advancements in human technology, such as AI, brain-computer interface, 3D scanning, and 3D printing, and we are creating a new line of products. This product is a new type of exoskeleton that will cover the paralyzed person's hand, enabling them to move again. A good way to think about this is when someone loses their hand due to amputation, they are fitted a custom bionic hand. Now we are building the equivalent of a bionic hand, but for people with paralysis. This is a demonstration of our technological progression. Our first test was using BCI and a common glove, just to make a proof of concept of our technology. Second part, we started working on rigid systems, and we swapped from BCI to myoelectric control. And now, just a second. This is the third iteration of our device, and now we are working on our fourth, which will also be our MVP. We have a really strong team. We managed to build the entire technology internally. We've managed to gather quite a good number of partners, especially Draper University. We're part of NVIDIA's Inception program and part of Maxon's Young Engineer program. We've already raised 150K at 2.5 million valuation, and we are opening a new round of 1.2 at 12.5 valuation. We're able to do this now because of two reasons. One is aging populations, and the other is a great convergence of technology that allow customization, most specifically 3D scanning and 3D printing. The market opportunity is huge. There are millions of people living with hand paralysis, and there are 900,000 cases each year. As a business model, we will partner with clinics, and we also have some preliminary agreements signed with the distributors. We hope to break even at 3 years post the next round investment. So far, we've managed to de-risk the technology. At the moment, we're working to fit the prototypes on 3 types of paralysis: spinal cord injury, stroke, and brachial plexus injury. In terms of competition, it's a very narrow field because most of other companies build bionics, but we will be effectively creating a new branch in the market. So next step is to go from MVP to product. Thank you.
So how do you expect to take this to the market?
So we've, it was quite a journey just to find the journey. But we ended up finding a really good regulatory path for us in Europe at least. So we will be registered as a custom-made assistive device, which implies a QMS, and then registering with each company, with each country's insurance regulation and government bodies.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your go-to-market strategy, please?
So we're very reliant on our collaboration with rehabilitation centers and prosthesis centers. We've approached quite a high number of them. We've also signed some preliminary distribution agreements. And so far, everyone is very receptive to this because they don't have this type of portfolio in their device.
So it looks like it's a wearable device to me. I don't know if I understand correctly, but how easy to handle? Is it heavy? How heavy it is?
So it's extremely easy to wear and easy to use. It has like a magnetic snap-on. You just open it, you put your hand in, snaps right in. Initial calibration takes about 15 minutes, and in which the user just flexes and relaxes their muscle, and he's good to go. Even that video that we showed, it was within, I think, 5 minutes of the first usage of the guy that was tetraplegic and was drinking water. So it's very easy to use and to train the signals.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the team?
Yeah. So I previously spent about 7 to 8 years in a bionic startup, which was mostly bootstrapped, but that previously failed, and a lot of the know-how came from that startup, and that's why we are moving so fast with this one in terms of technological progress and documentation.
Is it primarily mechanical, or is there any connection, I don't know if I saw this, to brain activity?
Yeah, so it is mechanical on the fingers, but it is connected to the user's muscles. What we do is we connect it to the last healthy muscle of the patient. Because what happens, a lot of people regain the mobility in their arm, but they never regain the mobility in their hand to do so. So we custom fit the device to them, and we connect it to the last healthy muscle, and they are able to control it.
Thanks.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could just give it. Thank you, Adrian, for the great presentation. I'd love to next introduce Kita from FMed for the 9th presentation.
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Can you imagine the possibilities of surgical robot powered by linear motors? Let me show you an example. My name is Keita, CEO and co-founder of FMed. We are developing a robot that assists microsurgery. Microsurgery is a surgical technique that uses a microscope. For example, surgeons stitch and connect tiny blood vessels that is less than 1 millimeter wide. And it can be used for various surgical procedures, such as reconstruction, bypass, transplantation, and so on. It is a highly versatile and useful technique. But there are challenges. Due to the limitation of the human capabilities, surgeons suffer hand tremor when performing microtool manipulation. In this movie, you can observe the operator is struggling to locate the tip of the surgical needle to the precise position. So it requires years of training for surgeons to master it. As a result, the number of certified surgeons and patient coverage is quite limited. And now it's quite common to use the robotics in the surgical procedure, but their resolution on the movement and the visualization is not suitable for this kind of small surgeries. So our solution for this issue is a robot that can assist surgeons' microtool manipulation. The robot is equipped with a unique linear motor powered manipulator that can precisely copy the surgeon's gesture with motion scaling and control the hand tremor. This is the view from the operator, and in this case, he is going to connect the vessel of a chicken wing. And the robot can bluntly dissect the soft tissues around the blood vessel by using the ultrafine forceps. And of course, it can stitch and connect a tiny blood vessel by using the surgical suture and needle. This is speed is 8 times from the normal speed. And our target initial indications are lymphatic and reconstructive surgery. And in these areas, we can find significant unmet needs, large patient population, and relatively low surgical risk. And we are going to expand to bypass surgery and transplantation. And geographically, we will start from Japan and 2 other regions to grow our business. So we are going to start the business from 2027, and the revenue will be consisted from the sales of the equipment and disposables and maintenance service. So now we are building a first generation commercial product, and we are going to close the Series B financing round in early next year. And after that, we will expand the business to other regions. So product development was started in 2013 by Susumu, and now he's a CTO of our company. I joined his project in 2018, and together we founded a company in 2021 for the commercialization of the product. Thank you very much for your attention.
Could you explain about any plan for the fully automated surgeries system?
Could you say again?
Is it something the surgeon needs to attend to using the joystick, or do you have
Yes.
any fully automated?
It's not autonomous one, so surgeon must control the controller, and the robot follows that gesture. Because it is the first generation product, and we aim to precisely copy the surgeon's gesture. But in future, we target to integrate the AI to assist the prevent the accident and support the performance. And finally, we target to have the autonomous surgery by AI integration. That's our plan.
Do you have any timeline for that?
Pardon? Sorry.
Do you have any timeline for that?
Oh yes, that's a good question. So we plan to integrate AI in the second generation. So I think we target to commercialize the second generation product in 2028 to 2029. So it will take about 3 years from now.
Thank you. Can you explain your revenue generation strategies? Is it primarily capital expense, or are there other recurring costs or product costs associated?
Yes, revenue will be, especially in the point of the market entry, we cannot expect, it's something, we guess it's difficult to get reimbursement because we don't have any, we don't have economic evidence. So the first target revenue will be taken from the innovative medical institute who will join to conduct the clinical trial to generate that kind of evidence. After that, once we could get reimbursement and how can I say, the evidence, we can expand to other medical institute. So once we install the equipment, we can get the recurrent revenue from the replacement of the forceps and also the maintenance service. That will be the structure of our revenue.
How much do you need to raise to commercialization?
Okay, so I didn't put it. So now we are targeting to raise $7 million in early next year, and it will be leveraged by the government grant. Also, we target to get the government grant about $7 million. So in total, we use $14 million for the commercialization and the regulatory approval outside of Japan, and also the development of the second generation product.
What's the range of tissue size? So I saw it was about 1 millimeter. Like how small can you go and how large will you go with the
size of the soft tissue?
The soft tissue, yeah.
Yes, we are mainly targeting the size of the less than 1 millimeter or 0.5 millimeter of the diameter of the blood vessel or nerve and the lymph duct. So that will be our main target of the surgery.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kita, for the presentation. Before I introduce the last presenter, can I kindly remind the judges to make sure that the first 9 presentations have their score sheets filled. My colleague will be going around to collect your score sheets at the end. I'll give you some time after the 10th presentation to make sure everything's in order. Thank you so much. So, 10th presenter, Max from Refined Diagnostics.
Yes, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, today, tumor surgery runs on the same principle as analog photography. The surgeon only knows if the tumor has been completely and correctly removed until after it has been sent away to the laboratory for the final diagnosis, which can take several days, just like in the old days where you had to wait for this film to be developed. For example, in lung cancer, the patient journey looks like this. After a suspicious lesion has been found, a biopsy is taken and sent to the pathology. In the first step, the pathologist checks for cancer. This is usually done with a so-called H&E stain. If cancer is present, the next step is subtyping in order to choose the right targeted therapy, which most likely leads to the cure, but also to these high revenues at the end of the journey for the clinic. However, in up to 40% of the cases, the pathologist finds that the biopsy does not contain enough material to make a diagnosis. It is non-diagnostic, meaning it has to be repeated, and this entire revenue chain is blocked for the clinic. We offer a technology to take a digital photo of the tumor directly in the surgery room, minimize time to diagnosis to just a few minutes, and check biopsy adequacy right at the point of care, meaning if the first biopsy turns out non-diagnostic, it can be repeated right away without sending the patient home. And in that way, we help patients get the cure faster and hospitals unlock these revenue streams. Today, due to these inefficiencies in cancer diagnostics, clinics lose more than 3.5 billion euros per year worldwide. And we have successfully demonstrated our solution with our product Acquia. It utilizes our patented laser technology to acquire a unique molecular fingerprint of a biopsy. All the nursing staff has to do is place the biopsy into the device, it is automatically scanned, and our own algorithm turns this molecular fingerprint into exactly those images that a pathologist needs today to make a diagnosis, with more than 95% of accuracy. We have recently demonstrated this in a clinical study, and unlike our competitors, we can not only generate these virtual H&E images to differentiate cancerous and healthy tissue, but at every pixel we can capture this unique molecular fingerprint, and according to our own results and many scientific trials, this molecular fingerprint holds data that today requires very complex tests like immunohistochemistry, PCR, or even DNA analysis. We are already selling this technology into the research market. Last year we generated a revenue of 1.3 million. Our weighted sales pipeline is worth 2 million, and we're in deep discussion with global players from oncology and robotic surgery who believe that our technology is the missing piece for a one-stop shop surgical workflow. Besides that, we have received great interest from more than 30 clinics across Europe, and we are currently raising a 3 million Series A round in order to bring this to the market next year. So if this is of interest to you, I would be more than happy to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Incredibly interesting technology. You touched briefly on 95% accuracy. Can you share, what studies, what's the depth of the study, where are you getting that accuracy rate, and is it tumor agnostic, or are you focused on particular tumor sets?
So the technology is tumor agnostic. It can be applied to, just like an H&E stain, applied to all kinds of solid tumor. We did this study in neurology with a neurosurgeon. The endpoint was to compare classic staining with our staining. So we had a blinded studies, and pathologists assessed the classic staining and our staining, and showed the same diagnostic features. So we compared how many diagnostic features were in the classic group and how many diagnostic features were in our group, and there we came to the 95% accuracy.
Could you explain about the outcome of your technology? So we skip the after biopsy, we don't do pathology 1, and then you move to pathology 2. What kind of biomarker and outcome or information you can actually provide from your technology?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So we have results that we can identify markers like the IDH1 mutation status or the MGMT status. So markers that today requires immunohistochemistry staining, but research suggests that there's much more data. We are in particular right now focusing on differentiating metastasis from primary tumors, because this is what surgeons are very often interested, because the surgical workflow depends on if it is the primary tumor or a metastasis.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
My background is physics. I studied physics, invented the laser technology together with my co-founder. I also hold an MBA, focusing more on the business side of the company. And we are selling, the company is existing since 2019. We are selling this laser technology together with microscopes into the research market since then. Since last year, also hospitals are our customers, so they are buying our technology to explore this molecular fingerprint for diagnostic purposes.
Can you talk a little bit about your IP structure and your protective moat?
Yes. So we have we hold patents on the laser technology, which is the core technology and which allows us to acquire this molecular fingerprint. So we invented this already at the university, but bought it from the university. It completely belongs to the company, and now we are we keep filing new patents on workflow and the diagnostic features. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Max, for that. That concludes our startup pitch competition. So my colleague is just going around shortly to pick up any score sheets. When you have them filled, just make a sign, and my colleague will do that. It's only going to take a few minutes to get all the votes counted. Mattia, do you want to? Perfect. So we can start collecting the score sheets, which are ready. While we are waiting, I thought it would be quite nice, perhaps, to hear from the judges themselves on a few things I think that might be quite useful for startups. I think it would be quite useful for startups to know, and companies alike, what is the investor perspective sometimes when we hear these pitch competitions, something that stands out. So I would like to ask, I don't know if anyone of the judges would like to speak on one standout thing that you would want to view or experience when you're watching pitches or hearing a startup pitch that will stand out as a winner in your head. So one thing that you think is fundamental to a pitch by a startup. If anyone would like to perhaps just give their own...
One thing that some of the people shared but others didn't is why they started the company, why they developed the technology. I think it's really important to share that and really to show how passionate you are about the company and the technology, so that we have a feel for, do they have what it takes to go through the ups and downs of a startup.
Excellent.
Another one from me would be to clearly explain why it's, from a financial point of view, why it's worth solving the problem that the technology is trying to solve, and why this team is the right team. Why, how can they do it? Why is it done?
Yeah, for me, I always ask the founders to identify what is the metrics, what is the end data point where we can actually anchor and we can understand what is the differences and how it improved from the status quo and what you can actually offer something unique, competitive advantages. That's what I really want to hear.
It's 3 minutes, so it's pretty tough to cover everything. But I think it's important when it's short to say something that captures our attention, like how severe is the issue, like some statistics that some of the companies actually did to get us excited about it.
Also, I think it's very important the team. So the knowledge of the team, the chemistry of the team, their experience, even with previous startups, that is, I think, very important as well.
Perfect. Another note to say something?
I don't know, I think I'm very visual, so like seeing something, even if it's an algorithm, to like either at least some sort of cartoon or something that shows what you're actually doing, especially when it's a short pitch.
Okay. To show the heart of the company, right? Show kind of something that resonates and is something a bit personal with the viewer.
Yeah, I would just echo that. 3 minutes is very, very hard. I don't envy everyone who just went through that. But if you can get to the core heart of the matter and make us understand why it is you're doing what you're doing and what this thing is solving for, like that will hit home more than anything else. And some folks did it really, really well today, which is great.
Perfect. And in the car, so if anyone wanted to
Yeah,
say
the
one.
final note,
Yes.
I really want to see the passion. As you mentioned, why you do this. I believe you have a huge vision. We want to feel it and we want to be inspired by that as well.
Perfect. And let's say in the current landscape, in the current climate for Medtech, if you were a startup founder yourself, what is the one thing that you would want to especially focus on, given your current expertise and your current know-how of the industry? Something that you wish that every startup kind of thinks, oh, I need to definitely think about that.
Yeah, what I would say is everyone wants funding, and to the extent that you can do this, build your board and build your syndicate the way you'd want to build your team. I think a couple of questions were, what does your team look like? What are you filling out? But your board is an extension of your team, and so find the funding sources that get you, if you're looking into the US or you're looking into Europe, or what are the gaps that you have? Use the board and investment dollars to help fill those gaps.
Perfect.
And I think a few of us, I think Ken touched upon this, is returns is top of mind for us, and if it costs way too much to actually get there, it's a bit of a non-starter for us. So as the medtech world gets more costly, being very precise about how much things cost by what time is going to be really meaningful for fund managers like us.
The other thing I'd say is the people are such the lifeblood of the company that when you're hiring people, sometimes you see founders get too busy and they're not spending enough time in that process hiring the right people. I think that's a mistake. I think spending the right time, getting the right people for the right roles is really critical, especially when you only have a few people on the team. The other thing is knowing when to let those people go. If they're not right, you can't hold them for very long. And it's a difficult thing to do, but it's also a really critical thing to be good at.
Okay. I think for early stage companies, it's so hard to show traction unless you really have early sales. And so having a really clear description of the call point, the user, and what that funding cycle looks like, what that revenue model looks like for the sale of your product helps to believe the story about adoptability. And adoptability is key for these early stage technologies. Great tech happens all the time, but lots of great tech does not get adopted into healthcare.
Yeah, I'd sort of double down on the understanding the distribution and early traction. And for me, it's big to say, like, you start off with a top-down model and how big the market is and what you're going to do. But then as soon as you start to get some data, you can start to update that model, even if it's small, to sort of bottom up, and that helps the investors see where the next stage can be and sort of what the fundraising looks like.
And any I guess, when listening to pitches or when encountering startups, any red flags or any pitfalls that kind of raise any alarm bells in your own view, and maybe something that maybe there's a company sitting in the audience right now that's about to do that same thing or is about to make that mistake. Maybe they can learn something from your perspective.
I think So Young mentioned this earlier, but when someone's up there, if they're really flat and not really passionate and excited, you just can't help but think that's what they're going to be like with potential customers, potential investors. It's just not good. So people really need to be excited up there, and if they're not naturally that person or they're not a good pitch person, get somebody else on the team to do the pitches.
I think there's
simple. It's a simple thing, but I think like avoid text-heavy slides because we want to hear you, we want to see more visuals. There's a lot of text-heavy slides that do not appease to the eyes in a 3-minute pitch, especially.
Yes, definitely agreed. All right. Well, I think we're almost done with counting. If I can just maybe give some brief info on what's going to be happening tonight. After this, it's going to be the awards gala at 7:30. It's going to be here in the lower ground floor, MCC. It's black tie. It's going to be a fantastic event. We have 25 different categories, many fantastic people who are nominated for awards across Medtech and Health Tech. We also have some live entertainment and a sit-down dinner. So get ready for that. That is for platinum ticket holders. There's also a after party which anyone can attend. That's going to be in St. Julian's, which is a town not too far from Valletta. That's going to be at the Hive. That's a bit more relaxed vibe. Maybe get some networking done in a different setting. Depends on what your preferences are. But it's going to be a great evening as well. So yes, thank you all so much for joining us. I'm just going to check on the counting, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Delattard for his continued efforts to bring this fantastic event from a startup to a conference.
Medtech, I think, ties together research, innovation, the digital sector as well, and of course the medical sector. And at the end of the day, the end result of this collaboration is better healthcare for our patients.
Today is our biggest one so far. There's over 2,000 people joining us, from investors to startups, from hospital ecosystems. So there's a lot to learn from, even in the way of how hospitals invest, how hospitals operate, how hospitals work with the private sector, with startups themselves, how to invite more innovation.
The conference so far has been really exciting. The panels are really good. The meetings have been really good. A lot of networking opportunity.
In 2026, the world becomes our stage. 4 continents, 4 destinations, 1 movement connecting the global medtech ecosystem. The journey begins in Dubai, the pulse of the Middle East, where innovation never sleeps and ambition builds the skyline. From the 11th to the 13th of February, the Intercontinental Festival City hosts Medtech World Dubai, setting the tone for what's ahead, where ambition, technology, and opportunity converge in one of the world's fastest growing medtech hubs. Next up, North America, the gateway to the Americas, where ideas are funded, piloted, and scaled. From the 11th to the 13th of May, Medtech World conveys global investors, US health systems, and breakthrough founders for 3 days of connection and collaboration, from the pitch stage to curated forums spotlighting technology ready to scale. From there, we journey east to Asia. What began in Singapore and rose in Hong Kong now evolves into Medtech World Asia 2026, uniting the region's brightest innovators, investors, and entrepreneurs for 3 transformative days of exchange, insight, and collaboration. Our journey concludes in Malta, the birthplace and beating heart of Medtech World. From the 11th to the 13th of November 2026, the Mediterranean Conference Center in Valletta opens its doors to a UNESCO-listed city of stone and sea, a setting where history and innovation stand side by side. Set between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, Malta becomes a crossroads for global dialogue, where perspectives intersect and ideas evolve into action. Panels, roundtables, and working sessions ignite conversations that ripple far beyond the harbor, turning vision into strategy and connection into progress. This is Medtech World 2026, where borders disappear, connections spark change, and the next chapter in Medtech begins.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Delenattard for his continued efforts to bring this fantastic event from a startup to a conference.
Medtech, I think, ties together research, innovation, the digital sector as well, and of course the medical sector. And at the end of the day, the end result of this collaboration is better healthcare for our patients.
Thank you so much. So thank you for your patience. It just took some time to get all the counting right, double-checked it to make sure that we're correct. So thank you all once again for announcing. I know everyone's itching for the answer. Thank you all so much for joining us at Medtech Malta. We hope you had a fantastic time. There's still a really nice evening ahead of us, so we're very happy to see you all there. Now, to announce the winner of the Medtech Malta Startup Pitch Competition, please give a big round of applause to Eddie from Galen Band. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done. So you hold that, take a photo. Thank you. We're going to have a photo. Goodness. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Yes, thank you, everyone. We're just going to get the lower ground for settled for the awards. Thank you all. See you tonight.